Alright, hello and welcome back to the Zodiac trial. Last time we got quite a few more endings to go. We got a few more endings to clean up this, to review the death cards, but we still need to figure out how exactly are we going to make... This time I want to try and play the bad guy, but how can I do that? Let's find out here. Let's see here. Ox software, go with horse and sheep. Snake and Rooster. I decided I already talked to the Ox quite a bit when I woke up, and it would be best to branch out. Actually, I'll help Snake and Rooster search. Great, now we gotta try out as searchers to uncover the blasted trinkets. I doubt Mouse will be a hindrance. It's possible these items will not be hidden in a way that invites for the searching. Oh, I think this is already done. Yeah, this is the art area. Does this all make sense? Nice, Trevor. I don't think that's right. Vegan monkey. Only confess is an option, huh? Alright, let's load up here again. It's horse and sheep. I don't think I've done this timeline yet. I've decided I've already talked with Ox quite a bit when I woke up, and best to branch out. Actually, I'd like to go with horse and sheep. Checking out the training room seems like a good idea. It'd be great if you came with us, right, horse? Couldn't hurt. Sounds like he's thrilled. Oh, don't worry about him. I'm happy to have you. Well, I'm glad have come along. Fine, Mouse, you go with them. Now we can quit talking about searching to start. Yeah, let's do that. The rest of us can just split up and search around. Oh, and everybody, remember to input your moves and reconvene here for the round ends. Got it. That we all spread out and began our search. The workout room horse told us about wasn't far from the cafeteria, so it didn't take us too long to get to it. We just walked down the hallway, took a turn, and there we are. So this is where we're going to look first? Is that a dumb idea? If it was a dumb idea, I wouldn't have decided to help you guys. It makes a lot of sense. You're gonna hide weird items for your demented death game, you'd likely hide them in the most memorable places, right? And this looks pretty memorable. My thoughts exactly. But man, for a school workout room, this looks pretty high-end. There's a bunch of weights, bikes, treadmills, and is that a rock wall? This isn't even the gym, this is just a room to work out. Incredible. My school never had anything like this. I think most don't. It seems like the location for the Jade Emperor's race here is pretty fancy. It's a good investment, though. A good training environment is part of getting in shape. I wish I could work at a place like this. I'd like to get stronger. You would? Who wouldn't? Fair point. Why don't you anyways? Oh, well, I guess I'm just too busy, really. I feel like I always have something I have to do. I can't just set aside the time to regularly do something without much immediate benefit, you know? Yeah, that makes sense. A big part of why I'm in rubbish shape is simply because I've been too busy with life. But I guess I don't really have a strong desire to get fit either. I don't see the need. What? How is there not a need to be strong? I don't know, how often is there a situation? What would you do if someone stuck a knife out and tried to mug you? I'd probably give money, hope I wasn't mugged again. See? Well, I guess, but being mugged's an unlikely thing to happen. But there's a chance. There's always a chance, yes. I mean, with the logic, there's an advantage in not being strong. When's it better to be weak than strong? Well, since you're strong, your friends probably call you when they need help moving. That's gonna be super convenient. What's the drawback in being able to help my friends when they need to be able to move things? Okay, maybe a bad example. Well, it's not too bad as long as you're working with if you're working with at least one other person, moving can actually be a lot easier than if you're trying to do it yourself at the very least. That's why I've been doing it a lot recently, actually, helping some family move various things here and there. But the time you spend getting in shape could be spent on other things. What if you research a cure to cancer? You could have found a cure to cancer. I could not find a cure to cancer. You never know until you try. I'm reasonably certain I could not find a cure to cancer. I think... Sorry, not to interrupt, but I feel like we might have gone off track. Yeah, this conversation feels like it's not going anywhere for anyone. Yeah, sheep, we need to stop looking. Start looking for trinkets. Yes. We began to look around the workout room for any sign of something hidden. Sheep and horse didn't make the most talkative partners, but that's fine by me. The top priority was finding these trinkets. We spent plenty of time inspecting every corner. After some time, I noticed Sheep trying to climb the rock wall. I didn't think much, but later she called us over. Look what I found on top of the rock wall. Oh, great work. Does that have anything to do with the race? Most likely. Why else would there be a cheap safe on the top of a rock wall? What does it say on the top of the safe? Work out. What do you think that could mean? It's just giving good advice. More importantly, we need to get the safe open. There's a 4-digit lock combination on this. Horse picked up the safe and began examining it. This is a pretty shoddily made. If I use one of the weights, I could probably pry it open after repeatedly striking it. Whoa, maybe we should use that more as a last resort. Doesn't look like there's a limit to the number of guesses we can put in. There are 10,000 possible combinations of that safe, assuming that each entry lasts 5 seconds. How about we just look for the safe's code? Where? The message on the safe is probably actually a hint on how to open it. Maybe we can find the numbers if we use the equipment here. It's worth a shot, I think. I was able to dissuade Sheep and Horse from more extreme plans. Instead, we were frantically using the workout equipment. Sheep started using the treadmills, one of them had a number 5 taped to the tread. Horse went around weightlifting and set a stopper at various weight levels. At each level, he'd look underneath. Eventually, this method found another number. With some difficulty, I moved the manual weights from the resting places, and under was another number. Finally, stretching out one of the ropes, turned a black smudge into number 5. There, that's gotta be all of them. So 3 5s and a 3. That's 4 digits. The only problem now is what order. Maybe there's something about ascending level of difficulty, or is there an order you generally work out in? A Horse, do you know? I heard the sound of safe. I thought with 2 numbers it'd be more reasonable to just try all the combinations. Oh yeah, with only 2 numbers it's pretty easy to brute force it. Okay then, I guess that makes sense. I was a little annoyed we didn't just solve the puzzle properly, but Sheep was right to just brute force it. We don't need to play along with Brian's games. Well, let's see what's in this bad boy. I reached my hand in and found a blanket of cloth, and looking at it closer, there's a string of numbers. Wrapped in the cloth came an explanation of what it was. Sheep's clothing, major trinket. Activate this item, become a copy of a separate contestant. This will replace your information with theirs, one-time use. So basically, whoever uses this can replace their ability with someone else's. Seems it could be useful, but it's not a minor trinket. No, it's not. This means this is a failure? Not at all. We still found an item and we crossed off a room to search. That in itself is a victory. We don't need to rush. Anyways, I don't think this item's gonna have any application. Sheep, since it's yours, I guess you can hold on to it. Okay. She nervously took hold of it. The mood in the room took sour. After all work, we found something that didn't actually seem to be useful. Still, we couldn't give up hope. So what's next? Well, we actually took a lot of time this round. Maybe she didn't put our moves? Oh, that's a good idea. Fine. Sheep and I will go to different rooms. You stay here. We'll meet again in the cafeteria. Horse didn't suggest this so much as he ordered it. And so he began walking out of the room. After a moment, Sheep began following. Once they were gone, I pulled out my tablet and turned it on. There's no need to think much about my choice. Afterwards, I returned to the cafeteria. Horse and Sheep arrived shortly after. We were the first ones back. Horse took a seat. Sheep approached me. Mouse, yeah, Sheep? We weren't able to find anything useful. Objectively speaking, I suppose not. Things got less. People might get desperate. Maybe. So then you think we'd trust everyone? I mean, I want to, but she raised a good point. How to approach? Maybe have faith? If it looks bleak, but if we can't trust each other, bad things will happen. We can't give up. Right, you're right. Thanks for the advice, Mouse. Don't mention it. Or as I said, others began coming in. Many of them were in low spirits. I couldn't find anything. Me either. We're doomed, isn't it? I thought I'd be able to find at least one. Have no fear, citizens. 2 roosters secured a minor one. Really? Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, looks like I wasn't the only one to find one of those things. Dog, did you get one too? Yep, wasn't even that hard. Just had to solve a simple problem. Good work, everyone. We're well on pace for getting out of here. We found an item, but it wasn't a minor. Probably gonna be useless getting out. Do not be discouraged. You found something Brian hid. That is progress, indirect or not. Ox clears throat. Yes, we're certainly performing adequately. However, we can talk more after these results. Not that I have reason to doubt you all, but I would feel safer seeing everyone stuck to the plan. Everyone just ran, right? Round 2 has ended. Oh, yeah, this is completely new, so I have to... yeah, it looks like everyone's just gone. Yeah, there's no reason for anyone to betray anyone else yet, so... Again, I breathe a sigh of relief. Everything was gonna be fine. Things will be fine. We'd all stick the script and get out alive together. I'm just going to start talking now before we get swept into casual conversation. Things are good now, but it's more reason we should immediately continue to search. As we've recently learned, Brian isn't interested in us playing hide-and-seek as much as he has us playing his little games. Keep that in mind as you search. Obviously, try to be thorough. Keep in mind that if a room doesn't show any sign, there probably isn't. Now, how are we splitting up? Alright, we're gonna go with Pig and Monkey again, so... What? There's an additional rule, a quirk of the race. No doubt informational personality. For rat to pig, each one of you have unique. Probably dismiss that. For most of you, that was the right choice. This personality is important. First, we'll talk about desperate. Ooh, once I finish the race, I'm first desperate. However, isn't with the old shared victory. Condition isn't satisfied. Now, who's the other one? But that means, are you kidding? The other personality is content. Unlike the others, this doesn't wish to win the race. This personality wants to be in last place. That happens all except for desperate and... okay. Alright, so yeah, he chooses... Depending on the timeline, he will choose between 2 different people. This couldn't be happening, right? There's no way that... There's no way this is intentional. Serious? Probably. People are gonna have to die, huh? Everyone calm down. We don't need to descend to chaos. Seems like if there's a time to just descend to chaos, now might be it. After all, we got 2 people who stop and nothing survive, even if it means the rest of us die. It's outrageous, indeed. Rating 10 for 1, and who cares about numbers? If depriving the world of a culture significant art provides a crime. It's not unthinkable. Many would prioritize their own survival. It's merely a plank of carnades, but the scales are a bit unweighed. Everybody settle down. There's no need to resort to panicking. I have a content. What? Seriously? No way. This is certainly a surprise. You're admitting it? Naturally, I'm admitting it. To do so would bring the group undue stress, correct, Monkey? But with this, I struggled the words out. On one hand, this revelation was a blessing, since Monkey was giving herself up. However, in that state, she'd certainly die. I had known Monkey for a while. Out of everyone, she was the person I least wanted to see die, so for her to meet an end, what was Brian thinking? My distress was shown plainly. At ease, Mouse. Must move past this. Death will come to us all eventually. I can't claim that I'm not distraught to the outcome. However, it unfortunately appears I do not have a choice. For the sake of others, even my body wishes to reject this fate. I will give up, just as I've done myself up as I've done all my life. Luckily, I don't need to work up the courage to actually take myself out. I simply must prevent myself from acting untowardly. Will I be able to, Rooster? Sure, she's admitting now, but that might be a ploy, right? She's clearing herself of suspicion. That's not all. I could say that, Monkey. You have our backs right now, but the same can be said about later when you're facing it head on. Seriously, guys? It's not harder than it sounds. It sounds impossible, actually. What do you suggest? You all will take me out now? Since I'm gonna die anyways, there's no reason not to stab me this very moment. That'd be barbaric. Yeah. We'll just restrain you so it can't. We will? Horse, would you be a doll? Horse looked at Rooster as if considering. Then he made his way. Immediately intervened. Whoa! What are you doing? We're gonna restrain her. Why are we doing that? Did we not discuss this? No, Rooster just said some dumb shit as per usual, and everyone seemingly went along with it. This is an outrage. Now, Mouse, there's no reason to be upset. They'd feel safer if I was restrained, and I have no reason to refuse that. Great, thanks for your approval. Can I rescind my approval? Nope. Anyways, I thought some jump rope won't retire. Won't work well enough. That the plan restrained Monkey was put in. Oh, that's completely new artwork. Before we knew it, Monkey was firmly tied to the chair in the middle of the cafeteria. Rooster seemed to be in particular delight of the restraining, a mildly concerning fact. Now, this certainly should satisfy everyone's fears. Now, I'd ask the desperate personality to also confess. I understand how scared you are, but know that we're here for you. Things will go better if you speak up now. Monkey's voice was inspiring, however, her words fell flat. The rest of the room stayed silent. Come now, surely you can speak up now. Save it. While I admire your bravery to sacrifice, most aren't willing to give up on everything just to help some strangers. Unfortunately, this is the expected result. I see. It is a matter of actively betraying the group. Most would shudder from the action. However, when action leads one's death, betrayal by inaction is much more palatable. So what are we gonna do? We don't need to change our strategy at all. We just need to gather 11 minor tickets instead of 12, then we all cross the finish line. Will the person determined try to reach before that? What if it's a pig? Me? It's not me. It was an example. You could use your ability and rush ahead. That puts you in front. That would be much akin to getting check in chess by crushing your queen through a line of pawns. A move that temporarily gains you a lead, but immediately ends your chance of success. If Pig made her intent to betray the group clear from the start, the whole group would team up to make sure she doesn't beat us. Therefore, it would be in our best interest to hide for the time being and look for some other opportunity to win a strike. Stop talking about me like I'm gonna betray the group. Bottom line, and as if we all stick to the plan and nothing goes awry, then the traitor won't have an opportunity to cross the finish line alone. Therefore, we should focus on searching for minor trinkets and split up and search. Hold on a moment, that was not a suggestion. What do you mean? A person with desperate personality still at large. Splitting up is rather dangerous given the circumstances. I don't know what you're talking about. A single person can't do much on their own. It's dangerous not finding them. We have ample time and been making fine progress. Splitting up only increases the risk period. Bad things could happen if everybody splits up. I doubt it. We're in school and everyone's on guard. A naive take. Excuse me? I must say, Ox, it feels weird for me to be this aggressive. Your suggestion strikes me as suspicious. It's the type of thing someone plotting would say. Is that so? It appears that even tied up, you intend to sow discord. For everyone's information, I'm the last person that would do anything untoward. You're accusing me, Monkey. I know you're gravely mistaken. I never said you were the traitor. I just said your proposal sounds like you're scheming. Things could take an ugly turn if support Monkey. Ox, I hate to say, but Monkey has a point. Seriously, even you don't trust me? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying splitting up might not be the best idea. You know, considering the circumstances and all. Actually, I should probably make another save here, because this is likely another path split. Why not split? Search in pairs. It slows down quite a bit. Oh, come off it, Ox. Who died and left you in charge? A lot of us are moving groups already, and we were doing fine. We can always change course if we're running out of time. Alright then, if this is what we're deciding on, in that case, let's move in pairs while the one person goes solo. Now, if we're doing partners, can I move with horse? I don't have any reason to refuse. Actually, I prefer if horse moved with tiger. What? Why? Keep you in check. There's no point to this if we weren't trying to thoroughly limit everyone's actions, no? And what does pairing with tiger change? Hey, you wanna go? Oh, let's just let horse go with sheep, Ox. It'll be fine. I'll go with tiger instead. Fine. Basically, he's saying that in case, the desperate personality is, horse, then only tiger's the only one who could possibly stand up to him. And even that's kind of an even one, since he seems to be a country mile from everyone else in strength. In that case, Mouse, Pig, you two can look together. Alright, sounds good to me. Totally fine for me, too. I'd like to keep an eye on Rooster, so you're with me. Using your leadership to partner with me? Smart moves. This may have been a mistake. Is the solo spot still open? Because I'd like to go with that, please. Fine. Hey, hold on. That leaves me with Snake. Screw that. Indeed, I have some objections with this arrangement. Well, too bad. Excuse me? I've already had enough of a headache without having to worry about your petty squabbling. Suck it up and work together. Neither of them seem particularly enthused with that response, but neither of them had the energy to fight Ox when you're so clearly fed up with the group. That should take care of things. Like that, Ox had devised our new marching orders. I think what's going to happen is we're going to be using the sheep's wool to change Monkey's personality to one that is much more agreeable with the group. That way only one person has to die in this timeline. Or at least that's the most ideal situation. Since she's, tied up, that also means she's extremely vulnerable. And since the other person knows it's highly unlikely she will cooperate, since, she gave herself up. Everyone split up and goes searching. Pig and I decided to look around the second floor for classrooms for a while. We spent a lot of time searching math classrooms, but we didn't find anything of use. Time flew quickly. Before we knew it, we were facing the end of round 4. Alright, well, we might as well put our actions. Right, don't want to die after all. Yep. Man, dying from forgetting to put in your move must suck. It'd not only be super painful, it'd also be embarrassing. Dying and all the while, you'd be embarrassed that this was the way to go out. Agreed. But then again, who'd really just not input a move? I don't know, maybe if you couldn't. Oh, Monkey's tied up. Oh, crap, you're right. We should fix that. Yeah, we should. So, okay, you stay here. I'll go run down quick and untie her so she can move. You don't want me to come with you? It's no big deal. I can do it myself. Letting it go off like this technically breaks the pair's rules. However, for something that's mundane, it shouldn't be a problem. Well, suit yourself. I think she's the desperate one, so yeah, we're gonna find out. Monkey died. I took out my tablet and pressed run, then I waited. He returned. Hey, how'd it go? It went good, I think. You think? Yeah, it went good. Man, I went and did the thing I intended to do. Yeah, it went well. Okay, good to hear we didn't accidentally get Monkey executed. Keep searching, right? Let's. And like that, we headed out to some other classroom search, but didn't find much. Eventually just searching silence. I tried some small talk. So a lot of books. It's in English, so this tracks right. Are you a big reader? I used to be. I've kind of fallen off that the past couple of years, though. I can feel that. I think part of growing up is no longer having time to read books. That's a sad way of thinking. Yeah, it is. It might be the schedule. I bet I could put enough time to read, at least once a month. No, I probably could too. And it'd be good to read more often. It would, wouldn't it? I enjoy reading a book whenever I get around to it. I'm 100% sure, for the record, that Pig lied. And did not bother with the monkey. I know that reading is a much better hobby than watching TV or whatever. I used to read a study like that. So it'd be totally possible for me to read more often. It's good for me and I enjoy it. Absolutely. It's a shame there's absolutely no chance I'll go through the idea, huh? Not a chance. Not even when I have this exact same process in a few months. No, I'll forget about it in the exact same way. Probably able to consistently make time to binge trash shows on the weekend. Shows I won't even like that much. Right. I imagine you'll still read some out, being a journalist. Oh, well, that's a different type of reading, a lot sadder type of reading. Seems depressing to be a journalist. Well, there's a lot more bad news than good. You get used to it, though. That's, good? Not really. Go through so many horrible stories. Whenever I hear about any of those things, I just feel bad for everyone involved. Yeah, well, not everybody. Usually there's some asshole to blame for it all. Yeah, but I mean, there's really a good situation for them, too. You have to wonder what's screwed with them so badly to get them to that point in life. Well, just because they're screwed in life doesn't mean they aren't terrible people for it. Hey, I never said that. I'm just pointing out I feel bad for everyone. Okay, why are you feeling bad for the perpetrators? I mean, I'm not feeling bad for them in particular. You don't feel rage? Not really. I mean, it's not like I know them. Rage at what made them the way they are, perhaps. Yeah, see, if they were made the way they are because of some underlying system, then they aren't. That doesn't mean they aren't terrible. Again, I know that I'm just saying what's really messed up is what keeps producing monsters. I mean, if not for those systems, why would they keep showing up? Because evil people always show up? I guess I'm not explaining my will. Don't worry, Mouse, I know what you're referring to, but I don't think I'd be able to explain it much better either. I am horrible at explaining my points. When you're writing a hit piece on someone, what's your goal? Do you intend to tear down the individual, or do you use an opportunity to shed light on a larger issue? I don't know. I never really considered that. You haven't? Don't really have to. It's a pretty fast-paced world. Besides, the end, it all boils down to the same thing, right? Take down villain. The villain, I guess. An awkward moment of silence. After a bit, Pig spoke back up. I mean, I do get your perspective. After all, you're a defense attorney, right? I plan to be one. Right. You're usually going to be defending guilty people, right? Tends to be the case, yes. Usually don't take things to court either, just to look out. Usually don't take things to court either, just look out for your client. Right, trying to make a prosecutor doubt their case enough that your client light a punishment as possible? That is one way of looking at it, yes. I get it, viewing from the criminal's perspective. What about the victim, or relatives of the victim? I'm getting justice is a huge thing to give them peace. Sometimes, yes. Although actually, studies have shown that justice against a criminal actually ultimately does not give those who are affected by the crime that much peace. Oh, that's not always the case. I mean, look at the situation we're in. Your turn to search against. Before long, we finish search. Well, the round's almost over. I should probably let Monkey use her tablet again. You do that. I'll put my tablet and give the room once over. Okay. Like that, Pig once again. I chose to run. Then I looked around waiting for Pig. Didn't take her long. Where next? Well, actually, why don't I go check in the classroom I woke up in? I wasn't on the lookout, so it's possible I missed stuff. Alright, lead the way. Just like that, I took her in the classroom I woke up in. Ah, memories. It was only hours ago, but it felt like a lifetime. I was so naive, just a child ignorant to the ways of the world. True, there was some fear, but more so I felt with wonder. Could it be? Back when... Mouse, you okay? You've been staring at nothing. Oh, sorry. Let's look around. We gave the laboratory a clean sweep. Man, this must be a pretty good school. There's tons of chemical stuff is top of the line. Yeah, the place is nice. Before long, we found a safe in one of the cabinets. Alright, this is something. Yeah, now we have to find the passcode. There's only one place in this room that has lots of numbers in it. The whiteboard still has a lot of equations. That probably means something. I always stuck to chemistry. Does it? I always stuck to chemistry, so I can't make heads or tails of it. Leave it to me, then. I actually thought about being a chemist back in high school. I was great at it. When I went to college for the first time, I actually did attempt to get into chemistry, but it wasn't nearly as enjoyable as I thought it would be. I mean, when I was in the middle and high school, I ended up liking science, so I figured that'd be an ideal situation for me to go, but unfortunately, the core sciences of chemistry weren't as enjoyable as I was hoping it would be. I'm not sure how to explain it. I'm sure actual chemists would disagree. Yeah, but I guess that just wasn't the right path for me. By all means, go ahead. With that, Pig got to work on giving the whiteboard a thorough analysis. Meanwhile, my eyes were drawn with some graffiti written on one of the desks. C-R-R-E. By the looks of it, it hadn't been here for long, and the capitalized R. Well, it didn't take. Well, we're in chemistry class, it didn't take long for me to connect the dots. Okay, so it's found a periodic table and checked. I went over the safe and put in the elements. As a spec open. Hey, you got it open. Yep. Reach in and grab a token that says Pig Miner Trinket. Looks like we scored the jackpot. How'd you get that open? I'm awesome. That doesn't answer my question. How does it not? You know, forget it. Yeah, I figured it was going to be a periodic table thing after seeing two capitalized letters, but I guess that makes sense. They didn't even require you to input it because, well, the player character. I guess they figured it was too obvious. How many trinkets do we have now? Let's pile them. I did as she asked and put the trinkets on the table. There were a total of 2. Not great. Alright, good to know. Hold on these for now. Keep it in one place. Alright, like that, Pig put the trinkets in her pocket. Round's getting close to ending, right? You're right. Let's put in the actions and meet up in the cafeteria. Thanks for selling. Pig spoke up. Hey, Mouse, yeah. Your actions should move the same number of spaces if you chose to run normally, right? Presumably, if I try it on someone that just moves one space. Is that really true? Don't you want to test it out? I mean, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Try hitching her out on me. That way you get to see for sure. Sure, that's my advice. Yeah. Without saying another word, Pig exited, presumably find another room to put her action in. It was certainly an odd exchange. Pig was acting a little weird. Should I take her up on her offer? Sneak right onto Pig. I pressed the act button. I'm not entirely sure, I just did. Why not? What's the harm in it? I should move exactly one space like we agreed. If not, Pig might feel offended. I'm pretty sure, yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure she's screwing us. I would prefer to walk with Pig, but it seems she's gone ahead without me. No problem, I go down by myself. I took a staircase down. Right as I went to the cafeteria, I noticed the screen of the TV had changed and people were freaking out. Why would they be? I realized why. Pig. She was in the lead by a lot. She must use her ability. No, it wasn't just Pig. So was I. Finally, you stopped freaking out. Turn around. Hey, Mouse, what the hell is this about? Are you in on this? What? And why'd you hitch a ride on her? Because she said to. She told you she'd be doing this? No, she said to hitch a ride on her. Others had noticed me making their way over. They were mad. I could very much see where this is going, and needless to say, I didn't love it. So what did I do? I was a rat. I scurried away. I fled as far as my feet, trying to put enough distance in the cafeteria. Okay, hold up. I get it. I know this makes me look worse. I know this hurts a lot. Honestly speaking, it was sort of a dick move, but trust me, exactly what would have happened if I stayed that crowd. It would not have been good for me. There's no way I could convince them I was in cahoots. Traitor's ally is a traitor. No fleeing was the best option. No, I couldn't tell if anyone was pursuing me, but I didn't care. Until I finally felt like I put enough distance, I would run. Ended up stopping what looked to be a screening room on the first floor. I had gone up and down some stairs, as good as any to hide. Made way with the bleachers and oddly placed the room and crouched down. Far from a heroic action, but there wasn't really much I could think of. From there I hid. Those deal with it, right? They deal with Pig, almost certainly find a way. I'd probably kill her, unfortunately, if I was gonna be honest. It was pretty sad, but it appeared she was in fact the other traitor. Monkey had confessed Pig had, and so now I'd led the group and everything, I'd likely cool down. I mean, it's not like I'd be useful to the group. The only question remained was what to do with the tablet. Choosing to run would rather risk close line. So what to do? All I didn't really do. Pig wouldn't go in anywhere. What's the ideal? So I spent the next rounds just hiding, hoping no one would find me, choosing hitch a ride. After 2 rounds, I planned my hiding spot, sort of feeling... However, to my shock and horror, after only 2 rounds, my collar was undone. As if to answer my question, I heard a booming noise come from the speakers. Not a noisy voice. The finish line has been crossed. The winners are Rat, Ox, and Pig. Congratulations. Anyone who has not won has lost. Prepare for execution. What just happened? Did I just survive? No, that wasn't the question. Did everyone else die? How'd they not catch Pig? How'd they not stop her? Dragon's ability? Monkey's ability? They should have been able to do something. In a small voice in the back of my head called out. Hey, you survived. You didn't even get your hands dirty. No, that's a wrong thing to take away from all this. It can't be moral. It just can't be. Reluctantly, I got up and made my way back to the cafeteria. I don't know what I expected, but I wasn't ready for what I saw. A sea of dead bodies. All in pain. I had to close my eyes to walk through. I couldn't bear it. Just glancing sight had scarred me in a way I would never truly recover from. Eventually, I got in the front entrance of school. There stood Ox. He looked at me not too pleased. Ox? Mouse? You saw the outcome, I presume. Ox, swear I never save it, Mouse. You don't need to apologize, huh? I know what you're going to say. You knew nothing of what Pig planned to do. Afterwards, you were just scared. You hid and panicked, never expecting to actually get out like that. That's not exactly it, but yeah, more or less. Figures. That's about what I should have expected, if you're honest. The failure to stop this is on my shoulders and mine alone. Things went so bad. How are you still alive, Ox? It became pretty clear soon enough we weren't going to be able to stop Pig from her victory. However, thanks to my stampede, I got within spitting distance of the finish line the round before last. Either you two survive or us three survive. The group is by and large scum, but even they wouldn't drag someone else down with them when they're beat. Oh, and you're standing here because this is the exit of the school. Pig eventually has to come by here, and when she does, I want to confront her. What she just did, whether she was forced to or not, was mass murder. 9 people are dead because of her. She needs to face the consequences. What does that mean? Oh, don't give me that look. I'm not gonna kill her or anything. I just want to make her look nice and justify herself. I don't want her running away. I don't know how the police are going to treat this. These circumstances are tricky to prosecute, but at the very least, she needs her day in court. That said, I think it's taking quite some time. What's holding her up? Ox, you know there's a side exit of the building, right? Shit. The king of clubs. Choosing not to play is a valid option for Mouse. In some ways, it's a good option when faced with potential death as an alternative. However, refusing to play refuses the option to control the outcome. You know, the mind gives out control. What's this? Who'd you search with in the second round? I see. It's allowing me to quick jump to the next areas. Let's see here. Alright, we know for a fact that... Alright, so we know for a fact Pig was planning something and most likely just left Monkey to die, so let's do ourselves. I didn't love the idea of Pig being off on her own. You know what? I can handle this. Really? Sure you don't want to just let me handle it? Yeah, it's fine. I can just do it. You stay here in the meantime. Before she could get a word in edgewise, I left. I stopped by the nearby classroom and hit run, then I made my way to the cafeteria. I went over to where Monkey was tied up. I think they forgot to draw her collar in this picture. Whoops. Hi there, Monkey. Ah, Mouse. Are you here to allow me to put an input action on my tablet? Of course. Something I planned to do the whole time. Naturally, naturally. Not for a second sitting here, did I think people might have just forgotten about me and let me die? Right. Indeed, that is awfully specific. Alright, here we go. I ended Rooster a surprisingly good tying job to let Monkey free. You can input your action in the restroom nearby. I shall do just that. Like that, Monkey left care business. I stood by waiting for a return. Everything fine? Indeed, thank you, Mouse. Good to hear. Now please tie me down once more. I still think this is stupid. As do I, but I'd rather not stir the pot. Alright, and Monkey's best to tie her down again. This feels horrible. This is the last time we'll get to talk to each other. Truly tragic, is it not? But it must be so. I can't just accept that. Maybe we could try and get the collar off? Maybe we could barter with Brian? There's gotta be something we can do to save you. You're so determined, Mouse. It's your hamartia. Hamartia? It's Greek for fatal flaw. In Greek tragedies, as in life, everybody has one. You have stubborn determination. It will get you far, but when you get like that, you lose sight of the bigger picture and refuse to back down when you really should. I don't think that's true. It is. Well, I'm probably sure I have something like that. We all have hamartia, Mouse. It's important to learn what yours is and to be aware of it. Well, if everybody has it, what's yours? Mine? I suppose it'd be curiosity. Curiosity? That's not a fatal flaw. Ah, but Mouse, curiosity killed the cat. Don't get me wrong. Curiosity's taken me far in life. In fact, I became a therapist because I was curious about the human condition. But it's also got me in trouble before. When I was much younger, I made many mistakes out of curiosity. Some I dare not repeat. Like what? I dare not repeat them in actions or aloud. Oh, come on, you can't just say that and expect me not want to know what you're talking about. Another time, perhaps. You know there won't be another one. Then I guess I'll take the stories to my grave. Perhaps then you'll know the curse of curiosity. How rude. Anyways, I'm gonna get going and get a search. You do that. Oh, and Mouse, yes. You know you can trust me, right? Of course. More than anyone here, I can actually rely on you. More than anyone here, I know I can actually rely on you. That's good to hear. Remember that. I am frightful of the unrevealed traitor. If things go south, know that I am on your side. Of course, I know you're with us. Listen carefully, Mouse. I'm on your side. Ah, so she's on... I wasn't entirely sure how to take Monkey's last comment. So in other words, she doesn't care about anyone else here except for us. Right, of course, I was done here and made my way back to the room Pig was at. Mouse, how things go? It was good. Helped her not get excited, not get executed, which is a good thing. Cool, cool. Where should we look next? How about we look around the first floor some? If you want, sure. Great. And just like that, we were decided. We made our way down the first floor and began to search through some of the classrooms of the hallway. We searched for a while before moving into another nearby classroom. It was silent but well-paced searched. Before I knew it was midway through the fifth round. Might as well help out Monkey again. Already, there's still quite a bit of time. Yeah, but why delay the last second, you know? Alright, sure. And so I left Pig to her own devices. On the nearby classroom, then made way to the cafeteria. I greeted Monkey, untied her, and let her go. Then she returned, I tied her up once more. I was a lot more silent this time. Then I went back to the room with Pig. Monkey's good? She's good. Thank goodness for that, you know. She's given up her life for us. At least we can do is treat her right. That's what I consider it, Mouse. Well, you know, I don't think it's anything special. You just don't want to view anyone differently because of the stupid game. Even the unrevealed traitor, I don't think they're evil or anything. I don't think they're plotting our downfall. I think they're just scared. They're in an impossible situation, don't know what to do. I pity them. Oh, what an empathetic position. Yeah, maybe it's a dumb take, but that's just how I feel. There's something I want to tell you. Something I know. Something you know? I didn't expect this development, but I was more than ready to welcome it. Pig hesitated, not sure if she should speak. She gripped her tablet, pulled on Life Preserver. Then she opened her mouth. What? I couldn't register. But something just flown by through Pig's chest. No, a bullet. Pig had been shot. Pig! Once I gained my senses, I ran to her side trying to help. My first instinct was stop bleeding, but I had no idea how to do that. You're gonna be okay. Not knowing what to say. You're gonna be okay. My brain completely shut down on me. For someone lay before me dying, I had no idea to save them. I had no ability to save them. I flayed around helplessly. As she lay dying, Pig locked eyes. She held like content at peace. She opened her mouth and tried to get something. She struggled to speak, but she wasn't able to get out the words. Then she closed her eyes. She was dead. It was a cold, empty feeling. Someone had died in front of me. I don't know how to cope. I was in denial. But then instantly I moved into anger. Who had done this? I burst out the door, looking down. I hoped to catch the culprit, but I was too late. God damn. What was I doing? Trying to save an already dead? She was trying to say forget about me. I bet she was trying to tell me. Oh, she was trying to reveal that she was the other one, but it wasn't too late. One of the traitors was tied up, the rest were in pairs. Surely this was done by a traitor, there'd be no other reason, which meant the murderers split from their pair. If nobody did that, must have been Dog, who was the only person by itself. I couldn't waste time. It was imperative I narrowed down everybody's movements. Right away, I ran to the cafeteria. Mouse, what is wrong? Monkey's still tied up. Oh, thank goodness. I really don't want to have to suspect her. Pig's been shot. Seriously, that's... Mouse, are shoes okay? No, we don't have time for that. Did you see anyone head through here? I'm sorry, but I can't say I have. If she's been shot, shouldn't you gather everyone as soon as possible? That's exactly what I'm planning on doing. Very well. Wise Mouse, just like you. If you're looking for everybody, why don't you start with Tiger and Bunny? I believe they're in the classroom right at the top of the stairs. Alright, I'll do just that. Thanks for the advice. Don't mention I'm only here to help. And so I raced over the staircase. A mix of emotions were complicated and powerful. They pushed me forwards with a very determined energy. Climbing the stairs, I didn't even hear my feet touch the steps. The one was on the first floor, or the next one went the second. Like Monkey said, Tiger and Bunny were in the nearby classroom. Wasn't there also... Oh yeah, there was also an anime called Tiger and Bunny. I want to start with bad news, but something stopped me. What if one of them was the murderer? I feel it tug at my heart. It was a new feeling, a bad feeling. What is... Did either of you leave the other's sight? No. That's the point of pairing up, right? Yeah, I've been searching everywhere with each other, Mouse. Under my breath was a sigh of relief. Why? Did something happen? Pig's been shot. She's dead. The look of surprise, the concern, their face were genuine. I'm not sure why... The, Tiger's giving a thumbs up there. Neither of them were the culprit. That's horrible. Do you know who did it? No, they shot the door and ran. Damn, who could... Terrible. To shoot someone just flee, that's cowardice. Yeah, it sucks, Tiger. Anyway, I'm trying to get the group in all one place as soon as possible. A sensible approach. So saying we should head down the cafeteria? Yeah, as soon as possible. Gotcha. Alright, you go ahead and do that, Tiger. You're not coming. I'm just gonna sweep in the classes in the hallway first. If anybody's around, I can tell them what's happened. The statement gave me pause. It was reasonable enough. Bunny had an alibi when Pig was shot, so it should be fine, right? Suggesting like manipulative. Good idea, Bunny. Mind if I tag along? If you want to, sure thing. Okay, I'll go wait at the cafeteria. You guys be sure quick, right? Will do. So I partnered with Bunny while Tiger was going off on her own. Bunny and I didn't make much conversation. After all, we were keeping a quick pace. The sense of urgency still flowed. We checked room after room, trying to find the other people, but it seemed like the second floor was something of a wasteland. We made it to the other side of the building, decided to take the staircase. On the first floor, we saw a horse standing in the hallway, looking in the library. Hey, horse, there's something up to here. Actually, first was Sheep. As we approached him, he began a view inside the library. I got an answer in the worst way. Limp against the bookshelf. Sheep was motionless. But not only was Sheep, but so was Tiger. Utter shock and disbelief. Tiger lay in the middle of the library floor, bloodly. What the hell? This is... Immediately, I felt my stomach drop. It wasn't sadness or horror, it's disgust. I weakly wandered away from the scene, only began retching the hallway. I just couldn't hold it on. The scene was so vile. Sheep and Tiger dead? Dead like that? Sheep was so sweet and Tiger was cheerful. Sheep's death was bad. What's worse, the fact that I had let Tiger go down by herself. Was it my fault? Faintly, I could hear the conversation of Bunny and Horse. I need to pull myself together. They might be dead, but I wasn't. In an immediate 180, I turned around and marched up to Bunny and Horse. Horse, what happened here? Why are these two dead? I would tell you if I knew. It's awful, indeed. I felt more grief than this in you. You sure? No. Oh, well, that's honest, I guess, but seriously, what happened here? I turned to Horse. Bunny made his way inside the room again, inspect, I guess, the crime scene. I can simply tell you what I know. Sheep and I were looking around the school together. Then Sheep went to free Monkey from her restraints. Oh, so Sheep went to help Monkey like that? Makes sense. I wouldn't be the only person to recognize the situation. Well, I thought this to myself, Horse, could you speak? In her stead, I continued to search the office. It's the one right over here, near the library. Horse pointed out the door, and indeed, there was an office right by the library. I focused a lot when I'm looking for things, so I was a little out of it, but when I came back, I heard a commotion. So I left the office, and there was a source of the noise, this library. There I saw a sight before me. Before I could comprehend it, I felt a blow in the back of my head. Back of your head? Did you know someone could strike the head? Someone as tall as Horse surprised me. Believe me, it shocks me just as much as it shocks you. Anyways, the blow was strong, so it took me a couple seconds to get back to my feet. When I did, there was nobody to find. I was still left the scene. That's when you came by. See, man killed Pig, then Sheep and Tiger in a short time span. Who's this monster? As this bunny walked over. So, did a bit of investigating. If it makes it feel better, Sheep did die very, very quickly. Crushed Windpipe dead like that. I didn't find any signs a tool was used, so I guess Windpipe was crushed by hand. Must be an impressive feat of strength. Tiger didn't seem to have it so easy. Lamp on this desk hit the side of her so hard it bent. She was also bruised around her left eye. Oddly enough, there's a weird thing gripped to her right hand. Weird. Right, I don't even know how that's relevant. As for the whole thing that killed her, well, her throat was stabbed multiple times. The pen. That's horrible. Yeah, and for Tiger, someone wearing the fight to get killed like that. Pretty shocking stuff. Say, Horace, you said you came over to the library pretty soon after you heard the struggle? I did. And the blow you said came from behind. Well, that's odd to me. You see, the library only has one door for an exit. It does have another small room inside, but that's a dead end. Horace, are you the other traitor? Are you accusing me? I'm saying the evidence doesn't look great for you right now. I did not kill either. He says so sternly, so matter of fact. But we have to, if we can look at the mask, that'd be nice, because remember, Horace, for some reason, has a death mask. And it seems he has experience with having killed people before. We know this because when the time requires it, he has zero hesitation. I don't know why, for some reason it felt genuine. I couldn't believe him. I think you might be telling the truth here. Seriously, Mouse? I thought you were smart. I'll admit the crime scene doesn't look great, but would Horse really kill Sheep? Yeah? Okay, what about Pig? What about Pig? Pig was shot through the stomach, and it's not like the blow was angled particularly down. It seemed to be a straight shot, so unless Horse was on his knees, I have a hard time seeing him as the culprit. Well, that does make sense. Thank you, Mouse, for seeing reason. Anyway, we should probably go gather the others and tell them what's happened. I'll stay with Horse, maybe investigate. You do that. Once more, separate from the group. One dead, now three. We're dropping like flies, but I couldn't afford to linger. We had spent too much time back and forth with Bunny. Time we couldn't afford. I rushed up the third floor, tell them what happened. Before long, I found Rooster Knox. History classroom. Ah, Mouse, good. Glad to hear. Come, please make yourself feel comfortable. What's wrong, Mouse? Why aren't you with Pig? So Rooster was acting dumb, and Ox caught on quick. Business as usual. I can't imagine you let Rooster out of your sight, right, Ox? No, I could vouch for his location the entire time. Hey, back at you, buddy. I've been watching like a hawk. Alright, then here's what's been happening. In a few words I explained the situation. That's awful, tragic, unspeakable. Well, I guess unspeakable. I didn't think anything like this would actually happen. I guess Monkey was right to be concerned. No kidding. Anyways, I'm gathering everybody in the cafeteria to discuss things. Okay, we'll head down there now. Right, after we finish this puzzle. Rooster, seriously? People are dead. But I'm so close. Wait, what are we talking about? We found a safe, so we're trying to solve the puzzle, open it. Or more accurately, I'm trying to solve it, and he's just punching random number combinations. Hey, now let's not be dismissive. Everyone has their own puzzle-solving style. Just because you don't appreciate mine doesn't mean you have to be mean about it. Thanks for taking over the team, Ox. Well, somebody asked to. Anyways, Rooster's not wrong that we're close, and even though we need to discuss what happened, we also need to find minor trinkets. Once we finish up here, we'll head to the cafeteria. How's that sound? To be honest, I wasn't in love with the idea. I was trying to gather everyone to keep people separated. Well, as long as I stayed together, it should be fine. Alright, just make sure you don't take long. Trust me, I don't want to spend any longer in this room alone with Rooster than I have to. I'm like right here, guys. I know. And with that, I left them continue their puzzle solving. I jogged down the hallway, popping into more classrooms, trying to find more people. For too long, I ran to another unhappy pairing. Snake and Dragon were thoroughly inspecting a classroom in science where I barged in. Mouse, up. So the murders have begun. The hell? Dude, the hell are you talking about? Mouse ran in here without her partner in a distressed state. The only thing I could imagine leading such a situation would be if people had begun to die. That's freaky, and also probably not right, but I don't have time to argue about that. But it's worth you were correct that people have begun to die. Seriously, you're not shitting me? Most unfortunate. Wait, then what's the point of having this brick follow me around then? I thought it was to prevent killings. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyways, Pig was shot behind from a door right in front of me. Then Tiger and Sheep were killed in the library. Horse was assaulted. Well, what the hell's going on? That's what I'm trying to figure out. For now, I'm trying to gather everyone in the cafeteria. Can you guys head over there? Sure thing. Without so much as another comment, Dragon walked out the door and began making her way. I tried to follow her. Before that, Snake grabbed my arm. I sighed. I couldn't imagine anything good coming out of this. Yes, Snake? What's with the tone of voice? Oh, ready. You know, Mouse, I'm starting to suspect you don't like me. Snake, we're in a high-tension situation. I'm not really in the mood for your whole deal. If you got something to tell me, just say it. Okay, I was getting that. To preface, this might not be important. Already I view it as something to stretch. Get to it. Right. So recently I heard something unusual. I observed something unusual. Here's it. Before I could hear what that thing was, I was shouting. This was the second time, but in so many minutes, someone was cut off for saying something. Make it worse, it was Rooster. I was tempted to just ignore him. Unfortunately, it sounded serious. Anybody, somebody come here quick. There's our doctor in the school. Please, it's a matter of life and death. Another time, then. And with that, Snake ran towards the sounds, and I followed him, of course I did. When I got there, it was the third time, I was horrified. My momentum came to a stop as the world spun around me. Before my eyes in the doorway, Ox was lying there bleeding out, dying. Like Pig, he was not dead, but dying. His body spasmed as caught mine. They were filled with a mix of determination and fear. I couldn't keep a stare for long. My eyes dropped to the floor, where the flecks and dots of blood had spurred everywhere. Ox's neck had suffered a nasty cut, so I suppose the blood. No, my breathing was unsteady. Why were the best of us dying off one by one? Was I next? Snake to my side was nobly keeping better composure. Rooster, what happened? How should I know? Look, I was at the closet solving the puzzle Rooster style, scrambling and putting combinations. I resent that. Anyways, when this really gnarly sound effect coming from behind me, before I knew what was happening, Ox was on the ground by the open door dying. Immediately, I think to check nearby hallways, because who wouldn't? But I didn't see anything sign of the attacker, so I call you for all. Ox, I can't believe he's died like this. Nor can I. Mouse, you mentioned Pig was shot. Why then? Was Ox killed with a blade? Well, the death happened in the doorway, right? Maybe the killer didn't expect Ox to be that close when he entered, and the knife was better suited. Perhaps. Well, Tiger and Sheep weren't killed with a gun, so I don't know how well we can rely on that thought process. Maybe there are multiple killers? Oh, but Monkey's already admitted to being a traitor, and she's tied up. So there'd only be one traitor free. Oh, I didn't think of that. Why leave you alone, I wonder? Seems a tad odd. Clear because they couldn't handle my sick fighting moves, they knew to bail. And good on them. Wait, Snake, are you suspecting Rooster? If the shoe fits, so to speak. Rooster, why aren't you getting upset about this? Honestly, it's just an honor to be nominated as the master culprit. I take it as a sign of respect. Why? Well, with all the blood that shot out, the killer should have clearly gotten a bunch on themselves, and yet the only blood on me is a bit from hand when I tried to stifle the wound. So Snake probably thinks I was able to run nearby crowds and wash off and get back here to call you all over before Ox died of the slash of the lash, right? So to be thoroughly rebuked by Rooster of all people, this hurts. Look, we can agree Rooster sucks, no offense Rooster, none taken, but I don't think he's a killer. Besides, if he killed Ox, would the weapon still be here? See, Mouse gets it. Look, we really need to gather in the cafeteria and debrief. It wouldn't be too much trouble, I could stay here and investigate a bit longer. If being myself is to concern you, Rooster could stay with me. Yeah, I can do that. I'd appreciate it if you could just go to the cafeteria now, and I appreciate if I could at least examine the scene a little longer. I could swear actually I heard a crack in my brain at this point. Okay, fine, don't blame me if you get murdered. I won't. I will, though. Thoroughly done with all that, I made my way to the staircase. Things were happening too fast, it was too much. I need to ground myself again, and I made my way back to the cafeteria, praying everyone left would have conglomerated there so we could have some sense of normalcy. However, as I passed the library, I saw a scene that nearly stopped me. Nearly full. This couldn't be reality. It must have been a dream. That's the only thing that could explain quickly people were dying. But I stood on my feet. I didn't even scream. I couldn't. I didn't want to risk alerting Dragon, who was crunched over dead Bunny. The side horse also lay motionless, a bullet through his head. The silenced pistol dangling in Dragon's hand was also disconcerting, to say the least. I didn't know what to do or say, just stood motionless. However, it appears even without motion, Dragon noticed me. Instead of making a move, she continued to examine Bunny, and then she spoke. Do you know how the Red Dragons were formed? I don't know how to respond to the sudden conversation change. Nah, of course you wouldn't. Some nice lost student from a well-off family wouldn't know anything about it. See, the gang actually started out in juvenile centers. Prisons are shit, only the strong survive. And to survive, a bunch of criminals in the same area of Hightower band together. When they get out of prison, they stay together, survive together, because that's what you gotta do. As far as I'm concerned, this man's more a criminal than any of my friends. And it's guys like him that ruined my community, brought us where we are. But I mean that in a more literal sense. I knew his face from somewhere, but I couldn't place it until I was reminded. This guy's a killer, shot an innocent man, and he walks free. That's how it goes, you know? The judge doesn't sentence the cop. We also know from the other timeline that Bunny actually did not. He was simply ordered to take the fall for it, with the police station promising that he wouldn't actually get repercussions, just that his name would be on the record responsible. Come next election, the police endorsed the judge once more. Someone from that brutal psych. Well, some scum like that. Makes sense he'd do what he did. Still, I'm surprised how brutal he's been. Dragon, what do you mean? I mean, this guy's the other traitor. Really? I come down and catch this prick spanning over a horse's body, pistol in hand. Looking around pissed, but something stops me. He tells me, wait a minute, look at this, hands him a horse tablet. Generously give him the time of day. I thought maybe Horse the traitor, or some kind of self-defense. Turns out no, Horse isn't the determined personality of all. I was right. He isn't the determined personality. And I recognize that. He pulls a gun, but I'm faster at knocking out his hand, and then I give him a go uppercut. Send him flying. From there, I just beat the ever. Felt good, felt right. And who wouldn't care about it? After all, chaos, darkness, the race will tear away. Us survivors will write the truth. For good measure, I grabbed that busted lamb to choke with a core. And like that, we're saved. So he's the other traitor? Of course. Can I see his tablet then? Ah, that. It accidentally got broken, not beating the shit out of him. My bad. Accidentally, I froze. I was with Bunny and when Sheep was killed, when Tiger was killed. He couldn't be the culprit, but could Dragon. If we're looking for somebody who could break Sheep, Windpipe, who could beat Tiger in a fight, who could land a blow on Horse, our options are limited, but Dragon's one of the few who still fit the profile. Could it be? Well, Dragon's the only one holding a gun right now, so this wasn't the time to bring up my theory. Okay, then, could you wait in the cafeteria for now? I'm told to kind of gather everyone so we can clear up everything. Sure, I'll do that. And very calmly, Dragon walked out of the room and made her way to the cafeteria. I saw her start talking with Monkey, who at this point had been very out of the loop. Alright, no matter what I did next, I need more people. Snake and Rooster had long enough. I went to the nearest staircase and tried to go up. The stairs felt long. I'd be running up and down so long, but it wasn't long at all, was it? This has been happening so incredibly quickly, thinking about it. As I made it to the third floor, I felt weary. I was expecting bad, which is when I got to the classroom, I almost felt like laughing. I didn't, of course. It was just so absurd. Snake over Rooster's bloody corpse, arms coated in blood. What the hell, Snake? I sense that you're upset. What the hell? Okay, hear me out. You have a very brief moment of time. Before I get to where we're going, let me say a few things. In Rooster's story, he should have at least heard the footsteps of somebody running away. After thinking about it some more, the blood wouldn't matter much if he cut from behind. I was careful about it. I searched the classroom and found a bloody letter opener, hastily textbooks. The same letter opener currently lying next to his body. I'm getting there. Relax. Relax? Perhaps not the best advice. Just let me finish. When I showed Rooster the letter opener, he immediately lunged at me to snatch it from me. I say how very reasonable it is to assume he possesses the desperate personality. I'm sad to say Rooster does not, in fact, possess it. Oh, damn it, Snake. Like when I grabbed the letter opener, I saw killing intent, so out of pure instinct, I grabbed a textbook and sent him the side ahead. From looks of things, he would grabbed a nearby pen and stabbed... Yes, Snake, it was an honest mistake. That was murder. One could reasonably argue self-defense. One could if they were a dumbass. Now, there's no need to be rude. I don't even... How does this keep happening? Why is this happening? By that tone of that voice, I presume more victims shown up. Horse and Bunny, Dragon killed them. She did. Well, she killed Bunny. I don't know about Horse, but I'm assuming she's a traitor. I have to doubt that. You do? She was partnered with me, remember? Which means I very much doubt she had the opportunity to commit all those murders, which means the pig murder took place on the first floor in the 5th round? Yeah. Then yeah, she simply could not have done it. In that case, was it Bunny? But no, he had an alibi too. My mind started to spin. I needed to get my feet on the ground as it was. You're getting arrested for this, you know? Oh, Mouse, don't be so dramatic. Surely I can work something out. It's gonna all be erased by the chaos and darkness. The truth can be written by us the survivors. Something's going off in the back of my head, but for now, I need to keep moving forward. Cafeteria is still a meeting place. Alright, I'll head there now. Oh no, we'll head there now. I'm not gonna let people go off on their own anymore. A fair request. And so, with Snake and my Vera to my line of sight, I made my way down. Dragon Monkey was still tied up. It was Monkey, wasn't it? That's what she meant when she said she is on our side specifically. Mouse, there you are, Monkey. Seeing a familiar face set off all the exhaustion I've been holding on to catch up with me at once. Mouse, I'm worried for you. It appears you're doing an awful lot on your own. This can't be healthy. Well, dying also isn't healthy, but I'm trying to stop best I can. Doing a real good job of that. Hey, screw you. Oh, okay. Breathe, Mouse. Remember what I taught you. Breathe. That's right. How could I forget? Deep breaths. Right now, there's only 4 of us here, and one of us can't survive. A perilous situation, to be sure. There's one person because besides they're still alive, at least as far as we know. Dog. Make a shady... So like him stick around. There's a lot more to go over. Before that, I'd like to have him here. So what's going to happen? Snake, Dragon, you stay with Monkey, and the 3 of you keep an eye on each other. Keep an eye out for distant threats. I'm gonna find Dog, alive or dead. Mouse, you sure about that? Given anything that's happened, I'm finding Dog one way or another. I respect it. Good luck, Mouse. Both of their statements felt pretty hollow, but it wasn't much I could do about it. Leaving the 3 themselves and wandering off to school alone a good idea? Probably not, but what was I to do? People were dying left and right. I was at a loss. Couldn't think of the best thing to do, so I was doing this. I started looking around the first floor where Dog might be. But perhaps to be expected, I couldn't find him. Why wouldn't I? That would mean something was going on. That would mean something was going right in this hellscape of a school. This long 6th round was starting to come to a close, so I found nearby... Put my action in there. After being sure Dog was nowhere to be found, I decided to head back to the cafeteria, and something happened. Monkey? What happened? Why? Why did this? Couldn't vocalize my oncoming breakdowns. Pretty obvious what I was referring to. After all, in front of a tied-up dragon, Monkey, Dragon, and Snake lay motionless on the floor. The tablets had both fallen, blood flowing from their collars. This wasn't murder. This was an execution. I wish I could tell you, Mouse. I truly do. This is pretty scarring for me as well. Well, not that I'm out for long, but you must know something. You're sitting there. It's all pretty standard. The 2 are arguing over inanities. I had my eyes closed, doing some meditation. The sort of situation sort of necessitated it, and then all of a sudden I heard them cry out in pain, their collars. Monkey began to choke up. She struggled to look me in the eyes. I realized it was the only be broken down. I have to assume there was some sort of major trinket at work here. That's the only thing I could fathom. Of course. Major trinket would kill both Snake and Dragon. I should have asked them both more questions, and now... Mouse, this isn't advice we're giving you, but I think you need to go on the offensive. What do you mean? If I understand everything right now, it must be the dog who's used a major trinket that killed them. He's the only one else alive, right? They must have the desperate personality, and that means they seem pretty desperate. I say we need to pair up and look at what's happened. The one person who's been alone this whole time has been able to take people out one by one. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. Both Dragon and Snake were confused, ended up killing two other people out of paranoia and confusion. A pig, sheep, tiger, hawks, dragon, snake. I believe there's one suspect left. Two. Mouse, you can't be serious, can you? I know you're scared, but please take a moment to calm yourself. Consider. I'm on your side, Mouse. I've just been trying to help. The exact wording here says, I've just been trying to help. So, she's not... And I've been tied up this whole time. It's impossible for me to do anything. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Brian. Brian? This whole thing, it's all bullshit. He must have brought us here. Or then with us trapped, he was snuck inside the school and began to off us. He's a true murderer. Mouse, you're not thinking clearly, and that's understandable. It's an unclear situation. Brian, I knew never do that. Would the Brian you know host a death game like this? Yes, he would, actually. He was unwell, Mouse. I said as much. This whole design, I see him in this. It's incredible, really, how much it fits him in a horrific way, don't get me wrong. But as dark and vengeful and motivated as might have been, Brian always felt a sense of fairness. There's no way he'd break his own rules like that, and I don't think it was him to commit murder himself. Just put the pieces in place and let them topple on their own. So then, it's dog. Breathe, breathe, think about rationally, monkey made sense. My need to pin on an unexplained third party was irrational. There was no evidence to suggest something like that. Dog was the obvious culprit. So now, Mouse, you have to act. If he has a major trinket that can remotely execute people, you can't just wait here. Odds are the trinket has some sort of prerequisites required, and it's not all powerful. But that doesn't mean you can wait him out. You need to strike first. I know, but if he's coming after me to kill someone, it's not going to be pretty, but it's necessary. After this is all over, you can forget about all of it. The chaos and darkness of this race will erase what happens here. The truth will be written by the survivors. Or a survivor, I suppose. It'll be hard to live on alone, but you'll have to do it, Mouse. The idea that Dog was the traitor, that he killed all of us. So I should go with him first, right? Alright, we'll go with this since I'm pretty sure Monkey is in fact behind all of this. I'd be strong, survive. Okay then, it's simple self-defense. He killed 9 people. I'm not gonna let him make it 10. Monkey anxiously tapped her fingers on the side of the chair. Yes, Mouse, you're right. Your father would agree. This is the correct decision. It's a shame, but it has to be done. I suggest, however, that you grab the pistol from Dragon's corpse. That should give you a major advantage. Right, good thinking, Monkey. I walked to the horrific site and did the accursed act of rummaging through the dead body. Sure enough, there was the pistol. And with it, I summoned my resolve. I was here to bring back sanity. To do that, I needed to kill the madness. Of course, to do that, I need to find him. The first floor was covered, so second and the third. I had no basis to suspect he'd be on one over the other, so I decided to start checking. Lucky enough, I stumbled across him soon enough. He was sitting lazily on the couch in the student commons. The moment I saw him, I raised my pistol. Hey, well, Mouse, what are you doing? The question is, what have you done, dog? A lot of stuff, I'm being honest. But I imagine you're talking about something specific. Stop with the games, you killed 9 people. 9? Whoa, good job, me. That's the first time I'm hearing about it, though. His expression didn't falter. Was he telling the truth? No, focus. Well, she's the only one it could be. I mean, I have to imagine that's wrong, but I can tell based on your expression that's not changing your mind. Right. So you're determined to kill me before I kill you? By shooting me, yes. Huh. Shoot me with a gun that has a safety on. Bold play. Safety on? Dog made a blisteringly quick move. Before I could do anything, he pulled out the pistol. Yeah, he had another pistol? Soon enough, I collapsed. Damn, just been to your shoulder. Disarm you, know. Sorry, I'm a shitty shot. This really is on me. 10 of diamonds. Mouse confronting Dog is a bad idea for a number of reasons. Chief among them being Mouse is horrible. She's not heartless or skilled enough to take initiative. Only fired first, talk later, things will be much better, but that's not her nature, and so it won't happen. Yeah. Since we're playing an established character here, we cannot... It is not possible for us to, do anything that would break character. Wrong. Maybe if Dog really is a monster, I'd be justified to strike it first, but Dog was behind it all. I would assume so. He's the only one left, right? Just because he's the only one doesn't mean he did it. I mean, it makes it more likely, but we can't ignore all the evidence just to fit a narrative. And the evidence doesn't add up for Dog to be the killer. Why use a gun... Only use a gun when battling Pig and Horse? He certainly doesn't seem the type to crush a windpipe or beat Tiger in a straight fight. Why would he leave the pistol in the library? Dragon and Snake weren't wrong, that Bunny and Rooster's responses were suspicious. It just doesn't fit. Maybe, but I don't think anything you say is definitive. Dog might simply deceptively confident. Anyway, if it wasn't Dog, then it has to be someone already dead, right? So who? Bunny, Rooster, Snake, Dragon? Well, let's start from the beginning, right? I need to really think this through. The whole world started to break when Pig was killed. If I want to piece things back together, I need to start there. Alright, the person who killed Pig. Who could have killed Pig? Had to be Bunny, I guess. Bunny, eh? Dragon's account is suspicious. I don't think it's wrong to assume he was trying. He's accounted for a number of time periods, but he is accounted for the important time period, right? Apparently, Tiger said he was with her. Doesn't that clear him? Crap, forgot about that. It's alright, we all make mistakes. I said, I know you don't want to accept an easy answer, but doesn't dog being make sense? I guess. Okay then, simple stuff. Sheep could have killed pig. Sheep? Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense. Height matches, modus operandi, but the most importantly, she doesn't have an alibi. In fact, we have explicit confirmation she wasn't around when Pig was killed. She went and killed Pig, I don't know why. Perhaps she was the other traitor. If she was the other traitor mouse, how'd she wind up dead? I'm getting that. The mistake here is thinking this is act of one individual. Rather, this is a sequence of isolated incidents. Next comes the one who killed Sheep. Knowing what we know, the only suspect would be Tiger. Perhaps she figured out Sheep killed Pig, although I have no idea. But judging by Sheep's cause of death and the information of the other suspects, it has to be Tiger who entered the library and killed Sheep. She thinks the Sheep is still alone, but Horse is actually searching the same area as Sheep, just the library's other room. When he returns the scene, he is enraged. A brawl with Tiger, and Horse winds up the victor. Of course the Horse killed Tiger, it's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, he's the only one who could potentially beat her in a fight. One of the very few. The others might be, others like Dragon might be able to, but it requires a bit more than just a straight fight, you know? When Horse checks Tiger, she discovers she's not the traitor. Maybe he fears what would happen if he had been killing someone that wasn't a traitor. Maybe that's why he comes up with the lie about being hit over the head. Would have saved our asses in a whole lot of trouble if he was just up front, but whatever. I don't exactly know what's going through his head, and I never will. Whatever his motive, he won't fess up to it, so Bunny and Horse left their own devices. Now Bunny's suspicious, he continues to investigate, then he finds a silenced pistol, which Sheep somehow had to begin with, on her body. Judging by the fact Horse was shot in the back of the head, it must have gone something like this. Bunny asks check Horse's head, examine the exposed wound. When he looks, saw no injury. His suspicions of the Horse being the traitor were confirmed. He knew that if Horse was the traitor, the best chance he'd get, so right there, he fired. Upstairs, I just informed Ox and Rooster of mysterious deaths, and for one of those two men, this is the opportunity. I don't know why Rooster had a desire to kill Ox, but I'm guessing it was for reasons unrelated to the game. It was personally motivated kill. Alright, so yeah, there's definitely a lot more with Rooster we're going to be finding out. He's definitely a lot more than a small-time actor who's trying to act like he's a big shot. It's happened much as Snake deduced. It's quick from behind. Rooster decided to use the chaos to his advantage and pin this kill on another murderer. Fortunately, Snake would later see through the ruse, and Rooster tried to get away. Snake didn't hesitate to punch the guilty party. Meanwhile, Dragon walks in the scene with Bunny. Bunny tries to placate to show Horse's tablet, proving he was the traitor. That Bunny was right. Then Horse's tablet proves otherwise. This comes as a shock to both Dragon and Bunny. Bunny realizes Dragon's ill intent, perhaps killing intent right away. Maybe tried to pull the gun on Dragon, only to buy time to explain himself. Whatever the motivation, results in a misunderstanding, ends things right there and there. I see. That all does make sense. Well, reasoned as usual, but I must ask, what about Dragon and Snake's deaths? Surely those were caused by a major trinket? No, I don't think they were. After all, if I'm right, Dog had no part in these proceedings at all. He has no reason to target the two. And to think what actually happened might be more petty and tragic than that. Both their tablets were by their bodies. I think their fight might have evolved. One of them snatched and tried the opposite of the other's tablet. Maybe Snake thought similar to me and suspected Dragon the traitor after his story. The executed one in their dying lunge back and operated the first persons. A battle of mutual destruction. Indeed, it is possible. So then, Dog is not an enemy to be feared? I don't think so. But there's one thing that doesn't sit right with me. Oh? What doesn't feel right? Pig's death is just weird. Why? You've lied to me, right, Monkey? What? Horse said that Sheep won't want to undo you from your restraints. However, you told me nobody passed through the cafeteria during the time of the murder. Oh, that. I don't know what to say, Mouse. I have to assume Sheep made up some excuse to split up, and then she deliberately avoided the cafeteria, hoping to avoid detection from me. After all, she had the urge not to get caught, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry to doubting you. Not at all. There's no faith without doubt. Still the awkward tension. Should get to work on trying to reach the finish line. Monkey began drumming on the floor. Should be able to reach in very little time, and Dog, surely if he had any sense, if he was really alive, he would have made his way back to the cafeteria instead of fostering doubt. There's supposed to be a group meeting by now, correct? It's a true shame, but him not showing up means he's not able to anymore. Thought about it and realized Monkey was right. If Dog wasn't the culprit, then him not showing up must mean I'd be sad arriving alone. It was horrible to think about. For now, I should focus on collecting the tablets and trinkets. Collecting them I'm fine, but then I was upstairs. I could feel blades piercing my neck. What the? The paint was on fire. It was being executed, right? Dog, was my deductions wrong? Oh, thank you for the resub, Ukyo. And yeah, the Zodiac Trial is an indie VN that is based off of Zero Escape series. And I figured, oh hey, Zero Escape was one of the earlier games I played on this channel. It'd be nice to do something inspired by that. I'm definitely... I wonder how those vibes. Yeah, it does. Everyone's in a death game. The mastermind is the Jade Emperor. And there are 12 participants, each named after. It's kind of like in Arthur. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is another one of those games made by a single person. Likewise, the puzzles are unfortunately a bit simplistic. They're all text-based puzzles, and so there's nothing as complex as what Zero Escape proper had. However, I do really like the branching paths that this game has gone with. And apparently there's even one where the protagonist can end up a traitor, but you have to set up for it properly, and I'm trying to figure that out. Well, I will figure it out a bit more after I finish this particular timeline. But yeah, this is actually pretty engaging for an indie project, what I'm pretty sure was by one person. Which character are you? I am playing as Mouse. So, and I am playing an established character, so I have to be... I can only stick to things that apply to her personality. So, for example, I can't vote to screw other people in round 1 because at that point, nobody has a reason to betray anyone else yet. Betraying route makes sense yet. Sort of. You see, if I enter the betrayal route without... You see, if I... The way... I guess I can recap it real quick. Basically, at some point, the Jade Emperor, the rules are simple, that there's basically a board where everyone moves a certain amount. We can use special abilities or items to move further. There's 12 rounds in total, and whoever makes it to the end lives, and whoever doesn't die. But partway through, the Jade Emperor adds an extra rule. 2 personalities, which, as I've discovered, do differ based on which timeline you go with. It's not cow, it's ox, but yeah. It's actually, the order is actually based on the story that led to the Chinese Zodiac, since the animals that won it were all members of a race, and the rat won by hitching a ride on the ox and then jumping off at the last minute. But yeah. And depending on the timeline, one of those chosen personalities can be Mouse's, but if you don't do certain things beforehand to motivate her to betray the others, your only option will be to confess being the traitor, which of course gets her killed. A bit agony when I finally died as a relief. Alright, 10 of Hearts. A fate far trickier to comprehend than most. This requires a full understanding of the board. At any rate, one thing is simple. Mouse can't turn her head. If she discovers the true origins, this can be prevented. Alright, so... Alright, we're gonna go through the skip through here. Looks more interesting. Juné Tyson? I've never heard of that one. Is that another Zero Escape themed game? Yeah. Alright. Since Monkey confessed in this timeline, we have to. Since Monkey confessed in this timeline, they tied her to a chair in order to make sure she can't do anything against us. No, it's a novel. Ah. Alright. Pig's death is weird. Why? You've lied to me, right? Alright, now we have to find out which death here is the most suspicious of the group. Definitely not Forte 2. Ah. Well, sometimes it's good to go outside your comfort zone. It won't always work, but sometimes it's important to, experiment a bit. Alright, who's the most... Dragon Snake's death. If Snake and Dragon died like I said, there's no way you could have been ignorant of it, right, Mouse? I mean, you said you're focused on meditation, but conflict sure would draw your attention. I don't buy you calmly ignore when a dying person lunges at another with intent. Sorry, Mouse, but death's truly my responsibility. Sad to say, but I completely missed the scene you described. No, you didn't miss it. You said you heard them both crown pain. That can't be what happened. Maybe I'm confused. A lot's happened. You know how unreliable memories get in time stress? That's not the only thing I've noticed, Monkey. A chill went on my spine. Something in the back of my head was telling me to stop and not push. What did it matter? Lowering the truth won't help me. Let laying dogs rest. I was too curious. She went from Pig's murder to the library. She could have passed by the cafeteria. You should have seen her. Mouse, that's not proof. She deliberately took a route to avoid the cafeteria so I couldn't spot her. Maybe, but that's not what's weird to me. What's weird is the horse said she claimed to be going to let you free from your restraints again. That implies she also let you free. He had to input a move the round before. He doesn't write good action sequences, only good debates. Well, there can definitely be good stories that require good writing from there, in that situation at least. That place shall slay you free before, and so did I. I came right at the end of the round, which means when I helped you out, she must have already come to let you input your move. So, Monkey, why didn't you tell me you'd already input your move? Oh, there's something even more telling to me. When Horse and Sheep said Sheep left it free from your restraints, Bunny didn't even bat an eye, not a single question of clarification. Almost as though he knew what Horse was referring to, almost as though he just realized Sheep was doing what he did and stayed silent, just like I did. And that's not all. Snake's alibi of Dragon was oddly caveated. He made sure the shot happened on the 5th round, not the 4th, and that the murder happened on the 1st floor. Using reverse logic of the statement, that means if the murder happened on the 4th round, or if it happened on the 2nd or 3rd floor, Snake couldn't provide an airtight alibi. Now, why would this be the case? Perhaps did Dragon come down to help you from your restraints in the 4th round, and Snake helped you from those restraints in the 5th? Mouse, what are you implying? My explanation of the murders is right, I think, but doesn't account for why people have been acting weird. But there's one common denominator. You're having some pretty weighty allegations, Mouse, but I don't suppose you have any proof? Sorry, Monkey, but I do. It comes to with the advice you just gave me. The chaos and darkness of this race will erase what happens here. The truth will be written by the survivors. But when I heard that line, I recognized it, and then I remembered. When Dragon was justifying murdering Bunny, she said, after all, the chaos and darkness of a race will tear away all this shit. Us survivors will write the truth. Then I confronted Snake about it. He said this can be erased by the chaos. That's not a coincidence, Monkey. Don't try to say it is. Monkey, what did you do? I was the one who made Brian the way he is. What? Wild shift in tone threw me for a complete loop. I still wanted to hear what she was saying. Well, that's not quite right. He was already heading down this path, but I didn't stop him. Not when I could have, at any rate. In fact, it's possible I may have even encouraged him. What? When he talked about all these conspiracy theories about his father really being innocent, it was fascinating to me. Those weren't standard crackpot nonsense. They were really thought out. At times, I couldn't help but wonder where he was getting this information. I indulged him. I heard him out. I was aware it was wrong. It was wrong to enable him, but I just... Curious, so curious to hear what he had to say. It was just such a fascinating case, so I engaged with him on the subject. I treated his assumptions as correct and talked through them to see where he went. So instead of stopping his delusions, I enabled them until it was too late. Towards that end, I fully realized I'd gone too far, that he had gone too far. He was no longer simply in denial, that he was actively putting belief in fantasies, that his value system was corrupted. I tried to backtrack and stop it, but the final meeting, last one he showed up to, I really messed it up. Monkey, what does this have to do with anything? When I sat there, tied up, facing down death, the nothingness felt so overwhelming, so overpowering. So to distract myself, I started thinking of other things, of past meetings, of Brian's theories. And I started thinking to myself, what if he was right? What if these people did deserve to be here? My curiosity was eating at me again. Was Sheep really that naive? Was Tiger really that unstable? Was Dragon really that hateful? Was Snake really that cold-hearted? Mouse, you can't understand how easy it was to push these people off the brink. I wasn't being some master manipulator. I was simply giving them the lightest tap on the back and they fell so easily. It was incredible. It's funny. I'm the one who always preached out about keeping your mental health in check, but facing my impending, inevitable death, I think I was the one who was a little bit crazy. I looked at the pathetic, chuckling lady with pure disgust and horror. This couldn't be the person I knew. This couldn't be the therapist. It couldn't be Jay Hansen. It was some demon. Someone who drove the group to murder from the comfort of a chair. And for what? Curiosity? Was she serious? It was appalling. It was more crushing than anything else that had happened. I trusted you. You did. You always had a tendency towards codependency, Mouse. Make sure to note that to your next therapist. You're horrible. I don't even know you. You don't know me. Please. Treat the me you see before you as some pathetic stranger. I don't want to be remembered by you for this awful person this chair has made me. This accursed, horrifying, mind-tainting chair. It's rotten. Rotten. I stared at her as she squirmed, and she was trying to get free, but she was tied up tight. I didn't know what to say. I'm going to get Dog, and we're going to escape together. You do that. I started... Oh, wait, before I could, Monkey chimed up. Mouse, what? Before I finally truly meet my maker, I'm confessing everything. There's something I think you should know. About Brian? No. I was in the mood, but damn it, couldn't not ask her to go on. What is it? Go get Dog first. I think you'd be interested to hear this as well. Fine. And like that, I left Monkey again to search. It took a while, but I found him lying on the couch in the student commons area on the 3rd floor. Dog, what the hell are you doing? Oh, Mouse, definitely not napping, that's not for sure. You're telling me that all this shit's been going down, you've been down here napping? Mouse, I literally just said I wasn't napping, did you hear me? I can't believe this, we're in a death game, you have to input an action. What if you slept through a round and got executed? Well, first of all, that'd be really funny. And second, it's not like I've been sleeping, just resting. Yeah, Dog is absolutely a fatalist person, so he genuinely doesn't seem to mind if he makes it out of here alive or not. In fact, in one timeline, he actively tried to make sure no one got out alive, which suspects that he knows a bit more about what's going on than he's letting us know. sleeping, just resting. We're supposed to meet again in 2 rounds. Full disclosure, I totally forgot about that until you just said that 2 seconds ago. I couldn't think of any words. He was the only other person that was getting out of this alive. I could hear the gods laughing. I imagine I'm in for an earful now because I get down here. I wish. Oh, I filled him on everything that happened. He took it better than one would expect, which I couldn't even call surprising at this point. That's pretty rough, huh? Yeah, you're telling me. I don't know, I think I want to have a little chat with Monkey now. You know, I think I want to have a chat with Monkey now. So do I. Plus she has something important. Something important? Oh, goody. And like that, 2 of us made our way down the cafeteria. There, for the final time, I met with a shocking... Where I expected Monkey to be tied up, I went with an empty chair and jump ropes on the floor. Are you serious? Are you serious? I can't leave anywhere in the minute without anything exploding. Yeah, that's a... wow. Alright, so a total psycho escape. What's our plan now? Has she? What do you mean the ropes are off? She clearly got out of them. But look at this. Dog walked over and picked them up. These were cut deliberately. Okay, I guess she had a blade instrument on her. Mouse, you know that doesn't make sense, right? Between the chair announcements and Monkey being tied up, she was under constant surveillance the whole time. She never had time to grab a knife. So she must have gotten it beforehand, maybe? But before the traitor announcements, what reason would Monkey have to just grab a knife? Or alternatively, is there any way she could have a knife on her person beforehand? Even if she's a complete nutcase you described her as, it doesn't add up. Well, she must have cut her rope somehow. Must she have? Dog, you're not going to suggest someone helped her escape, did you? No, but I'm going to suggest someone else cut the ropes. Ooh, because I left her tied up, you were supposedly napping, and everyone else is dead. Pig was shot, sheep had her neck snapped. Tiger bled to death, ox's throat was cut. Horse was shot point blank back of the head. Bunny was beaten and strangled. Rooster was stabbed again, to death. Dragon and Snake were both executed by the collars, and no one could have freed her. Hey, I'm not here to give you an answer, I'm just saying it seems like there has to be a third party involved. It seems to me like they wanted to make it look like Monkey escaped on her own. I didn't know what to say to that. We were left with an unsolvable mystery in the wake of Monkey's disappearance. All I was left to do was gather everyone's tablets, mine our trinkets, and finish the race. The whole time I was on edge, expecting a final surprise and attack, but in the end, nothing came of it. It was a peaceful finish. No, not peaceful. Silent. In the end, only Dog and I escaped the game alive. All the others ended up dead. And Monkey ended up missing. 10 of spades. A truly nasty path for the mouse to walk. Unrelenting, brutal, and shocking. Yeah, whoever this is at the end, I'm assuming it's a Jade Emperor, but it could actually be the person who's watching these proceedings, I guess. Truly nasty path for mouse to walk. It was mentioned in one of the other timelines by Snake that there's evidence that 2 people were playing chess before this death game started, but he stated but he is the teacher who taught to the Jade Emperor, Brian, who is the one behind all this. He does not play chess, which means 2 people were involved with this, like, somehow willingly. Dog and, I guess, Monkey seem like the most viable candidates so far, since we know that Monkey was indulging entirely out of curiosity, but that's more of the point. There's too many key sacrifices with this line of play. Not to mention, it's all a bit much, isn't it? On the whole, there's not much potential with this traitor pairing. Alright. This time we're going to... Well, actually, let's go to the main menu for the moment. Death cards. How many do we have from this timeline? All but the first one, eh? Alright, so in that case, we just need to make a bad decision early on that will get us killed. I think I know which one this is. So let's head back to where let Pig free Monkey. And I think what eventually happens is... Alright, so now we don't run as usual. What was I thinking about? If I randomly decide to use my ability, it signaled the group I didn't trust them. Just testing it out, what was I thinking? What was Pig thinking? Then I thought I chose run. Time to meet up again, like promised. I would prefer to walk with Pig, but she's gone ahead without me. No problem, I'll go down by myself. I took a staircase down. Ah, Mouse, there you are. Where's Pig? She didn't come ahead by herself already? No, that's odd. Who cares? The results about to be announced. We turned our attention to TV where the results will be thrown. Shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary here. Round 6 has ended. Now let's see where everything's progressed. Alright, the Pig is where the big one is, and she's last. Pig has used Loser's Desperation. She moves 11 spaces. Now round 7's begun. Do your best, choose wisely. What? What the hell? What was Pig doing? The answer is obvious upon second thought. She was trying to win the race. Which means the person with the desperate personality is the very person I just spent much of my time with. I kicked myself for not noticing. Pig had been acting strange. I just didn't think. Well, that's it. I just didn't think. This is... Pig betrayed us. It appears the other traitors show themselves. Yo, this is bad, isn't it? She's way ahead of us. Indeed. For the person with the desperate personality to have such a powerful ability, and for Pig to use it so effectively. This is where the rare case where the single agent can effectively gain an incredible lead. So are we. Everyone settle down. Ox regain the group. This is not cause for alarm. Rather, this could be viewed as a good thing. After all, we now know who the enemy is. Admittedly, Pig has gained a rather impressive lead. However, that move she can only utilize once. At this point, her movement options are now limited. We should focus on capturing her. Say, Snake, you said your ability would prevent if someone went off their own. Do you think you could try to turn things around? Alas, I fear things may not be that simple, Mouse. The scenario I pictured is if several people act out. With a single frontrunner gaining such a lead, I am regrettably limited in my usefulness. Figures. Unfortunately, we know from the other timelines why Snake refuses to reveal his special ability to the others. It's because if everyone is on a different space, he is immediately teleported to the finish line. This is because getting 11 other people into different spaces is extremely difficult and very hard to do, so simply teleporting to the end makes it a very, very powerful ability. Yeah, although also extremely situational. Hey, this is my dragon bush should be used, right? Indeed, Dragon, you may come in handy here. After all, Pig only has one option in how far they can move this to the point. They'll run. If you Dragon breath the lane, we can prevent her from winning. Are we sure that'll work? What if she has items? She doesn't. I've been here with her the whole time. She hasn't gotten any. Well, I did hand over the minor trinkets. You what? How was I supposed to know? How many did she have? 2. Okay, so if we subtract her and Monkey, we still have enough. Sure, that's nice to know, but the important thing is all she has are minor trinkets. She can't use more than one on herself, so she's limited to moving one space. Dragon needs your ability to block off the space in front of her. Sure. As the rest of us will need to split down and search for Pig physically. Right. There's one way to stop her that doesn't involve any games. We prevent her from inputting any options by force. I know this is something none of you would like to hear, but at this point it's us or her. In a situation, we're authorized to use lethal force. Hold on, we're still not 100% sure if she is in fact the traitor. She could be a misclick. If that's the case, why'd she be hiding out? For a moment, a thought passed my mind. Is she really hiding or something else? Good point, Mouse. We're not even entirely sure. You get the chance to try and ask about her moves. But the number one priority is stopping her by any means necessary. This is a large school, but it's just a school. If we all split up and search carefully, we can find her soon. This isn't some trinket we're looking for, it's a human being, and a lot harder to hide. So if we search for her, we convene at the end of the round. And with that, everyone understood the mission. Not everyone liked it, but everyone understood it. Might I be untied at this point? It's clear that I bear in the group no ill will, and I believe I could be aid searching for Pig. Fine, but you're searching with me. It would be my pleasure. Yeah, Dragon is the only one with an offensive ability that directly hinders others. So while it would ordinarily be a problem, it's very useful if someone tries to act out, which is also why it seems odd Pig would be... Well, yeah, I guess the fact Pig used it this early shows a very big problem. If she has unfortunately shown her hand a bit early by doing it. Of course, we now know that since she spoke with Monkey, Monkey may have in fact set this up on herself, because Pig is very open to suggestion and very desperate. She's not much of a person to take charge from what we've seen from the other timelines, including this one. So yeah, I think Monkey convinced her to use her ability early, which outed her and also forced everyone else to act accordingly. I decided to search with Ox. I wasn't particularly scared for my life, but still, Ox and Monkey were probably the 2 people I trusted most, although Pig was on that list a few minutes ago, so perhaps I wasn't the best judge of the sort of thing. 3 of us began to search the left wing of the first floor. Not having spent nearly as much time searching, we covered more ground. Towards the end of the round, we'd briefly gone over the majority of the first floor. And yet Pig was nowhere. How are we not finding her? It's not like she can hide in a super secret spot. Like Bunny said, we're looking for a human, not a trinket. That means they can move from spot to spot. They can listen to where people are moving. It's basically a large game of hide and seek. Seems like Pig's really good at hide and seek then. For all we know, the other groups may have found Pig already. Were that the case, we have heard something? I suppose. I feel like such an idiot. How could I have not known Pig was the other traitor? I was searching with her. Mouse, there's no blame to be assigned here. You do not know her as a person, so you're not adjusted to her personality yet. In any case, it'll be difficult to even tell what being off looks like. Additionally, in such a perilous situation, there are several reasons one could be off. You need to detect the guilt in her offness to truly determine the answer. People greatly overestimate their ability to read strangers. Unless you're a trained professional, most can only make informed assessments of people they know, and at least somewhat. Why, my specialty is reading people, and I would not have been able to tell. Well, it's nice to hear. You always know what to say. Cheer me up, Monkey. Like I said, I know you. Regardless of whose fault it is, we need to look towards the future. Looking back is a waste of time. I know you conspicuously didn't take a side whether or not it was my fault, Ox. And on the note of looking forwards, I think we should improve our moves and go back to the cafeteria. Agreed. With a nod of her head, Monkey entered the nearby classroom. Say, Mouse, hitch a ride on me. I'm gonna stampede to get behind Pig. Why? At this point, everyone's probably gonna be looking to get as far as possible. If we capture Pig, we can reconfigure, but being close to the end gives us leverage. Okay, then. I wasn't sure about this, but I went along with what Ox said. He seemed to know what he was talking about. I hitched a ride, and the 3 of us went back to the cafeteria. There, people were lamenting the lack of progress. Shifty, did no one find her? Was everyone searching properly? Dragon, no need to be upset. The hell are you still saying to me? She's saying there's no need to get upset. We'll find her soon enough. She'll run out of places to hide. I'm actually confused as to how Monkey was able to convince Sheep to commit the murder. Sheep has been a very passive person and refuses to take a stand completely, even when she has something to say. Even Pig at least is open about will act out if given advice, but Sheep seems almost reluctant to do anything, even if when given advice. I guess that's just a testament to how convincing of a person Monkey is. She better, and like that, the television cut in. It's time to see the race. Round 7 has ended. Let's see how the race has progressed. Rat has itched. Sneaky has moved 9 spaces. Thanks to Sneaky Rye, the rat's also moved 9 spaces. Tiger has used Dive. Bunny has used Hop. The Dragon used Dragon Breath. Lane 17's engulfed in flame. Snake has run 1 space. Horse used Steady Gallop. He moved 3. Sheep used Sweet Sleep. They can make 2 extra moves next turn. Monkey has chosen Confess. Rooster has used Encouraging Crow to move the dragon 4 spaces. The dog has chosen Confess. Pig has chosen Confess. Now let's hear some confessions. First up, Monkey. What on earth? Everyone's eyes moved toward Monkey. However, she stayed silent. Her arms were firmly in her pockets. Her gaze wasn't even at the television. At the time, the Jade spoke up again. That confession was worth 0 spaces. You suck. Now accept all. Again, attention shifted, but like Monkey didn't speak. It appeared the two deliberately chose confession just to move 0 spaces, but Pig, I got worried. That confession was worth 0. You suck. Next up, Pig. I wasn't expecting her to hear anything, but faintly heard her voice. I am responsible for the online perception that Aaron Morris is guilty. A voice came from at least far, eventually at least several among the group began moving towards the voice. Initially, I planned to cover the incident from a totally opposite perspective. I planned to point out the holes in the case, including other sketchy rumors about Amadeus Bowen. We made our way to the classroom not too far. There we saw Pig nervously shouting at the window. However, I approached for a very influential media company with an absurdly generous offer. They were prepared to pay me a big sum of money, as well as get me in touch with some of their connections, and even subtly promote my works. Instantly, a horse went for the door, trying to force it open. However, for some reason, it wouldn't budge. There was one condition. I had to do everything in my power to promote the public narrative that Aaron Morris is guilty. I moved close to the window and saw that somehow Pig had found a bike chain. She used in conjunction with the fixture on the wall to lock herself in the room. The media company seemingly had no connection with Amadeus Bowen, and yet I knew this offer was shady. Of course it was shady. How could it not be? But I took it anyways. I posted article after article slamming Aaron Morris, talking about how incredibly guilty he was. I used sock puppets and false accounts to spread his work as far as I could. And if I saw any online article talking about the opposite view, I'd spam them with garbage and flag them as misinformation on social media sites. My method produced results, and when I showed them my employers, they were pleased. I knowingly helped perpetuate the potential injustice simply to outline my own self as cautious. I'm selfish, despicable, scum, only cares about herself. That final cry went silent. Was this true? To be honest, it sounded plausible, and it sounded bad, which meant that confession was worth 5 spaces. You're horrible. That's all the confession we have for this round. Now round 10's begin. 5. Damn, we were playing for fools. It doesn't matter, we're ending this now. Horse readying himself, preparing to slam the door. He run ahead first, deal with Pig himself in this situation. Hold on, Horse. Let's think about this. What's there to think about? Barging can be dangerous, and isn't necessary. It isn't? Why would it be? She's out of options. We can't escape without her. Take a calm and think about the situation. Horse ran me by. Horse stared at me for a few seconds. With a sigh, he took a few steps from the door. Okay, cool. Let's just think about this. Mouse is right. Think about rationally. This is not an immersive rush. The confession took us off guard, but it's a one-time use thing. Now she truly only has one option. We could definitely get her with the dragon breath. Just then, though, Pig shouted out, Monkey, if you want to end this, input that. Oh, damn it. In an instant, Dragon covered Monkey's ears and tried to bring her away from the door. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done. Did you hear the numbers Pig said? Unfortunately, I did. Ah, truly a shame. I believe we must kill. That's why. What? Snake, how could you say something like that? You're really just gonna kill one of us like that? It's the only way to guarantee Pig gets hit by the dragon breath next turn. Any other method is imprecise. So suggest we commit a murder? Snake has a point. I mean, since Monkey's gonna be executed anyways. Sheep, you too. I mean, the Snake's one thing, but you? I understand the impulse some of you have. However, you're hearing Pig's outburst. The threat of imminent death clouds minds. How about we take a moment to breathe in and out? That's better. Now then, let's explore the facts. Right now, you're feeling scared, and that's okay. The fear is tempting you to make actions you otherwise would not. However, I implore you to think about this logically. Have I not already proved myself to be on the side of the group's survival? What reason would I have to go along with Pig's absurd request? We can never really know for sure if you're on our side. People lie, people lie all the time. It is true, people lie, but sheep don't people lie for a reason. What reason do I have? So I could survive. Nobody could just accept death. Not somebody like you. You're right, sheep. Death is not something we can accept easily. Even now, fear gnaws at me, and the fact I'm able to face my fate with my head held high is an exception, not the standard. You're just saying that. Okay, let's recount the facts. By simply inputting the code, I would not be able to escape death. Rather, I'd be moved forwards, taking me out of last place position. I would need to secure my own safety. The only person I could help by inputting the code is Pig. I would be killing not only the group, but myself by going along with the request. So you see, there's no possible way to take that action. Sure, you wouldn't input the code, but your ability, I'd let you use Rooster's encouraging crow, would it not? With that, you could just send Pig to the finish line without moving yourself. That is true, I suppose, but I have no intention. I promise I shall input what you wish. Ah, but the trick of the matter, we have no way of verifying until it may be too late. And to be honest, Monkey, I can't buy your little self-destructive act here. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't think someone could be down to take a dive. I mean, we all know I would be. But last round, you confessed nothing, correct? The only reason I can figure doing like that is because you wanted to remain in last when Pig finished. At the very least, I thought that must have been the back of your mind. Pig looked around the room, gauging our expressions. Then with heavy eyes, she simply shrugged her shoulders. I would argue more, however, but merely look at you, I can tell it's decided. Very well, then do what must be need to be done. Hold on, are you serious about this? No, she couldn't seriously just be accepting, right? She's gonna die anyways. He's to kill her ourselves. That's horrible. We can't do this, Mouse, please. It's better this way. No, this is wrong, isn't it? Is it? If it ensures the group's survival, I don't think so. So if anything's cool that helps the most people, Mouse, resistance this shows me you haven't accepted the fact that one way or another, I'm going to die here. So please, resign yourself. I knew Monkey was right. I felt tears begin to water. I took a seat and recursed myself from the conversation. Still played out the other side. They began to argue what was needed. I hope you realize that you're asking someone to harm you, Monkey. I'm aware. Is this not the group's will? If I propose it, I may have the obligation to handle things myself. No, I can do it. Are you sure? If I must. I should just stand back. I can experience violence. I can handle it. Have you killed before? No, but I got pretty damn close. How hard can it be? Incredibly hard. We're talking about who's the best for equips with this thing. I'm a cop. I always prepared to take a shot if I need to in the line of duty. Oh, I bet you're itching for it to make the shot. Everyone's silence. I'll do it. Rooster, you're an actor, right? I am. That's exactly why I need to do this. I'm afraid I don't follow. Actually, murdering someone with my own hands, that's something I can tap into. If I do this, I could become the greatest dramatic actor the world's ever known. This is exactly what I've been missing. It's what'll bring me over the top. Rooster, I don't know if this is the sort of thing you want to be able to tap into. Ox insists, let me do this. I can do it. After a brief silence, it appeared no one would contest him. Very well, Rooster, you do the deed. For the sake of everyone, I ask to be taken out in a separate room. Why is that? I can say with a fair amount of certainty that seeing my dead body would be scarring. It would be for the best if we shield the site as many people as possible. Aye, Monkey. Oh no, they're working together. Alright, Monkey, just come with me in the nearby classroom and get the job done. Hold on, I don't know how much I like the two of you being there. Seems suspicious. Very well, Bunny, you can come. Me? As you said, you're a cop. You'll likely suffer the least mental damage just watching things unfold. Alright, if it'll help. Like that, Bunny and Rooster walked over to the nearby classroom and shut the door. 2 or 3 minutes passed, then Rooster exited. Instead of addressing us, he walked by. He grabbed a kitchen knife and returned to the classroom as I saw his face. Didn't look good. Not that I was one to talk. I could only imagine how sick I looked to the others. After a bit, Bunny and Rooster exited the room. Both looked shooken up. Still, Ox went down to business. So, it's handled. Yeah, there's a doorknob. Here's the proof. Bunny held up the tablet. However, as we turned on, it became clear the tablet belonged to him. It was Monkey's information button. The screen changed. Monkey, see Monkey do. It showed Monkey's personality written content. She really was doomed from the start. That personality and her personality. She never had a chance. I silently cursed Brian with all my might. Damn him for putting us through this, for putting such a kind woman through this. A woman dedicated to helping others. Damn him. If I escape this place, but no, I couldn't think about that now. Now I need to move forwards. So whether or not Pig uses the trinket, she's truly trapped next round. This gives up 3 rounds whether she'll be unable to move. After that, she can move 1 space again, but again, we can Dragon Breath that area. Essentially, if we're smart about this, we can lock her out the entire game. What a shame. Had she simply held off racing ahead for 1 more turn, she'd have a realistic shot at escaping. As it stands, she's entirely out of options. Wasting 6 turns being burned is simply a penalty she can't afford. You would have thought she'd have thunk things through a little better, huh? That's what feel do to you. This question now is whether or not Pig will finish in time. It's whether all 10 of us can finish together. To answer that, we need to take stock of our current trinkets. Everybody place the trinkets you have. Everyone compiled in a small pile. 5? That's it, really? Man, we suck. If we split up, perhaps we'd have found more. Technically, we found 7, but Mouse that Pig found 2. Are we seriously still on that? Yes, let's move on to more relevant matters. Naturally, we're going to need more than just these we want to get out together. I thought about what Ox just said. I remembered the state of the board. I remembered 5 rounds we had left. Did we need more trinkets? Was it possible to get 10 of us and then what we had? What's to say? Yeah, at the very least we need a few more. We don't have a ton to spare, though. I think it's Ox's wrong is the right, because we can do something. Hold on. Huh? Actually, I don't think we need to spread ourselves thin like that. We can succeed with what we have here. Explain. Alright, so look at this. I walked over the television screen used to illustrate my reasoning. In round 8, I'll hitch a ride on Ox. He'll stampede again. Tiger and Bunny will just run. If Dragon will stay still and fire breath again. Snake will just run. Horse gallops 3 spaces. The sheep will have all 3 of our actions. Sweet Sleep, give her a total of 7 actions next turn. I can do that. Nothing says you can't. Rooster will use Encouraging Crow and Snake. Then we can use Monkey's tablet, Encouraging Row, Rooster. But Monkey's dead. Yeah, but that doesn't mean her tablet doesn't work anymore. Dog will run once. Pig will get burned. Next, we'll look at round 9. Ox and I can simply run each. Tiger, Bunny, and Dragon will use their minor trinkets, moving 4 spaces each. Horse will run using 3 spaces. Sheep using all 7 will move a total of giving him 50 actions. Yeah, Sheep's power is extremely strong. Rooster uses his encouraging crow on the person furthest behind, that is Bunny. Then we use Rooster to bring up another 4 spaces, copying encouraging crow with Monkey. At this point, the closest person in front of Dog will be Tiger, 7 spaces away. So using his rapid leap, he can move all the way where Ox and I will be. Pig's burned. So far so good. Round 10. Ox and I will run. Tiger, Bunny, Dragon, Snake each use a minor trinket. Each move 4 spaces. Horse gallops 3 spaces. Sheep uses all 15 of her actions to Sweet Sleep, giving her a total of 31 actions next turn. This seems like a little much. Rooster uses Encouraging Crow, moving her 4 spaces closer. Monkey uses it on Rooster, moving him 4 spaces closer. Dog just runs, Pig is burned. This is where things get tricky. Not really, we just need to be coordinated and trust one another. Which we now can. Ox, Tiger, Bunny, Dog, and I will run 1 space. Dragon, Horse, and Rooster use minor trinkets. Sheep gets 63 actions next turn. Monkey, make sure to use Encouraging Crow still available, and use it on Sheep. Is that allowed? I remember the wording Brian used. It should allow it, and Pig is still burned. Finally, 12, our last round. Ox and I run to the finish line. Tiger, Bunny, and Dragon use minor trinkets. They all go to the finish line. Horse gallops safely to the finish line. Sheep uses all 63 of her actions to zoom right into the finish line at the speed of light. Doesn't matter what Rooster does. What matters is that Monkey uses Encouraging Crow and Rooster to the finish line. Dog runs, and from there, Pig can do what she wants. 10 people have already tied first. That can't be undone. So you're saying? I'm saying we've already won. We've identified the traitors. There's no reason to distrust anyone in the group. We have everything we need right now. We can stay in the cafeteria, taking turns in, put the rest. Pig, the alive threat, is trapped in that room over there with no recourse. She'd have to take on all of us trying to escape, which is not happening, and we can make it in the end exactly within the time limit. The game, set, and match. Everyone looked nervously toward each other. No one wanted to believe something miraculous, but it was. There was no reason for some grand climax, some tense finale. We just need to follow a simple set of orders, and all 10 of us would make it out alive. We'd beat Brian's trusted game. Well, I think we will hand to Maoist for helping us sort that out. Oh, me? It was no trouble at all, just logistics sorting. Yes, that was actually very impressive. Everything's tracked. I think we can just stay here and do that. That's what we did. It was an odd, ominous feeling. In theory, we already won, and there shouldn't be any reason this wouldn't work. But no one exactly would be celebrating until we were actually out of this demonic building, so we all just stood around in odd silence. We kept an eye on Pig's door, made small talk, and that was mostly it. Everyone followed the plan to a T. Round 9, 10, time passed. In my mind wandered to strange places. Despite what had been said, what I'd been shown, I didn't see Monkey's dead body. I wanted to confirm it was real. Ultimately, what to do? Check the body. Curiosity got the best of me. I strolled over, saw the deed. I don't know what I was expecting. I saw Monkey lying face first. There was a bit by her neck, but more by her stomach. I had gotten a clean enough look. I immediately walked away. Why did I want to look at that? What perverse impulse? Thank goodness I have been more gruesome scene. Curiosity had me say I moved away from the body. Time passed. Then I heard some noise come from the room Pig was occupied in. Bunny and I, who were nearby, wanted to check it out. As soon as I looked in, I realized something was wrong. Pig was collapsed, spasming, gripping her throat. Soon enough, she stopped moving. I also noticed the bike chain was no longer blocked. Without thinking about it, Bunny immediately went in the room. I wanted to stop him, but he didn't give me the opportunity, so instead I just followed him in. Wasn't sure what I was looking at. A glass bottle filled with something broken right by Pig's body. Her neck was badly burned by some sort of chemical. It was disgusting. What happened? Then my attention turned to a nearby desk. A note had written with a lot of writing. I realized Pig had written it. What is this? Some will of some kind? Pig did this herself? I began to read it, but Bunny looked over my shoulder. To whoever ends up reading this, if you're currently reading this note, this means I am dead. How scary to think about. I'm hoping it didn't come to this, but thinking realistically, I really have to accept the possibility. Currently, I'm out of options. I'm going to be executed. In the end, I'm not going to just skip dying. With the chemicals I brought, I tried to create something that'll burn through the collar on my neck. If I'm careful, maybe I'll be able to get this off, but I guess that didn't work, huh? Since I'm now, dead, I guess this acts like something like a will. Whoa, it's kind of weird. You only get to see this sort of talk in TV shows and movies. I never thought there'd be an applicable use to this sort of preface, especially one in my life. That's a bright side of dying. I get to go out in a cool way. Anyways, I have a lot of explaining to do. I don't even know where to begin. I've read so many articles, it's gotten to the point where writing is second nature to me. Words sort of effortlessly blurting out with me having to think about it. I got the structure down so well I wouldn't even have to think about it, and here, perhaps the most boring thing I'll ever write, I'm struggling to think of what to write. It's funny. That's not even true. I'm not struggling. I'm rambling, which is worse, in a way. I'll take a second draft at this, but I don't think I have the sort of time, so this is going to be a stream of consciousness. I haven't lived a great life. It's not something I have trouble admitting. I mean, I've kind of known this about myself for the longest time. I just never really stopped to face it. That is until I made sure I got that 5-space move in the confession. Perhaps that's why Brian put the mechanic in. Everything I said there was true, by the way. I had both remorse and excuses, At the time, I really needed to make ends meet. I'd only just begun living up on my own until this point I was doing wasn't sustainable. My parents didn't support my ambitions in the slightest. The rest was habitually late. So when I was offered a proverbial deal with the devil, well, horror as it might be, I accepted it without a second thought. I mean, if not me, others would be contacted. The fact of the matter is, nowadays there's countless people holding on these spider threads, any one of them desperate to move even slightly higher. It's Econ 1 when the supply is so much bigger than demand, prices fall to the floor, people fight for scraps, and the deal I got was more than scraps. Properly compensated, given tons of connections. My public evisceration of Aaron Morris gave the life I have today. Aaron Morris wasn't the last person I took down. It's not like I haven't been approached with deals like that ever since. Just a simple fact of life, people are just waiting for others to fall. If you treat life like a zero-sum game, as most do, then anyone falling lifts you up, at least somewhat. Roche says Schadenfreude. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not that easy. If it was that easy, then a vengeance would help people going after rough times, but statistically it doesn't. And my constant drive going forwards, growing bigger, I didn't even stop to consider what I was doing. I guess I always thought I'd stop to think about what I really wanted, what I should be doing when I had control of my life. Before I could even blink, I'm now at the end of it. The truth I've learned far too late was my thinking was flawed. Really, you always have control of your life. You make decisions every minute of every day. That is control. What else would you call it? Waiting for a good time to stop and make a conscious decision of how to direct your life of luxury we don't get to have, because there's one time we don't have control of, when we're dead. Man, I could write a good article with that thesis now. People would love that self-help crap. I really hope this note never gets read, but that's not currently, is it? The other thing I want to do now is apologize for my actions. I wasn't ready to accept it, simple as that. Initially, I wasn't sure what to do. I might have just done nothing until it was too late, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that wasn't right. If I just finished first, I could keep moving forwards. Who cares what happened before that? Chaos and darkness, the race will erase what happens here. The truth will be written by survivors. Oh, so yeah, she was given advice by Monkey. For all the cops care, Brian decided to execute you all for any number of reasons. It was that flawed reasoning that infected my brain and drove me to this point. Only after being trapped in this room do I realize how horrible I've become. But this note I have a final request. You're probably just gonna crumple it, but I'll give it a shot. Don't tell anyone what I did here. Just say I also gave myself up and then I let myself be killed. Give me a more honorable death. I don't want my legacy to be a failed coward dying alone in a room by her own failed escape attempt. I have a pathetic enough life. I just want a better death. Too big an ask, isn't it? Oh well, once again, I am sorry. I really am sorry. After that, there was a brief, yes, which caught my eye, but other than that, much else. I stood there unsure what to do. What should I do? What could I even do? This is the last testament of Pig, a person just like any of us. She'd written this right before trying something really stupid, something that ended up getting her killed, and now... I guess we should bring this to group. Bunny, who read the note, nodded his head. I agree. And like that, I returned to the cafeteria and gathered everyone. Then I read out what Pig had written to everyone. Well, everything minus the postscript. After I finished speaking, nobody knew what to say, is what I thought would happen, but one person made their pun and... Ah, fuck that note. That bitch tries to kill us all, and the moment she fails, she no-toes. Like I'm gonna cover for her. Dragon found an unexpected ally in the form of Tiger. Yeah, sounds like the desperate plea from Pig, very much like her. But I don't intend to do favors those who try to kill me and my allies. In addition, we should be asking us to lie to the police about a fairly serious incident. I see no benefit. Oh, but couldn't we at least omit some of the stuff Pig did? She was probably just scared for her life. No one ended up dying, so no harm. Just because nobody died, your action should be forgiven. I think it would be better if there was a bit more forgiveness around. It is an interesting quandary. Were we to lay the facts out as it is, Pig would likely be painted as a villain by the media, perhaps just as much one as Brian. I mean, the story's too good, not to mention she's semi-relevant online presence. People would eat it up. I, for one, see no sin in a careful omission of facts if it is to protect one's dignity. Honestly, I harbor no ill will towards Pig. She was dealt an unfortunate hand, played a game best she could, and knew when to concede with grace. I couldn't stay silent. What to say? I don't think this matters, honestly. I think we owe Pig at least this much. She was a victim of Brian. For all of her actions under the circumstances to define her, I don't think that's right, and I don't think that's fair. Simply think about it rationally, simply not telling everyone what happened shouldn't matter too much. I'm inclined to agree. Peg's actions are hardly relevant to the case. I believe not much would be lost by simply skimping. As a police officer, I get behind that. It sounds like we're gonna hide the truth then? I guess. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems Bunny is indeed a pretty corrupt cop in the end. He wants to fix it, but he's not actually doing anything. He's just going with the flow, hoping he could fix things that way, but it's not working. I do believe him when he says he's going with the flow of the corrupt precincts, hoping that he could eventually fix it, but I also don't think he doesn't realize that it's not going to work doing it that way. Y'all a bunch of whips, but whatever. If that's what the group says, I guess that's what we're doing. And so our course of action was decided. We fulfilled Peg's last request. As soon as the conversation begun, it ended. Time passed, we stuck to the plan. No need to deviate. No traitors or complications, just rules. Eventually, it was near the end of the final round. I stood in the corner of the cafeteria, bouncing thoughts in my head. There was a lot to think about. Eventually, Dragon walked over. I know this might be weird coming from me, but are you okay? Are any of us? True enough. This really messed me up, I can tell you that much. But you look different. You look like you're thinking again. I'm always thinking. Most people are. Now it's a lie if I've ever heard one. You don't hang out with the right people. Sounds like I hang out with exactly the right people. Oh, the dumb ones are much more fun. Anyways, what are you thinking about? The note Pig left us. It's had a postscript. Oh? Thank goodness I found it, or else I fear the note might not have seen the light of day. And then it was a PS. I leave this last section as an apology to Brian. I don't know what to do with this information, but if there was really something hanging out work of the trial, I figure I should say it. Before my motives changed, when I was really looking at the case, I did my best to follow the money. There's a saying in journalism, follow the money, you see the full story. Now, there's a limit to what I could figure out of my position. What I'm about to say isn't based on hard evidence. In fact, I bet at this point it's impossible to even find what I'm talking about. Probably this is solid, and the trial confirms it for me. This trial confirms it for me. The victim, Amadeus Bowen, made a lot of hidden transactions. A lot of them are connected to people here. With the prosecutor department that Ox works in, the police precinct that Bunny works in, and the bar that Dog works in. He employed Sheep. He commissioned Snake for art. He was making business deals with Tiger. There's evidence that he gave money to a construction worker and took money to the parents of an aspiring actor. This was all happening up until October when he was killed. The only people I can't remember finding any connection to are Mouse, Dragon, and Monkey. I don't know what this means, but I don't know. I feel I should write it down as well. So, sounds to me like everyone here is dirty. I admit it doesn't sound great, but dirty of what? Dirty of something. I think it might be a mistake to connect everyone here just based on this. I mean, for one, it's based on shaky evidence, Pig's memories of her unproven investigation. And more to the point, look at everyone's personalities, their backgrounds. Do you really think they could all be in on anything? I was like, Pig said in the note, the fact that all of us are gathered means it's gotta be proof of something. Is it? Oh, what do you mean? I've been thinking about this for a bit. How did Brian get his hands on this information to begin with? He definitely isn't old enough to do this sort of investigation when this sort of thing happened. Right, he was just a child at the time. And even now, a high schooler shouldn't be able to get their hands on all this information, especially if it's being buried like Pig claimed. Right, the reason Pig was able to find it is because she's a journalist who has done this sort of thing before, so she knows exactly what people do to hide this sort of thing. Brian would have no access to this. Yeah, well, a high schooler also usually can't set up a damn death game. We're clearly not dealing with your average kid. The people Pig talked about are all here. That can't mean nothing. Alright, in that case, why are you here? Huh? If we're really all brought here for good reason, what's your connection to this? I'm telling you, I don't have any. Really? The only person that even looks somewhat familiar to me is Dog, but I can't place him. Beyond that, I've got nothing. There wasn't much more to say after that. Thinking he didn't pause time. The round ended and the board updated. To be honest, I couldn't even bear looking at the cursed thing. From the start, it's more trouble than it's worth. All that matters was the announcement. Finish line has been crossed. The winners are Rat, Ox, Dog, Tiger, Bunny, Dragon, Snake, Horse, Sheep, Rooster, and Dog. Congratulations. Anyone who's not won has lost. Prepare for execution. Last words are a non-threat. After all, the only people who hadn't won were already dead. Then the collars all became undone. We were free. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, right before I could fully celebrate, a voice came to stop my heart. Congratulations, contestants. You've achieved a peaceful ending. I did not have to execute anyone. You lucked out. The affected personalities were two... oh, I can't say that word because this is going to be on YouTube. Two self-destructive idiots willing to take one for the team. Brian. I don't know what game you're watching, prick, but I wouldn't call Pig that. She ended up taking herself out, did she not? But I suppose that's aside from the point. I can't say I'm overly pleased with this outcome. Two of the lighter criminals are dead. Don't get me wrong, they both deserved it. One perverted justice, the other refused to see the truth. But still, I can't help but feel the larger criminals got away. If you wished to kill us, you could have done so. Yeah, not satisfied you didn't get to appease your murder boner, you little shit. Talking a lot of shit because things don't work out the way you planned? Do not misunderstand me. This is an unintended outcome of the race. Everyone is given the chance to face justice for their sins. Sometimes you roll lucky. So we weren't lucky, I don't think. We just beat your game. You all seem awfully cocky for a group who just lost 2 of their members. We had at least 2 people. It was your dumb rules. Blind men truly are jesters, those who can see. Now then, until we met again. Just like that, the voice went away. The bent superiority in Brian's voice left us pissed to end, but we couldn't dwell on that. Like it or not, we won. We may have lost Monkey, but 10 of us did not die. Yeah, that might have been as good as I could hope in such a shitty situation. In the end, most of us escaped alive. This was a good ending, at least. King of Spades. If nothing was found in the first 3 rounds but Sheep's clothing, Pig will be assigned as a role that forces her to act. She's a coward and pushed to the limits will try and escape by herself. She doesn't have in herself to kill, but will instead resort to letting the game mechanics do the work for her. In all likelihood, this plot will be thwarted, and a majority of the cast will be spared. The scenario makes fulfilling the objective particularly challenging. After cleaning up the fact will be difficult. No, this may not be good enough for Mouse, but this may be good enough ending for Mouse, but it won't for me. Alright, so yeah, the person watching here is interesting. I see, so there's a path split here. Alright, so there's a path split here based on whether we choose to do something ourselves and whether or not we free Monkey. So first of all, let's do all ourselves, and I hesitate for a second. I don't know if that's the case anymore, Monkey. What? I mean, you're great and all, but you know you're kind of traitor. You outed yourself, but I didn't know what to say. I felt shame in my dark suspicions out in the open like that, but I couldn't lie. She was the most outside. Oh, Mouse, I understand your thoughts, but at the very least, I thought you could see I barely group no harm. And with that end point, I end our conversation, make my way back. Ah, Mouse, how things go? It was fine. Monkey's good? She's good. Thank goodness for that, right? She gave up her life for us, so we can do tree right. Let her consider it. Well, you know. How? What? I couldn't even get a coherent thought. I just fell aside. A bullet. Okay, so whether or not the monkey knows we trust her is whether or not she convinces sheep to shoot either us or pig. A butterfly effect might put mouse in the bullet's path. There isn't much that can be done to stop the killer before they strike, but perhaps their target can be redirected. Yep. You can do it, horse. Get in there and teach Pig a lesson. He nodded towards me. Just like though he slammed. The chain lock held with just a single shove. It was clear horse would be able to break through soon enough. I sort of expected him to keep slamming into it like he did, but after the first strike he changed course. He began kicking the door hinges with the might of a sledgehammer. Before long, the castle gate was open. Without a second thought, horse stormed in. He didn't wait long to question why the room was suddenly filled with some sort of fog. Fog was soon to fill up a room, actually. Was there a fog machine? No. It wasn't the fog. It was quite that dense. Lucky for me, I was observing from a distance. For a horse to run straight into it, he felt the effects almost immediately. His entire form began to sag, and he walk around the center desk but stumbled. He tried to turn around but tripped on himself. Once he knew he was on the floor, he struggled to pick himself back up. With the horse out of the way, he could finally see the source. It was coming out of a high density from a beaker sitting in the middle of the room. Did Pig set this up? There were a lot of chemicals in the lab back on the 3rd floor. I knew she wanted to be a chemist or something, but create something like this was ridiculous. And I didn't know what other explanation there could be for the sight. That was all I could think about before the flash. In an instant, something bright flashed. I lost my vision. Was that a flashbang? Did Pig create a flashbang? By the time I regained, I caught the tail end of Pig, who had apparently pushed her way through the doorway, is now sprinting. Immediately I began to run. I wasn't the closest, though. Dragon was in pursuit, and Bunny was already pulling ahead of me, but at this rate it was inevitable Pig would be captured. But she thought her escape route this far ahead. Shouldn't be expecting this. As if to answer my own thought, she immediately turned around mid-run and threw 2 things at once. A bucket, which was apparently carrying her with her by the chest as she ran, which filled with tar-black substance, and a vial of something else. I don't know what it was, but what I do know is the bucket spilled all over the floor, and the vial crashed into it, burst of flame spit in the hallway. Luckily enough, Bunny and I were far enough to get out of the range. Dragon, on the other hand, had kept her mind single track and ran to the liquid lit on fire. As the flames split up, she cried out. I expected Pig to use the distraction, but apparently Pig was full of surprises. Instead, she ran forward, slammed into Dragon while grabbing hold of the tablet. Result, Pig was able to flee the fire with Dragon's tablet. I even heard her shout something. I'm sorry. Noted Pig. Dragon, on the other hand, stumbled back. We had to act immediately. Bunny looked at the situation. After a brief pause, tried to gooch around the fire to keep after. For my part, I risked the flames, tried to pull Dragon out. Unfortunately, Dragon got some black substance on her clothes, and it continued to burn. Ooh, yeah, chemical fire, unfortunately, can't be put out by water. You have to smother it. A chemical blanket's usually the way to do it in a science lab, I believe. I pulled off Dragon's jacket and jeans in an effort to stop it. At this point, the others had caught up with me. Sheep and Snake both helped the effort to save Dragon. When all was said and done, she was badly burned, but not dead. Not dead yet, anyways. However, we have to find Pig and fast. We don't have the luxury to discuss a strategy. Haven't immediately split up. Unfortunately for us, Dragon's tablet was our only way of trying to stop Pig, so we needed to capture her. Hey, that's not right. Dragon used her Dragon Myth last turn, so shouldn't Monkey have access to it? You're right. Oh, look at that. I can stumble on being useful now and then. Okay, Monkey, use Dragon Breath on the lane. The rest of us need to split up and search for Pig, pronto. And like that, we broke off. We were in a panic state, searching the school, trying to find her. I found a row of classrooms, decided to check them out one by one. A mistake. As soon as I grabbed a handle, it was over. I honestly can't describe what happened next. In mid-seconds, I was lying on the floor dead. That was a blessing in disguise, because I'd searched everywhere. I would have eventually made a much later fate. I gotta pass on, lucky me. King of Hearts. Don't underestimate prep time. Say what you will, Pig has an incredibly creative mind and a lot of knowledge. With Tempo on her side, she can devise a plethora of tricks. Stop following in her pace is a recipe for disaster. That's interesting. So that's the one right before the Pig's ending there, but then the one right before. Sneaky right onto Pig. gets me dead, so... Alright, Ox, at the very least we need a few more. We don't have a ton of time to spare, though, then we'll have to work fast. Since there's no more threats, we can split up school and find what we've missed. Is that okay, leave Pig alone? Sheep's right, we need at least a guard. She might be trapped, but a major trinket could turn things around. I stay here, make sure she doesn't try anything shifty. If it's alright with everyone, I'll stay here, too. Think I can handle? Of course not, I just think it's better to have at least 2 guards. Can't I get someone I can actually stand? I think our difference is make a suit to work together. Really? I'm just gonna nip this in the bud now. Dragon Bunny, you two stay here and make sure Pig doesn't try anything. Everyone else split up. Everybody nodded. It was a solid plan, likely to work. Alright, reconvene here. That way we can coordinate our moves based on how many trinkets we have. And that begin a search. I searched hard, went through a number of classrooms and language, hall on the floor. Actually did come across one safe, but once I solved the puzzle, it wasn't a minor, but a useless major, only good for harming others. Only good for killing others. And now, we need to turn to regroup. What a waste of time. I was disappointed with myself, but what could you do? There's still plenty of time to search, and everyone was on the same page. Things had definitely gotten hectic, had gotten dark, but finally it was in fact checkmate. However, as I walked back to the cafeteria with everybody, discussed the moves, I noticed something troubling. By the door, gunning Pig, Dragon was gone, and Bunny was in a bad state. Bunny, are you okay? What happened? I'm fine, fine. We should have underestimated Pig. What do you mean? Did she do this? 2 guards, closed the door, wasn't enough. We were caught off guard, and she threw something out. I don't know what. All I know is it blinded Dragon and I. Next thing I know, I felt I was being shoved. By the time my vision recovers, Pig is running down the hallway holding a tablet. You know how I was holding on to Monkey's tablet? Oh no. This could be happening, could it? Oh yes. We tried to chase after her, but she managed to set off a fire in the hallway, blocked us off. Start a fire? Don't look at me. Anyway, Dragon's still searching. It may be too late. Instantly understood. Alright, I'll help look. Bunny nodded at me. I ran over the nearest... staircase. There wasn't much time left, and it's likely Pig already made her move. Still, I couldn't sit back and die. What were Dragon and Bunny doing that Pig could get the upper hand on them? No, I couldn't think like that. After all, it's my fault for not insisting on more guards. I mean, we had 10 people. Surely we could have spared 3 or 4. Spread them out. That would have been better. What happened? We were cocky. We assumed it was at the end of the line. In desperate moments, rushing around the school reminded my father. On more than one occasion, I had a decent lead on him. I felt confident I would finally beat him, and in every one of those situations, he'd have pulling come back through a bizarre checkmate I didn't see, a checkmate I didn't think possible. That's what this was. My father was an opponent I never ended up beating, and now I never could. Before I had that thought, it was because he was dead. However, the first time, there's another reason I couldn't say that with confidence. When the round ended, I was in the empty hallway, still searching, but I heard the announcement play. The finish line has been crossed, the winner's Pig. And it was not one's lost. Yeah, that's what I thought. Monkey see, Monkey do ability is powerful, as was Rooster's encouraging Crow. Those two together are a powerful combination. If we had used Monkey's tablet earlier, we could have made a movement to plan for this round ahead of time, and none of this would have happened. Should have viewed a Pig as a greater threat. Would have given her a solid punch before I died. Yeah. King of Diamonds. Appear strong when you are weak, and weak when you are strong. A random Sun Tzu quote just to think about. On a completely separate note, Pig's lead makes her very dangerous. All she needs is a single round where she can find an edge and it's game over. For victory to be certain, she must be completely out of options. Alright, and here are the death cards we've gotten so far. This one is from when Mouse is the villain, because I haven't found the way to have her agree to being the antagonist yet. Alright. No, let's load to a different one. I don't think this one matters too much. Alright, Pig and Monkey should result in, yeah. Oh yeah, this is still Monkey here. I guess we can go with Ox for this particular timeline. Monkey, I think you're going a bit far. Ox's suggestion is benign. I don't think you could say he's planning anything because of that. Apologies. I may have overstepped my bounds. I mean, no offense, Ox. Just look on the lookout. It's fine. And as Ox is probably right. I need to get a drink because my throat is really parched. Oh, sorry, Yukio. I missed what you said. A very smart filter on the background. Yeah, it's a pretty simple way to get across the area without having to worry about, while also making it clear we don't need to worry about pixel hunting or anything. The sooner we find the minor trinkets, the sooner we can get out of this place. I say splitting up's the way to go. I agree, makes a lot of sense. Same with me. Well then, it appears the group's made a decision. It's not my place to intrude. Make a decision we had. With the objective of finding minor trinkets, we all split off, planning to reconvene then around 6. Hopefully we found 10 or 11 by then. Then we'd be home free. For my part, I decided to check the second floor. I hadn't looked in the classrooms on that floor enough, so I tried poking around as much as I could. It was in this one math classroom in particular. I decided to check every single nook and cranny. It seemed significant. I thought I might find something. However, a thorough search turned up nothing. I thought I wasn't able to look in the room's closet, but it seemed to be locked by the school, not Jade Emperor. Beyond that, I covered every inch. I even got on the desk and started looking at the ceiling tiles. Ceilings throughout the building were interesting. They were connected to a grid. If you pushed hard, you could break them off the grid. Pushing up on those tiles revealed a little dark area between the ceiling and the ground floor above. Nothing was up there, not to my surprise. However, I did check out the area more curiously. Where to look next? I suppose this hallway is good as anywhere else. Alright, if it's giving me this detail, it means it'll be important later. I made my way to what looked like a Spanish classroom, then I ran into somebody. Oh, sheep, I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, Mouse, are you looking in here too? Indeed I am. Care to search together for a bit? You don't mind me hanging around, do you? Not as long as you remember to... keep your mouth shut. I will. I'm kidding, obviously. Gosh, sheep, you need to learn how to take a joke. Oh, right, of course. Anyways, have you found anything yet? You seem to have already been searching the classroom quite a bit. I found a few things that are odd. The globe on this desk, for instance, it's not actually accurate. The whole thing's flipped horizontally for some reason. Just the globe's misprint? I guess so. I found a deck of cards on the teacher's desk. There's some marks on the sides. That matters. Maybe they're in a rigged gamble, you think? Nah, of course not. Oh, find anything else? I'm not sure if there's anything, but I can't but notice the student list. This is of 20 names, but each has a student number listed them, and all out of order, so that's weird. That's all I found? Yeah. Are you disappointed? Not really, it's to be expected. It is? Let's just keep looking around, maybe I'll find something useful. You got it. And with that, we started looking around the room for anything Brian might have hid. You know, Sheep really had a sharp eye to catch those odd details, so made the fact she didn't find a rather large and obvious safe for her more peculiar. It wasn't hidden that well, just behind textbooks. Well, here's something. Oh, good eye, Mouse. Look what's written here. Oh, what's that? Could be a hint for the safe's passcode. Well, obviously, what is the hint? I don't know. I know you don't. It was rhetorical. Man, these safes are really everywhere. I wonder if Brian got a discount when he ordered them in bulk. I know it's not ringing any bells. Although, Sheep, it seems like your previous search wasn't a waste of time after all. It wasn't? No, well, a lot of it was, but there's something you mentioned that is useful. The student list you found. It had numbers. The students had a class number, right? It also had letters, and students are letters and the names, right? This code also has both letters and numbers, huh? It's probably some code that requires a student list. Oh, that makes sense. What's the code? I don't know. What? Sheep, girlfriend, you gotta... think I'm gonna do the work? You need to pitch in too. Oh, well. You know what? Ox wanted to split up some time, so here's what we do. You stay here, crack code, I'll look for other things. Agreed? Well, okay, I'm on a mouse. Good, you got this. Since it was nearly the end of the round, I found my classroom, took out my tablet. I wasn't even giving the option second thought. What easy hit run. That simple as that, really. Afterwards, figured the third floor hadn't been covered much, so we should probably continue this down. I can go back to that choice later if need be. Oh, Rooster, nice to see you up here. Likewise, Mouse. I must say, no disrespect to our dear friend Ox, but splitting up has made things awfully dreary. I haven't seen another soul in quite some time. Think of how many possible words I've left unspoken in my solitude. Truly a crime to rob the world of your conversation. Yeah, you get it, Mouse. Well, I want to search around here together for a bit. No, splitting up is more efficient, but there's no harm in working together for a time. Ah, breaking protocol, are we? I love it. Let's search our inner bad boys. Let's. Come, I just want to check out this classroom. I followed Rooster to a nearby classroom. It was an American history classroom. There was a thick carpet on the ground, various desks strewn about, and a bunch of dates, terms written on the blackboard. Without much delay, we got to looking around the room. It didn't take long before I was found a familiar-looking safe in a closet. Hey, Rooster, I think I found something. Ooh, what is it? Another safe. Oh, and it's written on top as a message. Number of mistakes. That must be the hint. While Rooster made his way there, I turned around and looked at the blackboard. I knew what to do. Okay, this is simple. We need to look at the numbers that are actually mistakes. It's 4-digit codes. There's probably 4 of them. There's a lot of dates written here, so some of them have to be wrong, and so we need to look at. Unfortunately, I'm a little rusty on my American history. Looking things up sequentially, it seems as though everything's in order, which means we have windows in which the inaccuracies could be operating in. Say, do you see any good textbooks? We could probably cross-reference. I heard the clicking sound of a safe opening. I turned around, and my surprise, Rooster already managed to open it. Rooster, what did you do? Who, me? Oh, sorry, you're asking a lot, it seemed boring, so I kind of tuned you out. Do that. Anyways, the tape said number of mistakes, so I guess the password probably the number of mistakes on the blackboard. There probably couldn't be too many, so I started with 0 and kept making my way up. Turns out there were 4 mistakes. Good work, Rooster. Well thought out. Aw, thanks. Now let's check the safe. Without another word, Rooster toward the safe. I looked inside and found 2 things of note. One was a needle, the type you might find in a sewing kit. Both was a rather benign object, but its presence in the safe drew my concern. Another sheet of paper I saw. Another note of Brian's. I grabbed it and something jumped out at me. Unlike the previous, this was not typed but written in blood. Creepy. I guess Brian wanted to set the scene. A theory confirmed when I read the title. How to perform the ending ritual. Fun! Read more. First stage was to be set. 2 chairs, one for each animal, should be placed about. The first will align with the red stars. The rest should be 3 feet from the others, a perfect circle. Center, a stool shall rest. On it will lie the ritual needle and a bucket of oil. Before it begins, no light should be able to enter the room. Once the darkness is taken over, the animals shall find their spots. The mouse will sit in the stars. The rest order. One key exception: the monkey and sheep must not be in contact, so they shall trade places with their other partner. When everything's in position, the circle shall be completed, all hand in hand. Then the choir of the damned shall begin to sing. Under the chorus, no other shall make a sound. Instead, the mouse shall make their way to the center, bleeding the gathering pot. After returning their position, the next line shall follow, so the clock will dictate. And all have contributed an equal amount of their essence. The choir shall fall silent, the ritual will be complete. If successful at the end of the round, every single animal shall complete its final space. Be warned, this is a precious gift. Ritual may only be attempted once, so take caution. I read the bizarre note a few times trying to understand. I noticed Rooster was looking over my shoulder, trying the paper, see what he thought. Thoughts? First impressions, this doesn't pass the Bechdel test, like at all. Would you get serious for a moment? If I'm interpreting this right, we found a way to end the game right now. Whoa, really? Yeah, I mean, if I'm interpreting it right. If we gotta carry out what's written here, we all bought the final space. That's gotta be what it means on the board. Oh, was the right choice to get it wrong before then. And with that, we can all finish together. I like your thinking, Mouse. It appears the end in sight. I guess, but it's only if we can set this whole thing up. I doubt an easy cheat will be given by Brian. There's a catch. Well, we should just try to assemble, right? Absolutely. First things first, arrange the chairs. First, around with the red stars. What could that mean? I have no idea. Could be a metaphor. Or a simile. I can never tell the difference. It's not that hard to remember. You use the two in pretty different contexts. Well, that's a problem, I suppose. Actually, just stop. I sense a really dumb pun coming up, and frankly, I'm not about that right now. Oh, you know, it would have been a really cool pun. Anyways, what's Brian's obsession with red stars? First he scribbles on the carpet, and then he talks about a poem. What's the deal? Stars aren't even red. Wait, there are stars on the carpet? I looked on the floor, and sure enough, I saw red marks at equal distance. This is it. Without explaining to myself, I grabbed a chair and aligned it with the legs of the marks on the floor. As expected, perfect fit. Okay, this is a starting position. The other chairs are 3 feet from this, right? We need to make sure a perfect circle. Oh, there's a yardstick here. We can use this. Good eye, Rooster. I'll push the desks out of the way and begin measuring the other chair positions. With a bit of work, we create a perfect ritual setup. Alright, it's starting to look good. I need a chair with the red stars. I guess everyone else will just sit in animal order. Oh, but there's a weird clause about monkey and sheep, right? Yeah, it seemed a bit jarring. If I were to guess, there's probably a smart reason for why Brian decided to include that. Probably referenced some book or something, nerd. Anyway, it's not a big concern. It means the order should be me, ox, bunny, dragon, sheep, horse. Oh, we all need to lock hands in darkness. If that's the case, you close the blinds, right? Good thinking, do that. As I commanded, you close the blinds, even one above the door's window. We can save turning off the lights for later, right? Here's where things get tricky. We need a stool in the center. Oh, there's one over there, I got it. Without even being asked, he moved the stool over. He's even beginning to decorating his very own ritual. We need the needle, which I guess we're gonna have to use to draw blood. Ew, agreed but necessary. Rooster put the needle on the stool. We also need a bucket. Oh, there's a bucket of pencils at the teacher's desk. Rooster walked over and grabbed it before pouring all the supplies on the floor. Tricky thing is gonna be the oil. Think there's oil in this room? Why would there be oil in the classroom? I don't know, everything else was in here. I don't think we'll be so lucky, but there's gotta be oil. If not, the whole thing would be a complete waste of time. I guess I wouldn't put it past Brian, but somehow I doubt that's happening. Took a pause to think. Where could I get oil? Unexpectedly, it was Rooster who came in. Say on the first floor, something looked like a generator room. You think we'd find something useful in there? Ah, great thinking, Rooster. Great place to start. Awesome. Come on, let's go down and look. We grabbed the bucket and made our way to the first floor. Eventually, we got to the hallway that led to the generator room. It was poorly lit and also pretty dark at the end of the hallway. Well, ladies first. Rooster, do you not want to go in? Actually, if I could just sort of stay down the end of the hallway, that'd be great for me. You know, I could keep watch, keep guard. If anything comes up, I'll alert you. In fact, we should come up with some sort of signaling system. Maybe a bird cry. A workshop. You know what? Forget it. I'll stay here. I'll grab the oil. Alright, sounds like a plan. Sheesh, some accent star. Afraid of the dark? I'm not afraid of the dark. I just get bad vibes from that hallway. Whatever you say. Without Rooster, I just continue on. Why does school even have a place like this? Why shouldn't this be locked away? Maybe normally it is. As I got to the end of the hallway, it got really dark. Sure, there's a light switch or something? Look at the walls. Ouch, I stubbed my foot on something. I bent down and felt like a canister. Is this it? The trick in the dark if I opened it. Normally it'd be a lot harder, but the canister had already been opened. I dipped the bucket in, and before I knew it, it was filled with something. Something that didn't feel particularly nice. I eagerly made my way out. As I started to see better, I had indeed gotten oil. Oh, yes. You got it. You're damn right I did. Bravissimo. With this, all that's left is gather the others, correct? Precisely. And so after dropping off the bucket by the stool, we did exactly that. Rooster and I went to this school and told people the long and short of it. There were a variety of reactions, but everyone agreed to try it out, and they all made their way to the classroom. Only complication was Monkey. For this to work, we need everyone's cooperation. That included hers. However, Monkey expressed earnest in helping the group. Of course she did. She always had. It was agreed she could be untied and be allowed to participate. Tying her up was an excessive measure in the first place, especially since she clearly posed no ill will. She was the last to make her way up to the 3rd floor. And with that, everything was prepared. We had the chairs set up, everyone was here, we all input our actions for the round right before. The center, a bucket of oil on the needle. Was there anything we were missing? There must be. It felt too easy. It could really end this whole nightmare by doing something so simple, and yet everything was in order. We followed the notes and instructions to a T. The only thing that stops us now is someone messed up the ritual, and the only person who would benefit like that would be the other traitor, the one who hadn't outed themselves. But if they tried to sabotage us now, they'd be found out. So the game was set match, right? Pig echoed my thoughts. So, we're good? We just follow what the note says and everything will end. Just like that? Seems like it. This is super suspicious, though. Are we sure we can trust this? What's not to trust? The note was written pretty clear. It's written out in blood. You're right, aren't you, Pig? Surely you've broken all your pencils for. I mean, who hasn't? I mean, weren't most notes typed out? And Brian was out of ink. You could just get more ink. Ink in this economy? Don't know where you're living that's so good, Pig. Looks like journalism pays bigger bucks than I thought. I legitimately can't tell if you're messing with me or not. This is high school all over again. Pig, I know it's not to believe it. I know what it's like to not believe things that we really this easy. Trust me, it seems too good to be true to me too, but the note was found in the safe, right? And it was left by Brian. I don't think it's to lie about a note, so maybe we got lucky. Ha, lucky, what a joke. Can you look at things more optimistically? Yeah, Pig, why you gotta look at everything so half-poison? That's not, I don't... Pig stopped breath and calmed herself. Come on, what's the harm at least trying it out? Nothing comes of it, bummer, but if it does, we can all escape. Well, not all of us can. Sorry, no need to apologize, I'm simply stating a fact. Right. In truth, perhaps it's a good thing to be so bluntly reminded of my impending mortality. Yeah. It's nice to know the tragedy of my death will be far outshone by everyone else's joy in escaping. So why don't we give it a try, Pig? Alright, fine. Can we please just get on with it? We've been standing over here, we're doing nothing for some time. I know you think we've found some sort of special shortcut, but I don't trust until I see with my own two eyes. Ox is right, let's get started. First things first, everyone to your places. We'll awkwardly shuffle to the appropriate chairs. Next, we need to link our hands. Leaned over and grabbed hands of both Pig and Ox. Mouse, don't we need someone to turn off the lights? Oh shoot, right, I didn't think of that. You're close to the lights, Bunny. Why don't you be a doll and handle that for us? Sure thing. Bunny let go of Tiger and Dragon walked over the light switch. With a simple flick, the room was engulfed in darkness. Well, wasn't total. After letting my eyes adjust, it's clear the closed door and window blinds could only do so much. Still, it was hard to see nonetheless. I heard sounds of footsteps. Eventually, they stopped. Presumably, Bunny made his way back and resumed his place in the hand link. The assumption was confirmed when moments later, creepy music began to play. Creepy music that must be the Choir of the Damned mentioned the note. I wouldn't exactly call this a Choir of the Damned, but I guess Brian had some artistic license. The music was coming from above, but it didn't sound like it was coming from the school's speakers. Weird. I couldn't speak any of these thoughts, though, because with the music, the ritual had begun. No speaking aloud. I quickly realized that I would start things off right, of course. Around the Zodiac calendar from the beginning meant the mouse would start things. Assured of my duties, I let go of Oxpic's hands and began to make my way to the darkness of the stool. Having things in total darkness, I likely would have fumbled. However, I was able to make out the general shape of the stool without trouble. However, finding the needle was lying on the stool beside the bucket required a bit more searching. After a bit, I got a hold of it. Okay, now the hard part. It was embarrassing to say, but I wasn't looking forward to drawing blood from myself with the needle. I knew it wouldn't hurt that bad, but still, at least I was going first. Things would be pretty gross later down the line. With my hand outstretched over the bucket, I gingerly pricked my fingertip with the needle. My skin didn't break. Annoyed, I tried again. Ah! Shit, that was too much force, but I successfully drew my blood, and that's what mattered. I heard it drip, and knew my work was complete. Deed done, I turned myself 180 degrees and went back to my seat. I sat down, reached out, and grabbed Pig and Ox's hands. However, I wouldn't be holding Ox's for long, so no sooner did I grab than he yanked it away. I heard footsteps and figured Ox doing his part. After a time, Ox returned and grabbed my hand. Slowly but surely, under the trance of the choir, the darkened ritual took place. It was really quite dramatic, even for what transpired right now. Even though I was merely sitting still, I couldn't help but feel the ball of tension in the pit of my stomach. I was waiting for the shoe to drop. Life had been throwing me many surprises recently, but unfortunately on this occasion, life lived up to my expectations. All of a sudden, the music began to blast loudly. The volume had dramatically increased. Moments later, I heard Ox scream out in confusion, along with another sound I couldn't interpret in the heat of the moment. Whatever happened caused Ox to recoil, letting go of my hand. Shit, the ritual. If he let go, that would make things invalid. However, that soon became the least of my worries, because in no span, the person on my left lit up in a humongous burst of flames. Instantly, the room became filled with the screams I couldn't interpret. I didn't have time to scream, I only had time to choose. My next option would be crucial. What else could I do? I need to get Ox out of there. He was dying from my eyes. I couldn't leave him die. I leapt in the air and leapt into action, reaching out to grab his arms. I was able to get one arm. In my rush, I didn't even register the first degree of burns I was suffering. Good old adrenaline was keeping me laser focused. I gave Ox a strong pull. Fortunately, it seemed Ox wasn't just in the middle of fire. He was on fire. Rather, he was directly set on fire. Was that oil? I thought I was fleeting because most of my attention was brought towards the little problem I created. See, in pulling the source of fire, I also brought the fire towards me. My pull was supposed to get away without regards how I ended up. And with make a long story short, I ended up with Ox directly on top of me, a flaming Ox. I imagine I tried to put him off, but at that point, that oil must have gotten on me, and the fire began to sear at me. In my attempt, I just got myself caught on fire. Fire is not a quick death. Also, the joy of choke on the smoke. Why am I talking about my face so distantly? To be honest, this one's so gruesome I don't even want to play around with it. I find completely dissociating myself. Many consider burning death to be the third most painful. Second's dying of radiation. Apparently, the most painful is something called scaphism. It's an old type of execution. With that one, the victim would be trapped in a hollowed-out tree trunk and force-fed milk and honey until they had horrible diarrhea. Next, the milk and honey would be poured over the victim. Eyes, oh dear, horrible. Filled with honey and horrible insects. The victim would just sort of be there going mad as the insects burrowed in. Okay. Whether they have starvation, dehydration, exhaustion, or septic is dealer's choice, but whatever the case, long and painful. And that's apparently the worst way to die. The more you know. Jack of Clubs. A particularly nasty fate, if I say so myself, which is also the way in which to avoid is rather obvious. Observing the hellfire which erupted beside her, Mouse should seek to prioritize her own safety. If Mouse truly wished for Ox to not die, she shouldn't have gone along with the person's ritual, but how could she resist so tempting an offer? She can't and won't, and so if Mouse finds a note, Ox will die. Simple cause and effect. Alright, where's the fire? Ooh, it's the first one, so it's a new set. Okay, so whether or not I get this correct determines the next outcome, so let's go through here. My emotional side wept for Ox. The logical side realized there's no way I was going to save him. At this point, he was already engulfed. It wasn't feasible. I should focus on saving those who were still alive, namely myself. In which I could honestly describe as an act of pure cowardice. I immediately turned away from the fire and ran out of the room. I would look pretty shitty if I was the only one trying to do something like this. Lucky for me, I was hardly the only coward. In fact, the entire room cleared. Every single one of them immediately put as much distance between them and the sudden inferno as possible. Running out of the room, screaming. Once we'd gotten to safety, we took a moment to stop, take a breath, and realize what happened. And once we calmed down, we were able to re-enter the room and see what we were dealing with. Inside, we didn't see Ox's corpse. That would be far too kind. No, we saw a flaming, charred flesh in a vaguely human shape. I saw the light which would be burned in my retinas for the rest of my life, and I promptly began to throw up. So it's settled that, we're agreed. Nothing is settled. So it seemed pretty settled to me. Predictably, after the smoke cleared, our group defaulted to our usual pastime, incessant bickering. The creepy music had stopped long ago. It went without saying the ritual failed. Our one-shot skipping blown. But that was really more of a secondary issue. The primary issue is the exact circumstances that left us with a burning corpse. Clearly it was murder by arson. The question is, who did it? Up until this point, I mostly stayed silent. Even in the past, I tried to lead the group. I needed some time to take in everything that happened. Ox, he was the person I woke up with, the person I spent the most time with. He seemed reliable, someone we could depend on. For him to end up like this, at least holding up better than most people. For Ox's sake, I couldn't stand passively any longer. I need to help solve shit. It seemed, however, the group reached a conclusion without me. Now, Horace, we don't want to start a fight over this. We just want to figure out what happened. Try to explain to us why you aren't the culprit. I'm not the culprit because I didn't kill anybody, right? And for all people to become this prime suspect, what a tragedy. The interrogation will be dreadfully dull. I'm sorry I'm not amusing for you, Snake. What, do you want me to juggle? All while I deny being murder? That's not necessary. That would be really awesome if you could pull it off. Indeed, it would be rather badass, wouldn't it? Horace, I can see where you're coming from. No, right? Both Rooster and Sheba confirmed you were standing up when things went down. You admitted it yourself. It's clear from the way the flames went up, the culprit poured oil on Ox and lit him up. You were the only one who could have done it. I didn't. Compelling stuff. You're not even going to attempt to point out there's still a significant amount of oil in the bucket. Why would I wait when you can do that for me? Because I'll also point out that we are unsure the exact amount of oil that was in the bucket, so it's not possible you could have sloshed some on him. If you make your points of defense by yourself, I won't instantly know their weaknesses. Sounds annoying. If I have to, though, how exactly did I light the fire? This is an interesting quandary. How was the fire started? We're looking to way to light things. I saw Dragon take out a stick lighter earlier. Really? Gonna tell me like that, girl? I thought we were Wait, no, I didn't mean to. Couldn't you have just used a normal match or something? I don't see how this is an issue. I'm not disputing the object used to light a fire. I'm saying that if I had something to light in front of me, you all would have seen that, would you not? Hey, Horse is right. I definitely would have seen if a fire started in the small center of the room and then tossed it to Ox. The answer lies in just how flammable this oil is. Frankly, the fact that any amount of this was found at the school is distressing. A meeting of teachers should be called to discuss that. More importantly, it takes little to set it ablaze. The igniter could be something as innocent as a particularly bad static shock. With the carpet in this room, surely it's possible something to that effect was prepared. A static? Really? Perhaps not the most elegant solution, but it's possible. At any rate, your objection itself is not enough to absolve you of the prime suspicion. This can't be. There's no way Horse would do this. I mean, I know he doesn't, or might not look it, but he's actually very thoughtful. And, do you think if he was going to kill Ox, he'd do so in such an obvious way? Well, Horse doesn't exactly strike me as a man of subtlety, but he's not an idiot either. He just wouldn't do this. Okay, I'm hearing you, Sheep. Do you have any alternative explanation? I know, what if it's Rooster? Rooster? He was staying next to Horse, right? But he was also staying next to Monkey. Monkey's a traitor, so she might be okay with sort of unity. She says Rooster didn't let go of her hand. She could be lying about that. Rooster's also unaccounted for when the lights ran out. I hate to cut in, Sheep, but I must say this is a ludicrous proposal. Haven't I already proven myself trustworthy by confessing my role? I sincerely wish for nothing but the survival of the most people possible. I would tell you if Rooster let go of my hand. He did not. You could be lying. Admitting earlier it could be a ruse or change your mind. Sheep, regardless of whether or not Monkey's lying, it can't be Rooster. Of course, you made your way without the stool, correct? And you claimed before the bucket was in front of you, as far as I can tell. Then how would Rooster have gotten the oil on him? In that darkness, he somehow maneuvered around a horse and spilled oil on us without him or anyone else noticing? That seems utterly implausible. You're right. Hey, hold on. Who's counting me out? Who says what I can and can't do? I totally could have killed Ox because nothing's holding me back. I could have prepared my own container of oil. I knew where Ox was sitting, so I could have thrown that without it leaving. And where's this hypothetical container now? Easy, I hid it in a super secret hiding spot while everyone was running away. So what about that? Try saying I couldn't have done it now. But Rooster's right, still a suspect. Rooster, would you please stop here? We both know you couldn't have done this. Says who? Ever since we found the note, I've been with you. The note is when we even learned about the oil. In fact, you're the only person who didn't have an opportunity to prepare another container of oil for this. So just stop and let us focus on the more important things. I still could have done it if I really wanted to. So what's that then? We sell on horse the culprit? Hey, not so fast. Look how Bunny's trying to fast track this. Fast track what? I just thought the conversation over. We're out of suspects, right? Not true. Someone else could set it up, and that person's you. Pig overdramatically stuck out her arm, pointing at Bunny. Bunny seems on her breast. Pig, what are you doing? What do you think? I'm exposing you. Really? Really? I don't know why you're all looking at me like that. I really thought about this. Think the back of start, back to the beginning. The person who turned out the lights was Bunny, and he went back to his seat. Well, that's right, I did. Did you? Yes. Well, you might not have. You could have used the opportunity when eyes were readjusting the poor oil under his chair. If you did it like that, you might not have noticed. Pour oil under Ox's chair? That's ridiculous. All this is ridiculous. I'm just going along with the situation's tone and following suit, something we should all be doing. Anyways, if Snake's thing is about static electricity is correct, the oil is super flammable. It's possible the oil fire began as a complete coincidence. You could have just waited patiently for it to start. But by your logic, couldn't any of the people stood up have done it? I don't think so. Usually something this would be noticeable. When the ritual started, our eyes adjusted. We were used to the music, and we were all on high alert. We would have noticed if someone deviated from the script too much, but right after Bunny turned off the lights, it was pitch black, and suddenly the music started playing. I think it's conceivable Bunny could have made a move then. Seriously, no one's buying this, right? Bunny desperately looked around the room. I must say the probability that this answer is true is rather low. However, it's not so low that I can dismiss it outright. Apologies, Bunny, but I think Pig's story holds enough water to mark you as a suspect. Well, if that's how it needs to be. It seems as though Bunny's also under suspicion, but could have really been in. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about Pig's events didn't sit right. I could have articulated into words I would have, but something's too vague. Alright, I'll bite. So our suspicions are Bunny and Horse. Where does that leave us? Need you ask? Where are the protocol for dealing with suspicious people? You don't mean... Oh yeah, I got more jump ropes. This doesn't seem necessary. I don't need to go along with this. Nope, my compliance is a sign of my innocence. Of course, Horse. Tiger worked fast. Before we knew it, Bunny and Horse were also tied to their chairs. Honestly, I was doubtful whether or not those restraints on Horse would really hold up if he tried to fight back, but it's the best we could really do given the circumstance. At the very least, Horse looked content. Bunny notably less so, but he wasn't speaking up. I realized it might be in poor taste to leave him tied up in the same room as the charred corpse, but they were already there. A little late for that. So that takes care of that. Before we proceed, might I suggest we move in pairs? I know it seems like less risk, but my position hasn't changed. This time, nobody really wanted to fight Monkey on this. I guess seeing a dead body in person made all the people all the more value security. Plus, the biggest opponent of the proposal was now lying on the floor. He wasn't in any position to be offering complaints. Very well, we shall group up. I'll go with Dragon. The hell you will. What, not a fan of my company? Trust me, I'm a great conversationalist. Making a guess. That's a negative in my book. Why don't you even want to go with me anyway? In case I'm assaulted, I figure I'd choose the person most adequate to protect me. Hello, I'm right here. I stand by what I said. No, fine. You can tag along and just learn to shut up. Alright. Fine, I'll go with Sheep. Okay then, that's fine with me. Pig and I can watch Monkey. It would be a pain to tie her up again. She's already proven her worth. How thoughtful of you to say. I have no objections to this arrangement. Me neither. Being a group of 3 works fine for me. The math works better like that. Guess that means you're with me, Mouse. Guess that means you're with me, dog. Don't sound so enthused. Matching your level. Fair enough. Guys, one little objection I'm just realizing. How are we supposed to input our moves around if we're tied up? Right. If we are tied up, we'll be unable to input our moves, then we shall be executed. Which I gotta say I don't love. Oh shit, they're right. Oh yeah, that's an issue, huh? You know what? Mouse and I will make sure to swing by at the end of each round and let you handle it. That cool with you? Sure, but Monkey, we're tied up too. What happened with you? Ah, right. Luckily, Ox came to my aid before that was an issue. He allowed me to use my tablet freely for the end of each round. I must say it was a good thing too. Had no one realized, I might have been executed in quite an unfortunate manner. When I realized my predicament, I was already tied up. Needless to say, I was quite stressed before Ox showed up. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. It's in the past. Now let's see the future. Let's. And just like that, the search resumed once more. It's cruel to think just a few minutes ago I thought there'd be no need to do this anymore, but the shortcut had literally gone up in flames. Now we had to fear and scramble once more. Why? This had to be desperate personality. It had to be the desperate personality they had to have done to avoid instant loss, but then why kill Ox? It was completely unnecessary and only brought more suspicion. If they wanted to stop the ritual, there would have been an easier message, for instance. I hadn't thought about it before, but couldn't someone have simply pricked their finger but not bled in the bucket? If they did that, it would be impossible to tell who had deviated. I guess there's a chance the movies would have immediately ended the moment ritual. Something similar likely happened this time. Still, there had to be other ways. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't rationalize things. Boyd, you look depressed. I looked up at Dog. We'd been looking through the administration office on the second floor. Well, I mean, duh, we were so close. We were almost done with this. Then all just got messed up. Why wouldn't I be sad? No, it makes sense. I'm just bringing up the atmosphere down in here. Bring the atmosphere down? I gotta say, Dog, you don't look particularly bothered by all this. You barely spoke up back there. Yeah, well, you know what your issue is? What? You have hope. Oh, brother. No, actually, hear me out. I learned a long time ago that you really can't let a lot of emotions go the wayside. Learned a long time ago that you can really let a lot of emotions go the wayside, and the one that hurt me the least let go was hope. It seemed like a functionist feeling. I really don't need this conversation like some washed-up emo. Yeah, I get I'm not the person you trust on with something like this, but actually think about it. What does hope ever get you? It's not particularly enjoyable emotion on its own. It's not unpleasant. It's no substitute for actual happiness. The main function of it's create expectations. Expectations are fulfilled, which will make you content, or they won't, you'll be crushed. Yeah, that's how life works. Very insightful. I'm just saying, if you don't bother expectations in the first place, you can learn to take things for they are. It can be, but hope can also be tied into ambition and motivation. So it's on its. If we talk hope purely all by itself, then I get where he's talking about. But the thing is, it's hard to have ambition without a goal in mind, and just hoping you get wherever you get. Even ambition, where you just go wherever you can, still wherever you go, comes with some level of hope on itself that you achieve something. So yeah, you never get let down. I'm not saying not to try things or improve things. When things go well, savor it. But you don't expect things to go well. That way, when you don't, you can just laugh at it. Yeah, it's funny. You almost sound convincing. Almost convincing, huh? You must have caught me on a good day. Anyways, the round isn't too long for now. Want to go check on Bunny and Horse? Let's. Just like that, we made our way back to the third floor. As we opened the classroom door, I expect Bunny to be in a rather sour mood. What the hell? I suppose this is a pretty good counterpoint. Sometimes when you don't have any expectations, life can still shoot lower. Yep, but even if you have no expectations, you can still be disappointed. Not much you can do. Would you shut up? Horse is dead. Indeed, surprisingly it was. The horse's body was laid on the floor on top of his toppled chair. The cause of death was obvious, a bullet. Why, I heard a gunshot. Even more surprising, Horse Bunny. All that's left of him was the ropes that previously tied around. In other words, he was gone. Well, this isn't good. Oh boy, is this not good. Could you not laugh? Sorry, I'm actually sorry. I'm just a different way of coping. Bunny, you must have gotten free, killed Horse, and escaped. So I guess you really did kill Ox then? Weird. I wasn't paying too much attention, but I thought Pig's story didn't make such sense. I don't know whether or not Bunny killed Ox. I do know he's loose and likely dangerous, however. Indeed, although... nothing. Can't just say that. I mean, I can. Just spit out what you meant to say. Okay, sheesh. She's gonna say it's weird the horse's ropes were untied. After all, he's probably shot before he was untied, right? Then why untie a corpse? Good point. Probably doesn't matter that much. Let's forget that for now. Like you said, the bigger point is Bunny's gone missing. Want to alert the others? Did I? Hold on. Proceeding to wait a second. Dog seemed no rush to alert the others. It's disturbing how he was acting like this, but with the time that worked to my advantage. Before, it didn't seem like it's such a big deal. However, now that we've confronted the fact there are more killings, we need to look at what happened next closer. Obvious assumption would be the killer's Bunny, but does that make sense? I don't know, does it? I don't think so. See, the problem with Bunny being the culprit is that the way Pig proposed it, he had no direct control of when the fire started. However, thinking back, the music suddenly got super loud before things went down, not after. That can't be a coincidence. Hey, you're right. Also, we have to factor in the noises that happened when things went down. For the sake of argument, say his shout of surprise could be him feeling that static shock. But if I heard something else, something that sounded like oil. So you're saying Horse was the culprit? I'm not saying that. If we're under the assumption Horse did it, it doesn't make sense for Bunny to kill Horse and flee. So what are you saying? I'm saying Bunny might not have escaped. He might also be dead. The words hang in the air. I expected some acknowledgement and some surprise. But say, look at my eyes and answer me on my level. If that's the case, Mouse, why kill Horse? If your theory goes Bunny isn't the killer and neither is Horse, it must be someone else. Someone killed Horse and then did Bunny to make it look like he escaped. Am I understanding correctly? That's the gist of what I'm getting at, right? But everyone agreed the suspicion on Horse a lot more water than those cast on Bunny. Why would Horse killing Bunny and escaping a lot better than... So people would buy Horse killing Bunny escaping as a true killer a lot better than they would buy Bunny, so why set up like this? I couldn't give Dog the answer you're looking for. It's a minor problem, but a surprisingly critical one. What could the explanation be? So now I can go tell the others? I thought more about the ritual, how perfect a crime it was, how it was set up. And yet how amateurish certain elements of it. In that contrast, if the killer wasn't a horse, not a bunny, it had to be someone who oil and lit him on fire. Thinking about the setup, there was one place I needed to check in order to uncover the full truth. Above the body. If horse didn't throw, no one could have, which means the oil didn't come from a person. It came from the ceiling. Was this conclusion absolutely absurd? Yes. Did I know how it tied in with anything else? No. When you eliminate the possible... How improbable is the truth, I guess. Honestly, the moment I got to work, I started to feel a little dumb, but there just wasn't time to waste. There were clues to this conclusion. I just had to trust my instincts and follow this lead through. So I pulled over a desk, climbed in on it, and looked up the ceiling tiles. Sure enough, some directly above where Ox had been sitting. And wouldn't you know it, looking closely, 3 of its 4 sides were already broken off. I reached up with a simple push, loosened tile. It swung down, held on only by a single side, and with my surprise and delight, the other side I saw oil stains. Oil had definitely been poured in this tile at some point. I poked my head around once more, and I saw something sitting up in the area. I reached around and pulled a speaker. It looked like the type a high schooler would keep. Perhaps their own locker? Hook it up some sort of MP3. I looked around the speaker some more and noticed there was a slot in it. A slot with a portable remote. Okay, just one more thing to confirm. I took out the MP3 and looked at the song. Sure enough, the one that was playing on loop matched the song that previously been playing on the ritual. With this, all the mystery's been solved. The way in which Oxman's end had been illuminated. And there's exactly one person who had the opportunity to set it all up. Those who done it and how done it. The why done I was unsure of, but generally the culprit got to supply that themselves. For now, there's a bigger issue. Think about carefully from this position. The next person's step would be, Dog, quickly, do you know where Dragon and Rooster went? Dragon and Rooster, huh? Thought I saw the pair head towards the hallway. Why, what's wrong? A lot. Find Tiger as soon as possible and have her come to the second floor. I'll do what I can in the meantime. This is urgent, Dog. Do you understand me? Hey, copying loud and clear. I'll put some pep into my step. Dog and I ran out of the classroom, split up. I could only hope I could get there in time. I ran down where I hoped they would be. I glanced in the classroom until I finally saw the scene. Dragon on the floor with a fist clenched, looking pissed. Standing above her was Rooster, holding a silenced pistol, aiming at her. It seemed as though I had made it just in time. Without a second thought, I bolted. Rooster, stop! Oh, Mouse, good thing you're here. You can help me with this. Wait, what? Help with what? Containing you, of course. I was minding my own business, all of a sudden you attacked me. Good thing I found this discarded gun halfway a little while ago in the hallway, or I'd be really screwed. The hell? That's not how it at all. I was the one minding my own business before he just up and attacked me for no good reason. Mouse, I'm the victim here. You gotta believe me. I know, Dragon. You do? I do. Hey, what's that? You really don't trust me, Mouse? I did, Rooster, until I put together. Mouse, you're being awful vague right now. Mind letting me in on what revelation? Okay, I will. Rooster, you're the one who killed Ox. You also killed Bunny and Horse. What the hell? Is this right? Honestly, I couldn't believe it either. Could Rooster, the most moronic, pompous douchebag of all, pull up something ruthless and calculated? It completely went against my image of him, but that's where all the evidence led me. From here, I can only let my logic guide me. Interesting hypothesis, Mouse. Loving your energy. You're really portraying the misguided vigilante role well. Nice stance. Nice directing. Ever considered acting? You think I'm acting right now? Well, I think you're acting out of line. Ayo, Rooster. Okay, I get it. You're like a detective, whatever. That's your shtick, and that's a cool shtick. I love your shtick, but you gotta pick a time and place for it. There are times to use your shtick and lame times to use it. Just a handy guide. Cool times to use it. Accusing commoners, pointing at people, walking away from explosive. Lame times to use it. Accusing me of being racist. Just to give you a quick rundown. Rooster, I beg of you, please let me do my explanation. Oh, you're trying to start a monologue? By all means, go ahead. The floor is yours. Thank you. As I was saying, Rooster, you're the one who rigged Ox's death trap. You broke the ceiling tile above where he was going to sit. You broke 3 sides so it would dangle down. Then you placed some kind of kid's speaker in the ceiling, set the music and MP3 to be real creepy, and took the remote for it. You poured a decent amount of oil on the tile, and then you delicately set up where it was sitting neatly. Flash forward to the actual ritual. The person who turns on the music is you. Depending on where you put the remote, you could probably hit play without needing a free hand. Then when Horse was up to do his thing, you cranked up the volume drastically. Then the sudden vibration in the ceiling made the tile come loose, spilling all the oil over Ox. To get us so that the tile would come loose at the volume, you might have practiced it a few times for spilling the oil on the tile. Regardless, right after the oil fell on Ox, you threw a statically charged something. I can't exactly guess what it was, but it worked. Ox was on fire, everyone packed and fled, and in the darkness and bright chaos, nobody even noticed when you knocked the tile back up as you fled. Judging by the positioning of the circle, you had to have been one of the people in the back of the room, so there weren't really any eyes on you since everyone had already fled. You know, I totally could have done on that. I mean, some might say something stupid like, hey, Rooster, how'd you have the time to set all that when Mouse was watching? But they underestimated my speed. See, the key when you wander around the hallway is great. Again, I beg you to shut up. Rooster, the reason you're able to pull something off look ridiculous is because you set the stage up perfectly. The ritual was perfect for you. Turning off the lights, supplying the weapons, guaranteeing everyone be seated in precision accuracy. But on the other hand, there are a number of weird things about it. Why was the only note written in blood? Would Brian really give us a task and just let us skip the rest of the game? Why change up the order where everyone sat? It all makes sense if you assume the whole thing's nothing more than your script. So now I'm giving Brian the orders? Not at all. He simply found the safe first. You saw its true contents, emptied them, then plan to use the safe to your own ends. You need to make it believable, which is why you put the needle in the safe, and a needle you probably got from the nurse's office, and why you made it sound like such a cryptic ritual. Then once everything was set up, you waited for Mark to discover the ritual with you, act as your alibi up until that point. Making use of our blind faith in whatever we found the safe. Clever stuff, I've got to say. However, you couldn't disguise it perfectly. All the other notes are printed out, but you couldn't copy that, which is why you used the next best thing, a note written in blood. If dramatic enough, we'd conceivably think the difference is no more than artistic license. But where'd you get the blood? I bet if we gave you a body check, we'd find you were hiding a wound. If you really wanted to feel me up, Mouse, all you had to do was ask politely. Wait, you said you also killed Bunny and Horse? What's the story on that? Yeah, you wouldn't know about that, would you, Dragon? Horse and Bunny have both been killed. Of course, you wouldn't get that right away looking at the scene. Bunny was missing while Horse was shot through the head, probably with a Rooster pistol. Well, Rooster is currently holding, but you just hid Bunny's corpse, didn't you? At first, I was curious why you went through things like that. However, thinking about it more, I realized it needed to be done. Horse was an incredibly dangerous opponent, even when tied up like he was. If it was just a matter of killing both, it wouldn't have been a problem. However, if you shot both, the blood would have given it away, and you couldn't pin your crimes on an escapee. You had to strangle the person you didn't shoot, and strangling a horse seems like a very iffy proposal. Odds are he'd break the chair apart before you could choke him out. So when you walk in, you start by shooting Horse. Then you'd untie the rope from his body and use it to strangle Bunny. After that, you'd untie Bunny's corpse, drag it to some nearby hiding spot, perhaps some close classroom. Now, Dragon, did Rooster ever leave your sight during the search? Yeah, now that you mention it, he did. He went to use the restroom. I don't think much of the time, so just let him go. But think about it. You were using the time to kill those two, weren't you? Yeah, Rooster's departure from Dragon would naturally have come out of the questioning after the bodies were discovered, which is why Rooster planned on leaning up loose end before that happened. You planned on killing Dragon here, coming with some story about Bunny attacking Dragon fleeing, weren't you? That's why you attacked you, Dragon. You really think that's a real reason, Mouse? Right. And the reason I kill the others is because I have desperate personality. I want to survive by myself. Is that not the case? Truthfully, I've been thinking to myself if that were the case. Rooster's actions have been rather strange. Alright, let's cut the crap, Mouse. In that moment, I realized I hadn't been giving Rooster enough credit. He really was a talented actor. You know, you're a really smart girl. I'm truly impressed that you figured it out. But looks like you didn't figure out the why. How could you? Let me be clear. All this wasn't driven by Brian. If anything, I should be grateful. He gave me a chance for revenge. Revenge? You think I made Bunny and Horse the suspects haphazardly? Do you think I partnered with Dragon on a whim? The thing I've done up till now is get rid of the 4 people who ruined my life. Rooster, what are you talking about? You know, it came from a rich family. I could have guessed that much. Came from a rich family. I shan't mince words. It was nice, a charmed existence. You know what's great about being wealthy? It wasn't living in a mansion or having nice food. You tire those things off quickly. No, the greatest of freedom it provides. When I realized my calling in life, I knew what to do. My parents paid for acting classes, took me to see movies, set me up perfectly. I was in control of my life. I could do what I wanted without interruption, until my damn conscience got in the way. See, my parents were influential in politics. I never saw eye to eye with them on many things, but I learned when to turn my head. But lately, they were making stranger and worse decisions than before, using their influence in ways that I had larger disagreements with. Eventually it became too much. There was a set of legislation that would empower the police in our city massively, expanded the force they could use, gave them wider access to methods of surveillance, lowered restrictions needed for warrants. Laws were horrible, flagrantly disrespecting human rights. Yeah, I remember those laws. They passed. You could thank the generous support from my parents for that. Well, that was the tipping point. I had enough. Me and my parents had a huge blowout fight over the matter. Before I knew it, I was kicked out, disinherited, and penniless. From heaven to hell, just like that. Wait, you got in an argument with your parents and they cut you out? I said they were generous, not they were caring. There's a difference. After living good for so long, to fall so low, to go for living with complete freedom, to the mercy of society. You don't know how it feels to survive that whiplash. You're right, I don't. The hell's that got to do with anything? But gallantly I survived. I kept pushing. In the face of it all, I pursued my dream of becoming a lead actor. Slowly but surely, that dream progressed. I admit it's been a thorny path, but it's honestly begun to pick up steam. I thought I could move past that chapter of my life, but I never forgot what brought me here. I never stopped wondering why my parents would do what they did. For all their applause, they weren't bad people, so I kept pestering them about it. One drunken phone call from my mother later, I got the real story. I knew to actually be mad at. You see, my parents never actually wanted to support that insidious bill. They were just blackmailed. Turns out some people in higher places got some material on them. Long story short, they were under the thumb of higher powers themselves. Higher powers? The city's rotten, Mouse. It's empty at its core. Can't say I know everything, but there's something big at play. A huge blackmailing scheme with most of the city's power players wrapped up in it. The police were suspicious that I stormed into Amadeus Bowen's office on the day of his murder. They were always suspicious of my story. Do you know the real reason I was there? Because I was looking for documents to prove his connection to the blackmail ring. You mean Amadeus Bowen was involved? Involved? Pal, he was one of the kingpins. Although I guess you can only blackmail people for so long before it bites you in the ass. Anyway, I was at his office. I saw he had a contract a construction worker for some private business. A construction worker, you mean horse? Exactly. Turns out the big old thugs on Bowen's payroll probably did his dirty work if I had to guess. I followed Morris's trail closely, and that thing stunk to high heaven. Why wouldn't it? Clearly the others involved in the blackmailing ring wanted to hide certain elements of the murder. But I could tell the main prosecutor, the case's chief officer, handling the case, both had to be in on it. Bunny and Ox. Exactly. Horse, Bunny, and Ox, all three of them were the agents of the city's darkest underside. They weren't just responsible for my many rough years, my parents' grief, but countless injustices and evils. So when presented with the perfect opportunity, how could I pass it up? Who other than I could take this opportunity to rid the world of these evildoers? So that's your plan, erase anyone connected to this blackmail ring? Exactly. Initially, I wasn't planning on doing anything, just focus on my own survival is good enough. Don't get involved, don't do anything stupid. But the more I thought about it, the sooner I realized now this is my own chance. Chaos and darkness of this race will erase what happens here. The truth will be written by the survivors. Oh, so he was talked into doing it by Monkey. So then where does Dragon fit in all this? Ha, Dragon, she's the biggest sinner of all. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. See, I refer to my parents in past tense for a reason. They were recently killed in a hit and run, perhaps it was an accident, more likely a murder. It has nothing to do with their recent defections in the blackmailing group. That's all I saw. And the person who was visiting at the time of the accident, I saw the person who drove away from the crime scene. I saw Dragon. What the hell? That wasn't me. Yes, it was. When I saw you close, I recognized you right away. You're definitely the person I saw that day. Yeah, and you must work for the blackmailing ring too. That's why you did. You crazy! You're lying. I haven't killed anyone. You're lying about the whole thing. Mr. Mouse is going to tell one big story, save his ass, and gain sympathy. You're gonna stand here and listen to this? Mouse, I realize what it look like. I know I've been deceiving you. I know I've killed 3 people. But knowing what I've told you, can you say I'm wrong? Look me in the eye and tell me these people don't die, and then we wouldn't be doing the world service by getting rid of them. I'm not the villain here, Mouse, in here. You're psychic bastards. Psychic bastards, what you... Mouse, deck this fool. I stood there frozen. They took in everything. Here's our take. Maybe we shouldn't be killing anyone right now. Huh? Are you just both seriously looking at me confused? Look, Rooster, I know you saw Dragon kill your parents. Dragon, I know Rooster has already killed 3 people. Let's calmly look at the situation right now. We're in a death game with our very lives at stake, and since Rooster wasn't the traitor, that means there's an unknown enemy out there. Frankly, we can settle everything once we're off our collars. For now, while all our asses are on the line, how about we refrain from passing judgment and get our shit together? Can you do that for me? They both fell silent. They didn't know how to respond to that. Wasn't quite sure what came over me just there. I mean, I'm not the one trying to kill anyone. If Rooster lowers his gun, I ain't gonna have any problems. Very well. I've gotten 3/4 of my revenge. That'll simply have to suffice. You're right, we now have to face the game together. That Rooster lowers his gun. Good. Now very calmly, let's make our way to the cafeteria. We'll discuss what do next as a group. Slowly, Dragon made her way to feet, and we all began to the door. Just as I started walking around, however, Dragon made her move. Apparently, she was bluffing. She grabbed a nearby pen and stabbed Rooster. Endeavor she succeeded, but not without cost. See, Rooster hadn't completely let go of the gun. Dragon's body collapsed, and the two began to bleed out on top of each other. It was truly grotesque, but it was almost poignant in a way. In the end, the two had taken each other out in a mutual act of hatred and petty revenge. Tragic. When the group caught up to me, they saw me staring at bodies with a blank look. I'm not sure how long I stood there. It was long enough that the image of the lesson would forever be seared in my brain. Well, it seems that's finally over. All's well that ends well, right? How exactly is all's well? Well, I guess it's not right, but you know, we're not dead. That's something. That's something, alright. After the incident with Rooster, things have been going smoothly. We'd gathered enough minor trinkets, and we were now using them to get to the end of the board quickly. Following this plan, this would be the last round. You know what sucks about this the most? We can't even blame this one on Brian. If someone with one of the messed up personalities did something, that'd be lame, but at least we could throw the blame elsewhere. But here, there's nothing more than human malice. 5 people had to die because of something so petty. You call Rooster's story petty? I'd rather let the others in on what Rooster said. I guess that's not the right word for it. If it's true, that might be the most messed up part in all this. But for everything to culminate in a mass murder, things that panned out like this to Rooster, drove Rooster to murdering those 4. I guess this is the price the sin of sloth takes. Forget it. What's done's done. If Rooster tossed anything, it's let the past lie in the past. We can only walk forwards, after all. What's the lesson? Should you forgive and forget? Is revenge always pointless? Was Rooster nothing more than a senseless murderer? The questions aren't easy to answer. Lucky for me, I had plenty of time to wrestle with them. In the end, everyone alive crossed the finish line together. Monkey was executed, as was one other person, the one with the desperate personality trait, who was Pig. Even in the end, they didn't admit it. They let their caller confess for them, but they also never took any action against the group. They just did their part and died in the end. As to why, it's not hard to guess. Why lingered in the past. In the end, only 5 of us got out. Yeah, they're not revealing this because they don't... They make it wanted it so that if you stumble on this ending, you won't learn that Pig is the traitor for here. You have to go through Pig's storyline specifically to learn she's the other one. Jack of Spades. There's a path where Rooster's desire for revenge will awaken. Nothing good can come of it. While he's far cleverer than most would notice, his act can only take him so far. In all likelihood, Mouse will eventually catch him, resulting in inevitable mutual bloodshed. Unfortunately, the answer is simply not let him indulge himself like that. Revenge is messy. The true path should be clean. Alright, now which one is his? Alright, so we have 2 here. I think I know where they are, so let's continue here. I have to get this wrong intentionally, it seems like. Because it seems helping her open that safe unlocks a new ending. The answer had to lie somewhere in this room, I just didn't know where. Frustrated looking around, I wasn't looking anywhere in particular, just poking around. I was familiar with the layout, I already searched it before, so I was sure I could find a secret. Before long, dog spoke up. Mouse, you keep doing what you're doing, but I'm gonna inform the others. Yeah, you do that. I shoot him away and focused. I found a curious discovery in a closet, I was trying to figure out what it could mean. I paid little mind when I heard the sound of footsteps, and ultimately I paid little mind when the sound of footsteps entering the room. I want a vacuum that shouldn't be suspicious, but only one in this context, I should have seen it coming. Instead, my back was entirely turned to my assailant, and it was a mistake I couldn't get away with making. 10 seconds afterward, I was on the ground. 50 seconds, more footsteps entered to find my corpse. Jack of Diamonds. Mouse's fate is surprisingly complex. The reason for her murder doesn't become clear unless you see the entire stack of dominoes. However, one way or another, she'll definitely become a target if she wastes too much time in the crime scene. Alright, so that's the next one. Yeah, the reason it showed me the ceiling tile event in that one's... Oh, you're right, Rooster. To be honest, I can't make a strong judgment call without taking all the facts, but if you're right, it sounds like blackmailing is serious villainous. If I were you, I'd probably have done it too. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. See, I knew you were smart. Mouse, you think you'll turn on me? Did you kill Rooster's parents? No. Sorry, I don't believe you. Hurrah! An instant dragon was up and charging. It was a remarkable sight to see. It made less so by the fact she was obviously aiming at me. A distance. Mouse is in a room with two highly dangerous, easily angered people. Perhaps starting a conflict in this situation is not the wisest course of action. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. But hey, another set of endings collected. We're starting to reach the end, and I'm pretty sure that once I get all of them is when I'll finally be able to access the others. I believe we've exhausted all the endings from Monkey... No, we haven't, actually. Because remember, we still have to do the one where we do correctly solve it. But I do want to do the one where... I do want to do the one where Mouse is a traitor. And to get that one, I have to go with Snake and Rooster. I don't know, I think we should go last. That's possible, I suppose. Try my option. Ah, an item. Here. Pig and Monkey brings it to, here. Yeah, I confess, this will lead to Mouse dying, but I need to figure out what I need to do beforehand in order to activate this. Alright, Snake on the chessboard, talking sheep. Pig and Horse discussing food and drink. How to fight back against captors. Discussion about the kidnapper's intent. Ox, Dragon, Monkey appeared. They were having something of an argument with Monkey mediating. I still think you just smashed the front door. No patience of virtue, Dragon. Your point? What do you think my point is? Your point better be... think it is, I'm gonna slug you in the face. Dragon, could you behave for 5 minutes? Response, Dragon stomped on Ox's foot. Ox grabbed his foot and began swearing up a storm. Dragon, I feel you have a tendency to resort to violence when it isn't needed. And I never tell you you're a really shitty dog. I'm just trying to figure out where it stems from. Why? What's to you? Curiosity? Oh, is there therapizing because you're bored? Is that an issue? Response, Dragon stomped on Monkey's foot. It's like that I should not engage with that group. Somebody wouldn't attack me at the drop of a dime. Tiger, Bunny, and Rooster were huddled together, trying to find the true nature of the imprisonment. You know, love the energy here, some great ideas, but I think we might be ignoring the possibilities we could use a little examination. Here's another theory, this hazing ceremony. Come again? Think about it, all the clues fit. We're at a school, what's the point? That's a point for hazing. A high school. Yeah, kids start with social pressure early nowadays. This is a major problem facing teenage life. High school's even rougher than it used to be. This poor generation. No wonder they turn now more than ever the sweet escape of entertainment. Okay, but even this is a hazing thing, what would be the point of it? Not that I think the idea is marriage, trying to workshop. What's the point of it? Funny, you must not have had a lot of fun in college. You're just figuring that out now? One look at him should have told you that. It's a bit hurtful there. Hazing doesn't have a point. That is the point. This is a little extreme for a prank, don't you think? I mean, do you even think high school kids would be able to set up something like this? Never underestimate the power of youth. I'm not... I've done a lot... Okay, it actually advanced the text without me that time. I've done a lot more market research in the teen demo and organizing like this. Probably Casual Tuesday. How would they know how to kidnap us? They probably looked up online and keep with the latest trends, but this thing called the internet... Yeah, it's pretty powerful. How old do you think I am? That's gotta be as... Gotta be honest here, Bunny feels like you're not vibing with the hazing theory. You have some problem with it? No, you know what? It's great. You could totally be right. No, you couldn't. Mouse, Bunny, don't humor them. I haven't been listening wrong, but even what I heard can tell you this theory is ridiculous. That's not very open-minded of you. Tiger, how long is it gonna take you to realize this is a serious issue? We've gotta get real. I am real. It's real certain there's an actual kidnapping, but in the sense it is. Literal sense it is. A little schmitteral. What I'm saying is you can't, whatever you think is happening, it's not. You really think some dangerous organization would take time to kidnap a bunch of strangers and put them in animal masks? Throw them in school and then something stupid, call themselves something stupid like the Jade Emperor? That's insane. There's gotta be some better explanation. Maybe I haven't found it, but there's gotta be one. Although it'd be quite cool if it was a dangerous organization, that would really like a real life version of my action movies. And yeah, but unfortunately, the fact that the masks they have, the safes, and everything was clearly done on the cheap shows that this is unlikely to be the work of a group. Exactly, see, Brewster gets it. Are you sure? Because what he said sounds pretty different from what you said. We're just having some fun here, Mouse. No need to get worked up. Look, I'm normally down for goofs and gags, Bunny. I couldn't call down on that, but we're in a serious situation. We are real, and you're really a pain in the ass. Don't want to skadoodle. What? Need to get hostile, everyone? No, Rooster's right. I'm just leaving. Absolutely no help. Better focus on people could be useful. Focus on the computer. You're a prosecutor, right? Surely you can handle yourself. I'm working on something right now. Well, suit yourself. But I turned back the book he was holding in his hands. And turned back this computer. Now what could the password be? I noticed there was a button, give a reminder. Maybe that could help. I clicked on it, and odd message displayed. The data began. That was way too ominous. As suspected, this was something Brian set up, so what was it? Presumably the race. So what's today's date? Well, the date was kidnapped. Assume I hadn't been asleep for over a day, which would be crazy. Except it looked like I couldn't put in a slash. Try and put the password to the computer will let me in, huh? Thought I had it. I tried another guess, it was no use. Dang, guess it wouldn't be that easy, huh? Mouse, are you done? We should probably get back to the cafeteria. Looks out of time. Fortunately, we remain locked for now. I need to figure this out. Oh yeah, they said when the date was in the last one, but I need to figure that out. Alright. Confess. Alright, let's see if we can find the date listed here, because I think that's the key. It's the date this all began, the date of the murder. Yeah, there are... Yeah, there's something... The date... We need to find the date here. Walked over. What is it? This book doesn't follow. What exactly is this? The book actually had the center. Make a makeshift hidey hole. That's neat. Kind of cliche. I've seen something in a number of cases. Compartments. Alright, we're gonna have to load again. I don't think this matters too much, or does it? Obviously, we need to work together, but sheep, there may be some people who try to take advantage of you to save themselves, so keep that in mind. Of course. Thanks for the advice, Mouse. Don't mention it. I said that of a tear of mineral spirits. I couldn't find anything. Neither we were doomed, is it? Alright, this leads to Monkey, then. Darn it. Where's the path split here? It looks like the early parts mostly come together, but I need to find whatever motivates Mouse to not sell out the others. Motivates Mouse to be willing to sell out the others, I mean. Because the whole reason this all started was... the date. I wish I could, here. Oh, darn, when was the date of the case? I'm not going to put in all 365 days of the year. The date it began. They don't mention the date. Load? Oh. Well, I guess since I can't figure this out at the moment, I'm gonna go with the... Alright, we need to load here. Specifically said the ritual leads to this outcome. Deck of cards needs to be properly arranged for what to see what it's telling us. Really telling us? Look, this isn't a random string of numbers. It's actually 2 strings combined. First, there's a string. That's referring to the 13 card ranks. 1 is for the ace, while 11 through is jack through king. So spades, clubs, hearts, diamonds in that order. So what it wants to do is arrange the 4 cards to the strings order. Then we put the 4 stacks. Now give us the code, silly. Look, watch me. Didn't take as long as I thought it would. So once I put the cards in order, I look at the side of the deck. Sure enough, seemingly random marks reveal to be a code. Voila. Great work, Mouse. I try. Anyway, let's see what we have here. I reached in and found some clear liquid with digits on top. It also printed out a note. I began to read aloud. Kavka's Toxin. Use this item once per round on any player not in front of you in the race. By doing so, they'll be notified they've been poisoned. They will know they will die within a round unless they find the antidote. The antidote, the drink, will be randomly selected from a variety of pre-selected options. However, the fact of the matter is the antidote will doom them, not save them. The victim calmly accepts their fate and is sent to die. Nothing will happen. However, if they drink, they shall be executed. I'm not loving this. Oh, that's very interesting, though. Because didn't Ox survive last time? So I'm not loving this. That's a horrible item. Yeah, there's some blows, but hey, at least we found out what the trader did, right? I guess. Look, I'll hold the vial just to look at... I'll just not look at the numbers. I pocket the vial and the note. I doubt you'd be useful, but better safe than sorry. Looks we found the room and all this offer. Looks like it. I guess we should split up and keep searching school. I guess so. You know what I like about you, Sheepy? Alright, easy. Wait, what? With that, we both made it. Yeah, the classroom began walking in separate directions. So to know the end, I found a nearby classroom, took out my tablet. But I do hit run. Easy as that. Afterwards, I took up where to look. Wandering third floor, I ran to Rooster. Oh, Rooster, nice to see you up here. Likewise, Mouse, I must say, no disrespect to our friend Ox, but splitting up has made things awfully dreary. I haven't seen another soul in some time. Think how many possible words left unspoken due to my solitude. Truly a crime. Oh, interesting. Who did you go with the second round? What did you do with your... Oh. Oh, so this is a quick way. Who would you search for in the third round? Solve the puzzle. There's an additional rule. I see, so this is basically a quick way to handle it. Alright, so yeah, that's a quick way to go to the different ones here. I'm not sure what these decisions actually affect. Yeah, it looks like these are all playing out the same. So there is a timeline where my decisions do impact things that happen later, but Unlock the computer to unlock this option. Victorious. Yeah, no more. Yeah, it looks like we only have about 4 endings left, and I need to figure out how to open that computer. Unfortunately, I don't remember what, if even mention what the date is. Accomplished. Weak. Unlike the others. Alright, here we are. This is another set of timelines. There's no way. There's no way this was unintentional. He must foster a sense of peace. He introduced the bullshit rule. Two will have to die. I thought you said if we did everything right, everyone could escape. It's not far from believing that psycho for 1 minute. Is he serious? Probably. There are people gonna have to die then. Is that true? What's the point of all this? It seems to undermine everything Brian set up until now, unless... Wait a second, everybody. Mouse. Something wrong here. What are you talking about? What was I talking about? Alright, I do believe this. We can overwrite this safe now because we've safely unlocked everything from that timeline. Therefore, we should be able to continue with this timeline. Huh? I don't get it. I mean, Brian previously said if we work together, we can all get out alive, but these rules blow that premise out of the water. Isn't that weird? For real? Look, that Psycho clearly wasn't planning to keep us a group, so he introduced some shit to break us apart. And what does it matter that changed his mind? It's not like he's bound to what he said. What's the plan, Chief? This hasn't changed at all. We're gonna find them. This is a super bad idea. That was a good reason. And exactly how do you propose? For different abilities, there's no quicker way of moving the trinkets. If the accomplished tribe tries to get ahead, we'll know their intentions, and their group can work against a common enemy. Once all the minor, we can make the finish line in 2 rounds. Even if the weak doesn't activate their trinket, more than 9 will receive a joint victory. Their immunity forfeit. I suspect that's what happened. If they hadn't armed themselves already, peaceful facing harsher rules wouldn't be content. We had to split looking for trinkets. I decided to check around the class from the first drawer. Evidently, this was an incorrect choice, because although I didn't know at the time, it made me first in the target line. I was hit with a kitchen knife. I screamed in pain as loud as I could. They drew some people to the scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. Didn't even know who stabs, so I wasn't good at my death. So that's a bummer, I guess. Ace of clubs. In this path, Mouse has already collected all the pieces she needs to solve Brian's puzzle. However, the ability to do something and capacity to do it are 2 separate things. If she doesn't collect the dots herself, no one will, and the race shall proceed standardly. Oh, so this might actually be the way we need to go in order to win the game. Yeah, that's not right. I guess that's not right. Alright, so this is the true timeline we need to worry about. What? Our master beginning to question leading comprehension. It's pretty clear the accomplished and we couldn't work with the rest of us. Correct. People with those personalities can't win the group. Sort of finger and point. No, I'm not. Those personalities are the problem. We can get rid of them. Can we do that? I saw no such rule. Well, I did. Cheap person I found made a trinket that allowed someone to replace their information with another person's. First I thought this meant they could steal somebody's ability. However, I realized it could also be used to overwrite. Hey, Mouse is right. That totally work. Intriguing. For real? Great thinking, Mouse. With this, there's a peaceful path ahead of us. Hold on, there's an issue. What do you mean? If I remember, the trinket was one-time use, which means we can only save 1 person. Seriously? Damn it. Looks like the path of safety got snatched away. It's alright, Pig. Things are still under control, because there's a way to save everybody. Well, let's hear it. Bunny Dog and I found another major trinket. There's a reuse the last item that was inputted. In other words, copy an item, not personality. I believe I'm going to see the picture. Okay. Yes, this should work. Good thing, too, I'm not sure what I would have done had not been a situation like this. That means, correct. I have the accomplished personality. The rules are unclear on a major point. I thought they were perfectly clear. No, they're not. They talked about how accomplished be executed to fail. They didn't make clear what would happen to the weak personality. That's because they'd be executed, right? Jade Emperor didn't make that explicit. Isn't that a weird oversight? For real? Look, just because the asshole didn't say explicitly doesn't mean the point wasn't clear. Yeah, it's not like he's bound to make his rule crystal. He's the one deciding them will be executed. What's the plan, Chief? Alright. Horse and sheep. Okay. Accomplished. Have you not worked out a solution, Mouse? Things would have gotten far more complicated for me, so I thank you for that. You're welcome. Now, if this is going to work, then also admit I have the weak personality. We can fix that, right? Of course we can fix it. These 2 items will be able to work together as a team. Hooray! Yes, hurrah indeed. It was incredible how quickly the atmosphere morphed from one defeat to one accomplishment. There was a palpable feeling of positivity, like we'd just beaten Brian in his own game. We'd worked out a loophole with his design. Instead of turning against each other, we could all survive. For my part, I was quite smug about piercing the whole thing together, but I tried to remain humble. Instead, I took out the major items, I'll coordinate things. We decided Horse's ability and personality would be the safest to copy. Before long, Ox and Sheep returned from the classrooms assessing that it worked properly. It's fascinating, though. What is? The obvious plan for a team would be to search out the entire school for Minor. In that search, it's almost certain that we'd have both found these major trinkets. It would not take too much time in thinking and putting the pieces together and save those with personality, so Brian was accurate when he said the trial was a character, and he was truthful when he said we'd come out together. So if we were all virtuous and level-headed, the accomplished and weak personality would out themselves, and the group would search for trinkets. And the group finds those too major, we'd realize that we could survive. However, what would have happened if we'd not found those before the announcement had been played? It's not improbable that instead of banding together, things would have devolved into chaos, resulting in very few of us surviving. What's the purpose of this thought experiment? I suppose there isn't one in particular. Good, let's get back to business. We thought of thwarted the Jade Emperor once, but let's not forget we're still in grave danger. We don't know what other tricks he may play, so we might still actually have to find the 12th Major. He gave us 15 extra minutes to sort things out, but it's been longer than that. We need to go back to our search. Agreed, let's split up again and go to school. Yeah, we got this. Let's kill a game in style. What a festive mood. This morale will help our effectiveness, or it'll make us complacent. But whatever, let's start searching. Start searching we did. The group fanned out, turning every room with great efficiency, and sure enough, we found our fair share. One in a safe auditorium, one in the nurse's office, third in the trophy case. It wasn't just minor, but some major too. Blinders which shuffled everyone's positions and made everyone's pieces anonymous. A mousetrap which let you move backwards as much as you want. Rooster found a pistol. He did a lot of posing with it before Bunny confiscated it. We continued to update each other on progress. Then the 6th round, I found something interesting in the corner of the lab. One of the computer screens was now open. I figured I should try checking it out. The PNG have a giant 9 minimized. Weird. I tried turning on a bunch of the others. Most of them powered off, but 3 turned on. 3 were locked. They needed a username and password. But I couldn't help but notice the fact their profile of 3 computers were all unique. First was an ox, second a tiger, third a bunny. Couldn't be a coincidence. I looked around and before more signed that seemed pertinent. How to start a computer, a guide. The username would be the owner's name. Password would be their role. Possible roles. Tool, complicit, judge, killer. Note, capitalization matters. Yeah, this is definitely one of Brian puzzles. I didn't get it, but figured there's no harm in giving it a shot. I started the computer with Ox. I tried to remember his name. I couldn't remember the prosecutor's name. Oh, darn, I don't remember that. Okay, good. And for the password, I thought that might do it. However, the computer wouldn't budge. It must be wrong. Still, there'd be something big. Sure enough, it seemed to be open PNG file, but more on the system. I made my way to the computer and started digging around and thought, I discovered something interesting when I tried to log out. Something curious. Unfortunately, I'd never be able to relay information because what I was putting together. Hands. I tried to fight it, obviously, but my assailant had the element of surprise. Very supposed to lay eyes on my attacker, and surprised me it did. Not because who my killer was. It's because my killer wasn't the person that should have been trying. Wasn't the person who should have been trying to hide what I just found out. So why'd kill me? Him. The nice mystery to ponder as my consciousness slipped. Ace of Diamonds. If Mouse pokes around the computers too much, she might catch a late fix. Mouse is clever and will likely realize the computer pokes a hole in the story that's been fed. Her getting killed before she could relay that to the rest of the group is the best case scenario. Yeah, it's a pretty good idea. Thanks, Tsukio. I've got a bottle of water this time. Oh yeah, I did need that. Thank you for the reminder. Alright, so this one here is the true ending. The top one here is the true ending. The, ace? Well, that makes sense. So I need to go through one of these here in order to find his true ending. Two of these I haven't found anywhere, but I can probably zip through these with it here. Alright, so it seems... Yeah, I need to do something that allows her to not confess. Yeah, this one's already one I've already done. At least this allows me to zip through them really quickly. Yeah, I'm only given the option to confess. Alright, so going to either of these allows me to do that, but something needs to show up. Alright, let's see if we can find the other endings here. This is where we're going to start getting interesting. Actually, I do need to do the one... I need to figure out, how did I get to the timeline where Ox gets poisoned? Load. Nope, let's load here. Alright, so let's go back. Alright, I think I'm close here. That leads to the war here. Ox and Dragon, and then just go... Let's do this. Yeah, let's go searching. We can totally do this. Now it's the spirit. I believe this is where we learn the true name for Ox. Alright, let's see if we can find his name in here. Alright, let's find out here. Alright, where do we find Ox's name here? It has to be in here somewhere. I can look at the cards, but it won't let me look at the text to them, which would have been a lot more helpful, since I need to figure out exactly which of these is where we find out their true name. And this is actually a bit tricky, because this game is actually very small scale. Small enough, in fact, that it actually doesn't even have a... It doesn't seem to have a wiki page or anything, so I can't just look this stuff up. I may actually need to look through my own footage to try and find where it's mentioned. Tool, complicit, judge, killer. The pass will be their role. Uses the owner's first name. It has to have been in here at some point. I just need to try and remember it. This does mean I've at least found the road to the true ending, but I need to figure out a few other things. Oh, this is not letting me skip, which means this is a new one. Who's the personalities here? Determined. Alright, we know that Ox is the determined personality. From the other, selfless. That's supposed to be monkeys. No, that's tigers. Okay, so Ox and Tiger are the, traders in this timeline. Serious? Probably. And people are gonna have to die, aren't they? Everyone calm down. We don't need to send to chaos. The people determined selfless are gonna confess, starting with me. Tiger is like, I have selfless. Seriously? No way. That's certainly a surprise. You're admitting to it? Of course I'm admitting to. I really don't want to die. Many of me screaming and not to do this. Dying here would leave 100 promises unbroken. But it's one cool thing to sacrifice all you to save my own skin. So if it means keeping everyone together, I'll proudly state my true to my selfless personality and announce it. Means you're gonna have to finish my promises for me. Of course, we'll do that for you. Tiger, my friend, you'll be hailed as a national hero for this. Your name will live on in perpetuity. Perpetuity, huh? I like the sound of that. Oh, come on, whoever's determined, join me. We must face the music with our heads held high. Tiger's voice was inspiring, however words fell flat. The room stayed silent. Determined, save it. While I admire Christ, most aren't willing to give up on everything, just helps with strangers. Unfortunately, this is kind of the expected result. It's a matter of actively betraying the group. Most would shudder from the action. However, when action leads to one's own death, betrayal by inaction is much more palatable. So what are we going to do? We don't need to change our strategy. We just need to get 11 instead of 12. They're going to cross at the same time. Want the person determined try and reach it first? What if it's, say, pig? Me, it's not me. As an example, you could use your ability to rush ahead. That puts you in front. That would be too much akin to getting check and chess by crashing your queen through the line of pawns. It temporarily gets you in lead, but immediately end your chances of success. If Pig made her intent to betray the group clear from the start, the whole group would wind up, team up, make sure she doesn't beat us. Therefore, it would be in our best interest to hide, like a small opportunity. Stop talking about me like I'm gonna betray everyone. The bottom line is if we all stick to the plan and nothing goes awry, then the traitor won't have the opportunity to cross the finish line alone. Therefore, we should focus on the minor trinkets. Hey, before we get to that, there's something I should bring up. Oh yeah, we found a weapon in the gym. What? Yeah, a place like a damn weapon shop, pretty wild. Weapons? Why would Brian give us that? A curious decision. That could be a problem. Last thing we want is to give people a way to kill easily. Your presence is gonna problem. Yeah, but what? You said the clause would lock, we relock it? Nah, the lock fell apart. I guess Brian did that intentionally, huh? Curses, fallen again by Brian. Look, we should get someone trustworthy guard. That way no one can use it. but that means one less person to be guarding the minor trinkets. A necessary sacrifice. Tiger's right, a guard system would be the simplest and safest. Furthermore, I propose dog should be the guard. Me? A curious choice, almost treated like picking someone useless as me to be a trustworthy one. Anecdotally, I believe your personality is least likely to be determined. I think personalities are given somewhat reflect aspects of our real personalities. Tiger certainly proved herself worthy of the mantle by announcing hers, correct? And mine is no exception. Take that into consideration. I think no Ken less determined than dog. Solid argument, I pass. What? I don't want to guard, seems like a lot of work, and if I'm I'm primed for being killed. Now, dog, doesn't it seem a bit selfish of you? Yeah. Okay then. How about we have Tiger? What? She's already proven to not be determined, so she should be safe. Yeah, but she'd also die if she went along with us. How do we know she won't turn around? She already confessed. She could change her mind. Anyone could change their mind and think things were too dangerous to not turn on the group. Tiger's already proven herself loyal, and no one will be able to get a jump on her anyways. She should be the guard. Agreed? You're acting like angry, but no one looked like he wanted to argue, Docs. Oh, that's nice, Box. Should I just go to the gym and sit in the closet till the race is done? Is that really alright? The gym's kind of separated from the rest of the building. If something bad happened, it'd be hard to get other people. Let's just move the weapons here to the cafeteria. Good idea, Horse. Then we'll go with that. Just like that, we were decided. Tiger, Dragon, and I led the group to the gym. We made sure to take careful stock of everything in the closet before anyone was allowed to touch anything. The group carried items back to the cafeteria. We piled up in the center of the room. Inventory was taken to make sure everything was there and no one pocketed anything. Great, I won't take my eyes off this pile. No one's laying a finger on these weapons on my watch. See to it that no one does, and if that's everything, let's split up and search. Let's. I think I'll search some nearby classrooms. I'll join you. Oh, so will I. If it's okay with you, I'll help you look as well. Whoa, what's with my sudden popularity surge? Due to recent events, I don't like the idea of searching on my own as much. Me neither. Is that why you guys are going with her? How strange. I simply go this way because I choose to. Y'all do what you want, I'm gonna search by myself. Well, it's all the same to you guys, I'll also go by myself. Look, people, if you want to work together as a group, do. If you don't, don't. We're all adults, we can make our own decisions. Let's stop talking and search. Ox's definitive statement broke up, sent us all on our way. Like they said they would, rooster, pig, sheep, all search nearby classrooms with me. As a group, searching rooms went by much quicker. We determined a certain room didn't have any clues in no time flat. Then we began to search the next classroom. However, we weren't searching for long before an announcement started to play. Attention animals, a major trinket's been used. Upon activation, this announcement plays on our tablets. Oh, this can't be good. Someone activated the butcher's knife. With the butcher's knife in play, at the end of every round, the user will have an additional three spaces forward for every corpse the knife has slashed. Corpse, of course, but corpse already slashed is slashed again. The movement will not take place. To the innocent, I wish you luck. To the butcher, happy hunting. Instead of elaborating, the speakers went silent. What on earth was that about? It's one thing to play a creepy game with a threat of execution, but now all that was a hunt? Who would activate a crazy, terrible, batshit major trinket? The others were also struggling with the news. What the hell? There's no way. I can't run or hide. I don't want my life to end in a crappy retelling of a Richard Connell story. Actually, I wish it was like that. Then at least I have a chance of fighting back. Hunting me? I'm afraid a fabulous catch like this is going a little far. Oh, I'm gonna die like this, aren't I? You just snap out of it. Seriously, I'm sick of this group falling apart the moment things start to get a little scary. I thought we already flushed the spear of death thing out of our system back in cafeteria. That announcement didn't make any sense, though. This has to be a mistake. Yeah, Sheep's right. Who would use that sort of item? It has to be the person who's determined. To them, it must be their only hope of escaping. No way. But now we need to gather everyone. The three of us can retreat here, but the other one needs to tell everyone to meet back here. So who's gonna do it? I'm not very fast or smart. Oh, me neither. I can't run fast, and I'm short, which means our legs are short, which means that's running. And I've got really bad asthma, so if I get intense, I won't last long. Oh, also, standing in me would be a mistake. Why? You ever heard of something called a pitch hitter? Oh yeah, baby, this little baseball game. I'll only go up to bat when we've got bases loaded. Right now, it's a foul ball. 2 more strikes and we're out. I feel like your metaphor fell apart at the end. Oh, I guess that leaves. Seriously, guys? I'm sure you'll do great. Darling, got a real scrappy hero look going for you, and it means you'll likely survive. Yeah, I'm sure you can do something that's better than I can. Alright, we've already cleaned out this timeline, so... I think we've cleared out this timeline, so we can start here. Save it here. Alright. Alright, you bunch of babies. Might as well be me. Thank you. Good luck, Mouse. Quiet Sheep doesn't need bad luck. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Doesn't need good luck. Yes, no, you don't. Now we got my well wishes. What's the difference? I'll be back as soon as I can. I wasn't feeling particularly confident, but it seems as if no choice. I was very aware I might be stabbed as I tried to find the others. But if we didn't find the group together, we'd be in a ton of danger. Someone needed to spread the news. That someone had to be me. Made my way to the second floor. There I found 2 people. However, telling them where the group was wouldn't be the first thought in my mind. I'm not moving. Ease does now. I don't want to hurt you. And you don't want to hurt me. Half true. Don't tempt me. I saw a dog, and he was holding up some sort of pistol with a silencer aimed right for Horse. Horse, meanwhile, had his back turned to me, but his hands up, clearly not wanting to get shot. But I saw the dagger in his pocket. That means he was the one who activated the item. This could be a problem. Mouse, good to see a friendly face. Mouse, don't turn around. You don't need to look at her. Dog, horse, what's going on? Pretty simple. Just before the announcement, I found this here pistol. Pretty neat, don't you think? Then the announcement came over the tablet. I became concerned. Not long after I saw a horse brandishing a funny-looking knife. I normally wouldn't care that much, but I figure even I couldn't let everyone here get killed by its bruise. So, after going after him, well, sort of ended up the situation. Now we're getting the part where I ask him what he was thinking and taking that deal. I don't need to tell you. I don't need to not shoot you. Double negative. Oh, damn, you got me. So are you gonna answer my question or am I just shooting? Or do you seriously plan to hunt us all down? Present tense, I do. Why, you think differently? I just know you don't want to die, but if you stay alive, you'll kill us all. Why are you that desperate to escape? It's not that simple, I can't tell you, but just know that I don't want this. I tend to find not doing things you don't want to do leads to favorable results. Or getting fired from work, one of the two. Talking like this is a waste of time. Hey, we're in agreement. Sorry, dude, but if you're not changing your mind, I'm afraid I do have to shoot you. I'm sorry, too. He'd be better suited for this. I hate we come to this, but I couldn't see what's happening, but Horse took something out of his pocket. Bring it to his face when whatever it was startled Dog. Hey now, easy, what are you? Too slow. After quipping a tone unlike himself, Horse slammed both his fists against his face, as visibly threw Dog off, not sure what to make of this. In the confusion, Horse lunged at him. He was a lumbering beast, yet he moved with awe-inspiring speed. His legs were like cannons shooting forwards, closing the distance between the two. To Dog's credit, he wasn't entirely idle. He got a shot off. Unfortunately, he hit the shot accounting for when Horse was fully standing up. With his lunge, he had moved, so the bowling grazed his shoulder, sailing past him, landing on the wall nose uncomfortably close to me. Before Dog could get a second shot, and Horse grabbed the army one hand and punched it with the other. I swear I heard the bones crunching as Dog howled and dropped the gun. Before Dog could recover, Horse punched him in the gut, sending him to the ground. Horse got on top of him and just started punching him over and over, brutalizing him. It was an incredible amount of brutality, a total beatdown, all while the Horse sounded as if he was laughing. Finally, things came down and the Horse took out an ornate dagger and slashed it. I was stunned. I just witnessed Horse beat Dog to death. It was like nothing I'd seen before. My muscles locked as he seemed to take something off his face and put it on his pocket. So yeah, Horse is absolutely a mob enforcer, as I had theorized earlier. He has absolutely no trouble with killing because he's used to doing it on orders. He doesn't question it, he doesn't hesitate, he just acts. I realized I had to do something fast, but I didn't want to have the same fate. I would start to run if I were you. Don't waste the chance I just gave you. Horse is right. He'll a completely different attitude than he's just been. I need to run and run away quickly. The gun is get to the ground, certainly an important piece. If Horse got his hands on it, things would be much worse. If I grab it, I was closer, but it was faster. The turn was just a hightail it, but everyone was coming. That way, at least I rushed forward, determined with the gun. As soon as I realized what he was doing, I launched forward. Luckily, I must have caught him because his reaction delayed. Personally, I didn't think he'd go for it. Whatever the case, my lead was enough to get the hands of the pistol well before it. I immediately aimed. I wasn't too sure, but I wasn't going to let him know that. Freeze! I shout. This much with intimidating force. I wasn't able to intimidate him, and I couldn't risk pulling the trigger and hoping the gun would fire. I don't know how, but my words stopped him. He seemed to fall his hands in the air. Drop the knife now. I wasn't going to make the same mistake Dog did. I kept the gun aimed at his chest, not his head, and I kept a fair distance between the two of us. Most importantly, I rated myself to take the shot. Horse, however, complied, and I felt good. Now, kick it over. Sure thing. Once again, he complied, but slid the knife across the floor. I reached out with my foot and pushed even further down the hallway. So long as we didn't, the weapon you needed to kill people with, Horse was a significant disadvantage. Far from powerless, but still. So, give me the one reason why I shouldn't end your life right now? That'd be difficult. I imagine. You killed Dog. That I did. Why? I'll have to kill all of you eventually. You look like you were enjoying it? I wasn't. Could have fooled me. I can tell. So you got nothing to say? All I can say is this. I don't want to do this for sadistic or personal. I did make a poor decision. Even if you can't understand or you're yours, it's impossible for me. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I trust that, just trust that I have a greater good in mind. The greater good. How on earth can you guys the greater good if you're bent on killing everyone here? That sounds like greater good to you? And what the hell does that creepy laughter have to do? Fine then, I see how it's gonna be. You're lucky I'm not brutal enough to shoot you here and now. Come. Everyone, they'll decide how to deal with you. You're so weak-willed you lack the conviction to finish things. To make your own decision? Fine, how will we move? Fair distance ahead of me, but not too far. I'll have this gun on you all the time. If you look like you're going to make suspicious, I won't hesitate to open fire. Get in the kitchen. Two of us made an awkward march as we started in. Every once in a while, Horse looked back at me, but it didn't appear to move. Soon enough, the hallways filled with windows. We had a Dragon and Tiger. Dragon was holding things, some sort of automatic rifle. Tiger was just wielding a sledgehammer. Dragon, Tiger, Mouse, there you are. Come to look for you. Just act as a search party, if you will. It seems as though you brought the party to us. I gotta say, pretty impressive. I didn't think you'd be able to pull one over on this mammoth. You knew it was Horse? Bunny saw Horse with a knife. Guess his skills have degraded. I got lucky, that's all. Man, that's kind of lame. Looks like this game's gonna be over before I even get a chance to fight. Looks like it. In fact, Mouse, I haven't shot him already. He was trying to kill Saul, right? I wouldn't do. I I wouldn't do that if I were you. Oh yeah, how come? I might be useful. What possibilities could someone like you have? For one, I could probably tell you who those men outside are. Men outside? Horace looked to the left out the windows. I thought this whole thing was a setup. Across my eyes, I carelessly turned my head as I carelessly looked. An instant, his arms lunged out, grabbing the hand with the gun and wrestling the weapon. Realizing now what was happening, in the blink of an eye, I charged one arm. Dragon retaliation had her gun squarely. I was something of a shield, but Horace was such a massive target I was insufficient cover. Before this turns to mutual slaughterhouse, I propose a ceasefire. It would be preferable for either only myself or only you three to die. No, as it stands, it's likely all four of us perish. With the proposed delivery, Horace lowered his gun and aimed at the floor. Dragon hesitated, of course, but after she shot eyes with me, she only mirrored Horace's movements. What are you thinking? Instead of answering, Horace spun the pistol with a finger, lowered position. He still managed to get a clean shot from Dragon's stomach, because she knew what was happening. The tiger rushed Horace, but he raised the gun more. Before I could even... No, my arm suddenly retreated. Why didn't you just shoot me? I didn't know. That was a close one. I commend you, Mouse. Things were looking dicey, but you really should have acted for it tougher at the start, or risk shooting me. It was very clear early on you didn't know what you were doing. I could have escaped sooner, but there was a whole matter of the weapon stockpile. Killing you here and approaching the group with no leverage would have been far, far riskier. A gambled opportunity might present itself. Of course, it was unnecessary to make sure Dragon lowered her gun before her killing her. A girl with that vengeful nature and killer's instinct, in her dying moment, she likely would have squeezed the trigger tightly, and bullets shower both of us. That way's better. However, with what I said, I couldn't make it out. 8. Assuming Mouse is present in the hallway when she'll be faced with the option of intervening. However, Horace is a truly monstrous fighter. It's easy but fatal to underestimate his immense power. Unless she immediately flees, Horace will kill her. Yeah, given that the implications of all stuff that's been going on lately, yeah, I'm pretty confident he is a mob enforcer, which, yeah. This is no time for heroics, but I just seen his insane feat, and Horace showed himself being incredibly athletic. Now is not the time to be thoughtlessly going with him, but without a plan, for now I need to get away. So I ran as quickly as I could the staircase, not daring to look back. I know how much Horace chased me, if at all. Well, I just know by the time I got to the first floor, I could hear he wasn't still after me. Still, I kept running until I got back to the cafeteria. There, I found pretty much everyone else. Even without my help, they all had the idea of meeting up, so everyone started the arrow's place to go. Mouse! I see you're safe. What's going on? Where's Horace? I bombarded with questions, but first I had to catch my breath. Once I had done that, I explained what happened to everyone, the mood became less pleasant. In that moment, we'd all took a second more than the loss of Dog. I could tell many people wanted to look at the situation with despair, but my warnings of Horace reminded them all they have to wait. Now is the time for survival. How that survival came about, however, was a topic of debate. I'm saying that hiding is a tried and true strategy, and the most noble, when you think about it. I mean, anything else could be stooping down the level of our aggressor. And don't you know what they say about that? Don't do it. Finding places to hide would be the path of least resistance, but might be one that leads to least strife. I would not oppose your notion. Maybe that'd be viable if we had needed the minor trinkets, but as it stands, hiding would simply ensure no one survives. That is why creating a safe area is an optimal strategy. We have resources and space, as well as a clear entrance to defend. Dragon and her group graciously acquired weapons, so we shall be well prepared to defend ourselves, and the strategy is built to last. I really like the idea of holding up here and making sure it can't get us. Of course, I can't really be the one... No, the people making sure he can't get us. I can't really hold a gun or fight her. That's cowardly. It's like a puppy guarding. I was always a fan of puppy guarding. And that's why if you don't face your problems in life head on, you'll never get anywhere. Dog tried to face his problems head on. Look where that got him. No, this is a great idea, but I'm a little concerned about the practical applications of such a plan. If we wait for him to come to us, that gives him time to search a school. Maybe then he'll find some weapons that'll make him unstoppable. Exactly why we cut him off the pass. We hunt this asshole down here now. Like Mouse said, he's super strong. Yeah? Well, who gives a shit? I've been in plenty of fights with dudes twice my size. You know what I did? I kicked him right in the balls. A fight isn't about how big your muscles are. It's how much you're willing to give. I'm willing to give all, and unlike those stupid puzzles, I'm good at fights. What are you suggesting? Right now, Horace just has a rinky-dink pistol, right? That's the weakest he'll be. With this assault rifle, I'm thinking that I like my odds quite a bit more. You guys here so you don't stay here so you don't get in my way. I'll go and save your asses. Oh my, playing the lone hero, are we? Why, are you gonna be a wimp and say I'm being reckless? No, by all means go for it. I think you have half a shot, and that's better that you go up against that monster than me. Asshole. I think Dragon's right, we need to make some tough decisions, we need to fight, but I don't think you should go and do it alone. Like I said, you'll all get my way. It's not like we have enough weapons to go around, I can handle them on my own, so I don't want to see anyone else getting hurt. A valuable sentiment that may be, I think we should send at least one other person with you. This is a risk-reward negating strategy more than anything else. Send me, I'm a great fighter, I'm sure to help. And facing down a bloodthirsty killer, that's a hero's role. Let me be that hero. Yeah, I expect that, but it's gonna have to be a no for me. I don't plan on dying or some shit like that, but in case I don't make it, we're gonna need other fighters to stay back and protect the group. That is surprisingly honorable of Dragon. You know she's not the only other person who can fight, right? I'd volunteer, but Dragon and I get along as well as Parkside and Vereniger. That is to say, we'd end up leaving each other burnt. I'll do it. What? I was the one who let Dog die. I was there in the hallway when it all went down. I couldn't do anything. I know it's not my fault. I know I might not have been able to change anything, but maybe I could have. All I know is if I sit back now, I'll never be able to forgive myself. And if I at least help you, Dragon, maybe then I can be redeemed. I like your style, girl. Alright, you're rolling with me. How about I show you how to kick anyone's ass in a fight? Mouse, are you sure about this? It's undoubtedly going to be extremely dangerous. My mind's made up, Ox. I've got to see this through. Very well, I guess it's settled. The rest of us will be on high alert, so come back safely. And with that, it was decided. Dragon and I would hunt down Horse. From our makeshift arsenal, Dragon picked up an assault rifle and a sledgehammer. I decided to bring along a taser. That seemed more my style. We left the grenade, sniper, and pistol in the group's capable hands. Hopefully that'll be enough to protect them just in case. Before heading out, we went to separate rooms, actions for the round. Then we departed. Going back up the stairs, the second floor is feeling nervous. Would I even be of any use in a situation like this? But this is no time for fears. The moment I stepped foot on the second floor, my instincts went into full flight or flight. Like it or not, Horse would soon be facing down Dragon and myself, and this time, we were heading in to kill. As we moved down the hallway, we caught Horse seemingly absent-mindedly walking out. Immediately, Dragon sprung up and started shooting. However, he had noticed us just as quickly as he noticed him, and he practically leaped down the hallway and hid behind the bend in the wall. I started to chase after him, but Dragon put her hand in front of me. Hold on, he's probably leaning against that wall, pistol in hand, ready to fire back. What are we supposed to do? Just stand back, I got an idea. She shot a barrage of bullets aimed at the hallway's corner. I guess it was meant to be suppressing fire, but suppressing fire for what? Then she stopped firing and waited. After a pause, Horse cried out, I'm not falling for it. Falling for what? I'm not an amateur. You clearly wanted me to think you were reloading, so I'd come out there and fire, at which point you'd be let off the ground and pelt me with bullets. Cute trick. I'm not that smart, but I'm not that dumb either. Guess I should have known that sort of thing wouldn't work. What tipped you off? The number of bullets. What? How can you keep track? I counted. Yeah, get that dipshit. I mean, how do you know how many bullets I had in my round? I saw the gun you had. It's a very standard model. I could even guess the store which was sold. Brian's far from a criminal mastermind, so he probably didn't have his hands on anything for too rare. Damn, I'm impressed. But I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the devil's knowledge of all things violent. Yeah, that's right. I remember you. Of course, I don't know if you remember me. Dragon, what are you talking about? Long story. I may well tell it to you after we toast this sucker. She said that, but what followed was a long time. Break, risk reloading her gun. After a bit of this, Dragon talked to me. Alright, I know how to break the stalemate, you do? Yeah, or at least I got a pretty good idea. You know that weapon you have there? And this, yeah, see if you can try and disassemble it. Not anything deep, just prop the side there. Trust me, it's a shoddy model, I can tell. Okay. Also, should we start to whisper? Horse might be listening. Don't worry, I'm not. Oh, good. Good catch. Dragon continued to pin Horse down. I struck up on the side of the taser. After a brutal effort, I got something to look at the inside, so I couldn't tell what it meant. Nice. Okay, now first separate the strands that shoot out. Grab the tip. If not firing, you should be fine. Okay, like this? Yeah, that's stuff. Now, just make it a webby mess. I feel like this will make me a lot worse. That's fine. That's not the aim. In fact, it's the opposite. With this, we can shock him around the corner. Shock him from around the corner? Yeah, get this. Okay, so first, aim to get a little closer. Next, you're going to toss a taser and toss in the direction he's hiding in. Mid-air, I'll shoot the taser. If it's exposed part, it'll glitch out and basically send the electric web his way. On second, that's no ridiculous. Will it work? Trust me, I've done a trick shot like this before. Don't get me wrong, it's tricky, but if it works, it'll create the opening we need to end things. It's a good thing we sent you. I don't think anyone else could have done something like that. Well, this is sort of thing is one of the few things I'm good at. Might as well be real good at it. At any rate, you can only toss it right away. Don't look if you can toss it right away. Rolling, give it a few practice throws. It needs to be real light, up in the air, and properly tossed to make it in the same direction. Okay, got it. Practice tossing in the way. It was a little intuitive, but I got the hang of it. I then realized the sound of taser falling was very loud in the quiet hall. What on earth are you doing down there? Getting soda? Getting soda, you moron? I panicked, sorry. Horse was equally confused by my answer. Getting a soda? Yes. Why? I'm thirsty. Could you get me one? Fine. Thanks, Horse on the hallway. Why would you say yes? I don't want to be rude. Tell him no. I don't want to. Why? He has a gun. I have a gun. But tell him he's not getting a soda. You know what? I'll do it myself. You're not getting a soda. Why not? Because you're trying to kill us. That's fair. Whatever. Mouse, you ready? I guess. Do it. I wouldn't have loudly announced the start of some plan if I were her, but I guess it was time to go. I moved closer and tossed the taser like a practice. She aimed the gun. Sure enough, she was able to hit moving in the air. I was skeptical whether or not it would actually work, but the surprise, the electric web shot out and I could hear Horse howl in pain. Taking the opportunity, Dragon raced around the corner, gun in hand, ready to take the shots. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kevin the chess player. I stream just about anything on this channel, so feel free to drop by anytime something catches your eye. Dragon raced around ready to take the shot. However, to our surprise, Horse was far from paralyzed wreck we expect him to be. As soon as Dragon made the turn, he came racing. Before she could get a shot out, he grappled the gun and sent it careening down the hallway. Dragon, meanwhile, was far less of a pushover than no. Oh. It was a bot. Damn it. I thought I'd gotten rid of those. It's okay, I'll... How disappointing. I do know a while ago there was a big influx of bot. I did. Don't worry. Yeah, I took care of them. Don't worry. I knew a while ago there was an influx of those, but I guess they haven't been completely cleared out. That is, bots that will follow and then advertise that silly site. It seemed... Luckily, we haven't had that in a while, but I guess it still happens here and there. Dragons... Push over the dog. Seeing this oncoming attack, she socked Horse right in the side of the head with a hook, causing him to drop the pistol and back up the hallway. Seizing the advantage, Dragon took the sledgehammer off her back and swung at a Horse. Unfortunately, Horse recovered this point and backed up. The two stare each other down. Dragon the sledgehammer, Horse was barefisted. Damn, you don't go down easy, do you? No. So you saw the little plan? It's a completely silent hideaway. You should have been much quieter. Shit, didn't think that was what did it. It's pretty obvious either way. Gotta say, if you know it's coming at you, why don't you just fire your pistol? It's true I might have hit you if that were the case, but unless it was extremely well aimed, a bullet wouldn't stop you in time from firing the gun back at me. I've no interest in a pointless mutual killing. Agreed. This ends with your head on the end of a stick. With that, the two began to fight. It was awkward, seemingly slow fight with a lot of fake-outs and pauses. Not a one of Dragon's swings actually connected, but nor did it look like they were meant to. Horse as well wasn't dashing towards Dragon. The two just felt each other out. I wanted to help, grab a gun and fire, but both weapons were right by the combatant's feet. Last thing I wanted to do was get involved in that struggle. Go on, Dragon. I thought you were supposed to be an awesome. Or since you're the one with the weapon, shouldn't you kick his ass? What a mouth on this. What a mouth on this one. As I see you don't know jack about fights, I'll let you in on an explanation. Normally a weapon like this would be great, but under these circumstances, it's less than ideal. For one, this hallway's a little tight. It's stopping my swings from being long and wide as they normally be. One of the advantage of weapons like this, but more than that, Horse here's a hell of an opponent. One misstrike and I'm finished. Misstrike? Normally when someone takes a full-powered swing from a sledgehammer to the side, I'd knock the wind out of them whether they're guarding or not. However, against this monster, I can tell this different. He's can actually catch one of the swings, a block with his arms. Block a sledgehammer with his arms? I know, sounds crazy, right? And sure, it'll hurt like hell. I'll probably take the arm out of commission, but in exchange, I'll let him win the fight. The moment he blocks that swing, I'll be wide open for him to rush forward and punch me right in the gut. And against him, one solid hit's the most I can take, so realistically, if he blocks a strike, that's over. And on the other hand, it's not as if I'm in a great spot either. After all, as strong as I am, hitting the head of that thing, and it's lights out for me. Either that or strike the balls. With that, Dragon lunged forward, swing the hammer up in a surprise attack. Horse was caught off guard, but jumped back just in time to avoid it. Thought that would work. I guess it's time I made a move to end this one way or another. All of a sudden, Horse reached into his pocket and fished for something. It was that something he wore when he killed Dog. It was something he would wear as he went to try and kill Dragon. He was wearing a cheap-looking skull mask, and it was terrifying. What on earth? There he is. I had a feeling this would be the case when Mouse told her little story. I have no idea what you're talking about. But who cares? You won't be talking after this. Once again, Horse reached in his pocket, but this time pulled out a dagger. In a brutal moment, he hooked it straight at Dragon's chest. My heart skipped, but luckily Dragon was quick thinking enough to hold her sledgehammer and block it. Unfortunately, the knife wasn't the only thing that came. As the dagger harmlessly bounced off, Horse grabbed a hold of the hammer with both hands. The two struggled for control in what looked like a struggle. Then Horse slammed his face into Dragon's, dazing her. He yanked the sledgehammer and swung in her chest, sending her falling to the floor. At that moment, Dragon looked up. Run now! That's all she got out before it slammed right into her stomach. Sound with such force to pierce the skin. A horrifying display began to slam the head of the hammer, driving the pull. I couldn't watch, not because I was disgusted, because I needed to heed Dragon's last words, but I couldn't let everything fall into Horse's hands. I quickly grabbed the scarred pistol and continued sprinting down the stairs. Part of me thought about turning on firing, but a larger part figured that wouldn't work. Get away, flee. I was the prey and he was the predator. It was that simple. By the time I got back to the others, I was almost in tears. Mouse, are you okay? What's wrong? Hey, where's Dragon? What happened? I'm sad to say, but I think I can take a guess. I hurriedly explained everything. They looked equal parts horrified and disappointed, sharing their feelings. More than that, I felt frustrated myself for not being able to do anything once again. Dragon fought so hard for me, and in the end, even Dragon couldn't take him. What on earth? We're all gonna die? I told you should have run away. This is also strange to me. Yeah, it's a pretty wild situation. Surprised I haven't caught on that yet. Be quiet for a second, will you? I'm referring to Horse's skills. He's a real monster. It's incredible, horrifying. Who would believe your eyes? That's my exact point. You have to imagine what he's done so far. He has a history of violence and crime, and yet he was a key witness in the trial of Mr. Morris. If a witness like that had a criminal record, that almost would have certainly come up. Does that really matter right now when we're gonna die? So this dude goes crazy when he wears a skull mask. What, does he have a split personality? Something like that. While you're far from the only one, it saddens me that you use those sorts of terms haphazardly. Honestly, pop culture's completely perverted mental illness by reducing it to such simple concepts. Yeah, I know what you mean, monkey. I mean, while I did like Danganronpa 1, I was rather frustrated that it treated schizophrenia and dissociative identity disorder as interchangeable when that is absolutely not the case. And I do get they wanted to shorten the word, but shorten the word for the puzzle, but in doing so, they changed it to a completely different condition. Nah. Well, it seems the Zodiac differently starts killing when he puts on the mask. Sounds like it. That's not... At best, the mask may be a physical object which he's learned to use in order to compartmentalize violent urges into a certain part of his psyche. But even that would be rather rare and extreme. I think it's odd time to put my hide-and-seek plan in effect. No, we're not doing that. That's stupid and will get us all killed eventually. Which is why, so all listen up. Last time we went with Dragon's idea. Tragically, we can now see that did not pan out. Dragon is a remarkably capable woman, so if she wasn't able to take Horse down in a fair fight, I doubt any of us could, even if we fight as a group. Instead, I propose we go with my plan. We set up a trap, ambush, and we make a place a safe area. That is acceptable. I think that might be for the best. It's worth a shot, at least. Everyone voiced their agreement in this plan. At this point, we're also panicked, so we don't accept anything. Okay, Snakes, this is your plan. How do you propose we set up? I'm so glad you asked. I believe we should make this cafeteria our home base. It is rich in several resources that will be useful. More importantly, it is central to this floor. Snake took out a piece of paper and began making a crude drawing of the area. You're supposed to be an artist. We're in a rush, Mouse. I'm not going for Van Gogh. At any rate, we can make this cafeteria our home base. Horse will have to come by here sooner than later, which is actually positive when setting up an ambush. Alright, but I'm noticing there are 4 separate entrances. How are we supposed to set up an ambush like that? We'll have to make efficient use of the weapons on hand. First of all, the main door to the left. We'll block that off using the vending machines. Huh? It shouldn't be too hard to overturn them, correct? In that case, I feel as though it should act as a sufficient block for those doors. The horse is super strong and could push them. Maybe give enough time. However, if he insists on taking time to push open the door, he'll be wide open. If someone else sees him trying that, we can pop out and shoot at him. Even with his quick reaction speeds, there'll be very little for him to do in an open hallway if caught unaware. Alright, so that's one entrance covered. What's next? There's actually a few ways we can handle things from there. At the very least, one of the entrances will be covered by the grenade. By the grenade? With what we have here, I'm confident we can set up a trap which the grenade will explode when the doors are open. Now, we can't place that in the upper left entrance. It's far too wide. With that in mind, where do you think we should put it? At the right doors? It'd be a little tricky to wire up there with the double doors. The right doors. Upper right door. That makes sense to me. It's just one door, so it'll be easy to hook up. If we place it properly, you shouldn't be able to see it, and he'll definitely die if he takes a blast like that. Great, so what do we do to the doors? Well, with what we have left, I think we can cover the other entrances by placing a pair of scouts. A pair of scouts? We have a sniper rifle. And he brought back a pistol, correct? We should keep the dual pistols with someone safe as a backup plan, so those weapons we'll use. The group will stay on guard at the upper right of the area. The sniper will look for anyone entering the area through the open. With the pistol will be ready if he enters through the right set of double doors. Regardless of where he attacks here, he will not be safe. It hardly seems perfect, but it's our best shot. Yeah, with this plan, we pretty much got the whole place on lockdown. Oh, excuse me, you mentioned scouts, but what about the rest of us? See that little diverted section back to the cafeteria? You should all be fine if you hide there. It'll keep everyone completely out of lines of sight from the entrances, so no risk of being shot, and provides the most flexibility in the worst-case scenario where we need to flee. So I guess we should discuss who the scouts are, right? I believe you can also provide answers for that. First of all, the scout in charge of the sniper should be none other than myself. Seriously, you? Didn't see that coming. I object to this assignment. I'm not sure why you think it'd be a good fit for sniper, but I sure can't see it. Trust me, I'm quite capable of this task. Sniping at short range would be child's play. I can confirm that. This task is totally within Snake's capabilities. Yeah, because remember, Snake is ex-military. He might have even been a sniper back before, so this is definitely playing to his strengths. Good, glad that is settled. The second, the one covering the scout with a pistol. I would request that role go to Mouse. Mouse? Me? Again, I object. I'm a cop. I know how to use a pistol. I know how to use it better than some random civilian. Perhaps, but as a sniper, I want Mouse to back me up. Mouse, will you go along with this? This is going to be a bad ending, so... Are you certain? Yeah, I'm good. I shouldn't be trusted with something like this. See, even she admits it. Let me handle it. Ah, fine. You're probably a safe-ish choice. At the very least, not worth delaying an ambush any more of it. And with that, the plan was settled on. We didn't know when Horse would be coming, so we had to work fast. I handed Bunny the pistol, and Snake set up the traps. When everything was ready, I went to the others and hid the cafeteria, waiting for something to happen. I was a little tense. Eventually, however, silence warned me. I need to say something. Hey, Ox. What? What do you think Horse is doing all this? I can't imagine. It seems out of character, right? I never could have thought he'd be the type to do something like this. You don't know him well enough. He just hid his murderous side. I think he must have a better reason to turn against us. Possibly, but that might just be you thinking naively. Optimistically, the two go hand in hand. Do you think this ambush plan's gonna work? Who knows? I think there's a chance. But you're right in how you've been describing Horse. If you're right in how you've been describing Horse, it wouldn't surprise me if he finds a way to evade them all. What if we do if that happens? I don't know. I imagine we won't get out alive. That's for the people who do get out alive. I don't know what we can realistically hope to achieve. Killing him seems unlikely. So if this fails, that's it? We're all dead? Not necessarily, but most likely. Gee, any more fun facts? Killed him. Broken answer, a loud thud, and then another. Came from the area. Couldn't tell what was happening. Snake and Bunny had a better angle. In a brief, frantic exchange between the two, Bunny shouted, "Guys, run out the upper right! Run out! Leave it to us! Trust us! Let's do it!" We weren't sure what was happening, but I decided to trust Bunny. I ran straight across the cafeteria, not daring to stop, and exited. Those followed my lead. Before we knew it, everyone was on the 3rd floor, and of course everyone's freaking out. Why didn't we stick to the plan? We should have stuck to the plan, and we would stay in place. We wouldn't have to listen, Bunny. This is the problem with making a bunch of fancy plans and trying to account for every possibility. You just can't. Life's cruel and unpredictable. You gotta face things head on. I knew it was a horrible idea. Still, what on earth was that noise, and why was Bunny so insistent on us running away? Things were chaotic. No one knew what to do. Just then Bunny came running in. Bunny, where's Snake? What happened? He's dead. He's dead. We're all gonna die. Bunny, when he explained the horse had apparently thrown a vending machine off the second floor balcony and used it as cover. Snake tried to take the initiative and shoot him, but Horse managed to evade it. After a tense standoff, Snake managed to shoot a submachine gun, but Snake was killed in the process. Bunny managed to lose the gun and ran for his life after the death. Snake, because he was unarmed, needless to say, didn't calm people down. We're gonna die! Is there anything we can do? Anyway, stop him. As a matter of fact, I believe we're not completely out of options yet. She held out dual pistols. We weren't completely out of options. So what do we do with them? I don't know. Put them to good use. With that, Monkey started away from us. Wait, where are you going? I'm aware of my strengths and that I'd be of no use here. I'm also aware of my mental state. Enough to know that if I see anyone die with my own eyes, I'll be scarred, experiencing trauma that will take years and years to heal. A therapist can't exactly be scarred. No, for my livelihood, I shall flee. Also, this round is nearing its end. We need to put our moves. Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of cowardly talk to justify running away. Actually, I think Monkey's plan's cool. I'm a lover, not a fighter. When the winged spirit's with you. Rooster started to speed walk. Hey, cut that out. You're really just gonna hide? You even know how that's gonna work? Don't worry, I'm sure it will. After all, I've been invisible casting directors for years. Cretins. Invisible to casting directors for years. Can we just hide and let others deal with Horse? Because that's the case I want to do as well. We can't split up like this. Ox started chasing those, shouting ironically and trying to bring together Ox, split off from the group. No one's left for me, Sheep, Tiger, and Bunny. The situation only gotten grimmer and grimmer. We briefly split up so we could press the run buttons on our tablets without being executed. I half expected the others to be gone. They weren't. But they were. We're in trouble, aren't we? Screw that. Just because I failed, I will too. I am in a body. An unbreakable spirit, Olympian champion, record breaker in all things. I have a life worth 200 self. It's a bodybuilder, homicidal douchebag, thinks he'll be the end of me. He's got nothing coming. Oh, sheesh, I guess we're that serious. I need to get in shape too, huh? Fine, let's get serious. But what can we do that's not tried already? We're gonna try what others haven't. Be smart. Let's try and think this rationally. Mouse, you said? Horse puts on the skull mask, he acts like a different person. Wild one obsessed with fighting. Yeah, seems to be. Good, that's really dumb, but if it's true, we can use it to our advantage. If we stay on the third floor, he'll eventually find us. That's why Tiger challenged the masked him to a fight without weapons. A fight without weapons? If it's really a different personality, he might agree to it. Mouse's description payment is on-abound warrior nutcase, you might go for it. And Tiger, you're also dumb enough for it to be believable, the lay-down challenge. Point is, we gotta hope, and I stress hope, the Horse goes for that. So it's gonna be me and him in a one-on-one fight. Oh no. You may be strong, but physically speaking, Horse is stronger. You know how strong I really am. No, but I can guess, and either way, it's clear Horse is more fighting experience, which honestly matters more in the long run. So you're not relying on Tiger to win, is that right? I'll be behind the closet down the Tiger will wait at. Once the fight starts, I'll pop out willing dual pistols and take it by surprise. Unlike a lot of you, I actually know how to use guns like this. Big brute like that, I won't miss. In a hallway like that, he'll have nowhere to hide. It'll be an execution. Sounds good, but if Horse refuses inside shooter. Be smart, after shooting her, he'll walk check her body. When he leans down to check her, he'll be wide open. Your plan is to sacrifice Tiger. At this point, losing one more to save another is worth it, especially if one's gonna die anyway. Tiger, are you okay with this? If that's what it takes, then you all just need to live my 200 lives for me. Probably got about 80, so divide the remaining 120 amongst yourselves. Means for each of you like 20 lives apiece? What? Besides, it won't come to that. I won't die. If I know Horse, he'll honor my one-on-one fight, and I'm gonna win. No, you're gonna let me pop out and shoot him. I could take him. You've established you cannot. But lying about having no weapons while on duel, isn't that a whole dick move? You know what's also a dick move? Deciding to massacre 11 people to save your own ass. I guess. Well, you just have to find a way to deal with it. As for the two of you, Sheep and Mouse, I hate to say it, but you're just going to be birds on this whole operation. Bird, you two can wait near the computer lab. That way you can watch the whole thing goes. Maybe step in if you need to run away if things go south. Though, if this our fourth plan doesn't work, I think we're all just dead. So sound? I guess, yeah. Alright, let's do this. It'd be a stretch to say I wasn't feeling good about this. In truth, I was feeling very, very bad, but what else are we gonna do? This is the plan now. We head over to the computer lab and watch. Not much else to do after all. You think this will work? I feel like I've asked and answered that so many times. At this point, it better work. It's not a very confidence-inspiring answer. Inspire your own confidence. How? If I told you, then I wouldn't be doing the inspiring, would I? She became silent. I felt a little bad about getting snippy, but it's not that bad. There were a lot of things I was feeling worse about. Eventually, I heard noises. I leaned out to take a sneak peek, and sure enough, Horse was there. By the looks of things, he had indeed been lured to one-on-one fight. His weapons were thrown on the floor, and his skull mask was on. She didn't want to do it like this? It'll be a lot of fun for me and a lot of pain for you. Ha! More like it'll be the other way around with you being the one that's pain. Let's do this. Tiger started charging, but Horse leapt over the side and toppled a trophy. He sent it crashing down, blocking. The door Bunny was hiding in. Why? How? Huh? What's wrong? Nervous your friend's not gonna give you backup now? It was you who made the version, right? There's no way. How could you know? Easy, I can hear him breathing. My ears are very finely attuned, although I was listening for it. After all, at this point I did buy for a minute. You didn't have something up your sleeve. You should have laid your trap better, and I was always gonna survive that fight. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Tiger rushed him, catching him by surprise. She pinned him against the wall, both arms. Now, Bunny, fire! It must have taken Bunny a second to realize with this because there was a path bullets whizzed through. Horse, however, realized it meant instantly. Escaped by headbutting Tiger and rushing away. In the past, sort of evasive would have resulted in Horse making a clean escape right before he would turn around and kill the attacker. Not this time. Horse was hit by the side by the very first bullet. It wasn't anything crucial, but it weakened him. As Horse gripped aside, Tiger grabbed the trophy case blocking the door and shoved it aside. The sound of the closet moving away was enough to know if Bunny could now kick the door open. Finish him! Die! Bunny started firing both pistols, but before the bullets had already leaped up at Bunny. Bulky Man somehow jumped at the height of the gymnast, yet he wasn't even well, the barrage. 2 hits, bullets his leg, blood splattering. This might have been a small price to pay. After all, with the jump, he was able to get right up to Bunny, and a clean sweep, he grabbed both of Bunny's hands, squeezed hard to hear the bones break. Bunny, Crown, and Bane both brought post pistols. Horse then swung the smaller man was nothing like a prop, tossing down the hall. Bunny limply went across the hallway. Skittled across the hallway. Horse looked though he was meant to finish, but Tiger wasn't having that. She kicked right at Horse's head. Again, normally Horse would have been able to dodge that, but instead, the blow solidly landed. I'm not sure if Tiger was particularly speedy, matching Horse's reflex, or Horse was simply starting to feel fatigue. Either way, the attack on Horse did nothing make him a raged punching machine. Left to right, folk, and unleashed a barrage of powerful fists, each more powerful to crack stone. But Tiger kept pace, blocking and dodging each one. And while Tiger was being pushed back, Bunny was starting to recover. He slowly got to his feet, reached and picked up, tried to aim, but the 2 combatants were fighting too fast. Tiger was squarely in the way. What's the matter, Bunny? Want to shoot me? Oh, you can't. Nearly forgot. Oh, yeah. With that aimed his gun and he shot right through Tiger. What the hell? But in theory, this would have been worthy. Horse's sight was blocked by Tiger, so he couldn't be able to see the oncoming bullet. And yet, when the bullet came barreling through Tiger, it did not hit a Horse, but rather the dagger. Sure, the flat side of the dagger was wide, but to use something like that to block a bullet you couldn't even see coming. Up his arm, right as Tiger fell one knee for the bullet wound, he let his dagger fly forwards. Struck him right in the throat. Immediately, Bunny started to clutch his neck. Tiger refused to go down for the bullet wound, but she was determinedly on one knee. He spun his hands together and struck down with killing intent. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I've seen it many times. Under impossible circumstances, the Horse managed to turn the tables and kill his attackers. He couldn't be beat, he was unstoppable. He could do nothing, he was do nothing except kill. He'd murder each and every last one of us. We were going to die, and there was nothing we could do. Ow, snap out of it. Sheep tugged hard on my sleeve, trying to stop me from blankly staring. We've got to run and get out of here, or finishes. Again? Mouse, I don't have time for this. Raised her hand, shook the air, came around my face. Sheep in a moment of desperation slapped me. No, I ain't needed that. You're right, let's get out of here. My heart was at the bottom of my stomach, but wallowing in that would certainly lead to death. Running might not. In this race, I was the mouse. No, I was the rat, and I would survive by fleeing. That's all I could do. We made our way to a different section and hid ourselves in a chemistry lab. There we catch our breaths. How? It was perfect. We had him, and even then he just didn't die. He was incredible. He's horrifying. I don't know how on earth he could have stopped that beast. I don't even think he's human. Well, let's try and stay on the bright side. What bright side? Tiger and Sheep just got murdered. There's no bright side of this. I think there's some good things from this. Nothing that makes up for the deaths, of course, but the sacrifices were not from nothing. He was shot in the side, twice in the leg. I know it didn't look like it before, but that has slowed him down. Like you said, it didn't look like it. That's because he was running on pure adrenaline. Once he calms down, the pain has to kick in. It's not like there's any medical supplies, so the most he could do is bandage it up. So maybe he has a limp now? That's not just the bullets. Tiger sparred with him a while. Horse was really starting to sweat. He was getting tired. Not so tired he couldn't throw a knife through a human body. True, but again, that was adrenaline. Think about it. At this point, Horse has been in 4 separate fights. He had to act fast to get the jump on Dog. He sparred with Dragon. That definitely took strength. He moved a vending machine and fought an attrition war to kill Snake. And then Bunny and Tiger, he took some serious damage and spent a ton of energy. He might be strong, but he's still human. Humanity has its limits. He might be doing a bunch of seemingly impossible things, but most of that is probably due to the stress and danger of the situation bringing his muscles into hyperdrive. That comes with a cost. Your brain has a limited amount it can handle before it starts going south. So you're saying he's almost out of juice. He has to be, right? Horse hasn't been able to eat or drink properly, and yesterday he was electrocuted and tied up for a long time. His body must be incredibly sore. There's no way he's in good condition. If my math is right, then at the moment he just needs one more kill to get across the finish line. It'll be for nothing if he's overwhelmed now. So the moment, he's probably not looking for us. Instead, he's resting up. Exactly. Also, I have this. A broken taser Dragon had shot before. Oh, this is the taser from before. I found the second floor. I thought maybe it could be of use. When Tiger and Rabbit were fighting him, I tried my best to fix it. It didn't go well, but I sort of have it working again. If I'm right, he'll fire once before I need to refix that. Oh, but he'll shoot out as kind of a short-distance web. I can't fix that. Even so, this is great work, Sheep. With this, we have something to fight with. Exactly. I mean, it won't kill him, but if we hunt him down now, while he's weak, and manage to stun him, maybe get the dagger, we might be able to win. You're right, Sheep. We need to do this. Not just for us, but for Big and Monkey and Ox and Rooster. We'll find him and he'll do it. As at this moment, Horse walked in, not wearing his mask, carrying weaponry. You'll find me, is it? Horse. Monster. Piece of shit bastard scum. Easy with that. I get you're upset with me, but name-calling's just petty. You know what's not petty? They're alive. Dragon's life. But you seem to think those are petty. You must, or why else would you kill them? You're not very good at pettiness. I place a great amount of significance on their deaths, as I will with yours. You monster. And I hope you rest well, Nevin. So what happens now? The Tiger's death everyone considered a threat is now dead. Killing the rest of you should be very easy. Please just surrender or let me give you a quick and painless exit. That's it? You're just gonna calmly walk in here and murder us? That's how I want it. If that's how you want it to be, then yes. If you're so accommodating, do you mind just tell us why you did this? That's not an answer that would satisfy you. Alright, then what about this? What's the deal with the skull mask? Why do you go berserk when you wear it? Mask? I suppose I at least owe you that much. Very well, let me tell you my story. Oh, goody, I can't wait. I sense sarcasm. Not at all. I was raised in a particularly bad part of Hightower, lots of ruffians, lots of gangs, troublemakers, and the like. Which was pretty inconvenient because my father was incredibly morally upright, had firm convictions of what was right and wrong. He instructed me to follow his teachings to the letter. He ranted on about how I couldn't stray from the noble path, how imperative it was that I be a good, upstanding son. He talked about the dichotomy of people in this world and how after we die, the virtuous are saved and the sinful punished. And I obeyed him, not because I was afraid of punishment or anything, because I believed what he said. I still believe it, genuinely. And that's defined my early childhood. I was a model student. I would never cheat, never lie, never cover. And that, of course, led to incessant bullying from my class. I could tolerate just fine because I knew I was right. Eventually, I started making some friends. They were, as my dad put it, a bunch of troubled youths. They were friendly with me, and at the time in my life, that was really all it took. Slowly but surely, they started convincing me to hang out with them after hours, to have some real fun. I told them again and again, no, nothing good would come of it, and besides, if my dad found out, I'd be grounded forever, but they kept insisting. If I wanted to keep being their friend, I had to go out and have some fun with them. Eventually, one of them offered me a skull mask. He said I should wear it, that way no one would recognize me and I wouldn't get into trouble. Even back then, I physically stood out, but they convinced me the hood, dark of night, no one would find out. When they presented the mask, I caved. I snuck out at night and got some real trouble. I was racked with guilt, so I convinced myself that wasn't me, that was someone else, that was the Night Devil. We just happened to share a body. That's how I justified it myself, and the next night I did the same thing. Then I justified it in the same way. When I'm wearing the skull mask at night, I wasn't sinning, the Night Devil was, and the Night Devil was really having fun. Finally pent out the frustration and run wild. I could control when I lost control. I guess after a while I started to really buy into this dichotomy. I remained my father's model son. I never lied, cheated, got into fights, smoked or drank. But the Night Devil? Oh, he was a real party animal. He would do all those things I couldn't. But of course I wasn't doing them. That wasn't me. That was him. As time passed, the Night Devil became something of a figure. He wasn't being led around by his friends anymore. He was leading them. They adopted his skull mask and started to mark their turf. The Night Devil get into lots of fights with other hoodlums, other gangs, all under the moon's disguise. The Night Devil got really good at fighting. So much he gained a bit of a reputation. My father eventually learned the secret of the Night Devil, but not until I'd already gone to college. I still haven't gone back home. I don't know if he'd let me. Anyways, I stayed at the local college. I started to think that enough was enough. The Night Devil had his fun, but he wasn't welcome anymore. I stuck in the straight and narrow for a while, got an education, found a job at a construction company that I still work to this very day. Eventually, however, I bore the tedium of life. I was content with a simple life, but something felt missing. It was only one night. I only let him roam the streets for one night. What happened that night? He went to a bar, got drunk, an argument with another man who also happened to be pretty drunk, took it outside. The Night Devil only shoved him, and yet luck was not with that man that night. The curb hit his head and he died. I didn't kill him, the Night Devil did. He was a true monster. I had let him on the world. After that night, I vowed never let him run free again, and since it was my fault for letting him out, I obsessively followed the story around his death. I was more sure at the moment the police would come knocking at my door. They would arrest me for my crimes, but I was lucky. They never found any evidence linking me to that death. They never even had enough to pin it as a homicide. I thought that was simply that for a time. However, since I was following his death, I learned one other tragic fact. He had a young daughter. Much worse, he was a single father with no relatives. The girl was transferred to an orphanage. Must have been a sad time for her. I felt a responsibility. I thought about adopting her, but that felt like too cruel of an irony. A father's murderer adopts the only daughter? What a horrible man that must be. No, better let sleeping dogs lie. But as time passed, she wasn't being adopted. It wasn't a good orphanage either. I used to have friends who lived there, and they'd tell me horror stories. Since the Night Devil had killed that poor man, wasn't it my responsibility to at least make sure his daughter can have a good life? I felt the only way to atone my sins, and so she became my daughter, and ever since that night, I kept the Night Devil's mask hidden in a box deep in the attic, and with it all memories associated. And yet there's some cruel irony. When I woke, I had this mask under the horse mask. Clearly Brian had done his research, and I didn't plan on ever using the mask to let him out again. Well, once the hunt began, I knew who needed to do the killing. You're crazy. That would indeed be a fair assumption. But hearing that story, I don't think the Night Devil killed anyone. That was an accident, wasn't it? What difference does the intention make? What will your daughter think when she finds out what you've done? She won't find out. Oh, she will. And let me guess, you never told her the other one killed her dad either. Of course I haven't. I wasn't the one who killed him. You're pathetic. And that I am. But at least I could do is finish my job. You mean you're still going to kill us in case you forgot? Any last words? You don't have to do this. Please, I know this isn't really you. You wouldn't mostly kill two girls begging for their lives. You told me to protect them. You said everything would be fine. You want to be good, right? To atone? Is this how you plan to do it? Stop this, please. I don't want to die. Horse stood over Sheep, and yet he had stopped in his tracks. Sheep had curled up in a ball, crying nonstop. Utterly power was pathetic. It should have been an easy kill, and yet Horse picked up Sheep by the collar, walked to the door, opened it, and threw her out. Then yanked the handle so hard the wood splintered. He gave a testing shove as he intended. The door could no longer be open and closed. You stay out of this for now. Anyways, first I've got this one to deal with. Horse stood over, staring down. I can guess how this is gonna go. Nothing personal. The room's lights were off and the curtains were lowered. The room was dark and my opponent lumbered tall and strong. There were no escapes. This was it. Things were so tense I looped around being calm. A super Expected to die here, right? And kiss might as well accept it. Probably gonna die. Let's see what I can do. No pressure. Ready when you are? Ready? Don't tell me you're gonna try and fight me. Sort of. It'd be simpler if you didn't. And I bet you like when things are simple, huh? You'd like it too. After all, simple deaths are least painful. Actually, not dying death is least painful. No such thing as a not dying death. I know, I was being poetic to, turn the phrase back around. That didn't work. You're gonna come after me? Fine. Horace started his way towards me. Oh shit. I didn't think this far ahead. I saw him swing his fist, but I ducked under it. Running where to? Away from you? How long will that last you? Who knows? This could get annoying. Instead of chasing me down, he started to pick up a desk. Was he gonna throw the desk? I realized I've held the taser. I only had one shot, but one better time than this. Enough of it to make the door drop the desk. Yes, this was my chance. I ran up and started punching him in the chest. Didn't take long to realize I wasn't doing anything. Horace more annoyed anything to swat at me. I wasn't able to make it out of the way, crashing over a table. Ow, why'd you have to go and do that? This time, however, I didn't see you supposed to run away. Who's doing the killing? What? You said the Night Devil's the murderer, right? Is it? That's the main one. What? You said the Night Devil's the murderer, right? But the one coming at me is you, is it not? That's... He looked conflicted, and being conflicted meant an opportunity. On the shelf, there were a couple of vials. I grabbed one, there's vinegar, and threw it at his face. He was caught off guard, and the glass shower on his face, even drenched. The impact put him off balance. He stumbled back, with the skull mask out of his pocket. Ran forwards, grabbed it, and as he tried to grab... Oh, he misspelled grabbed him. Tried to grab me as I dodged, running further in the lab. That's right, run. Running's all that's good. You just let the others do the work, then run away after they fail. That's all you've done this game. It's all you can do. Sword stung. I've been running. Running kept me alive. Horse was rapidly making his way towards me, but maybe there was something I could do. Some trick to keep me alive. I looked over the nearby desk and saw 3 bottles of chemicals. I wasn't sure, but maybe it saved me. Which to grab. Peroxide. Poured all over the inside of the skull mask. Arsenic would probably be dangerous. Wait, you shouldn't stain your hands with my blood. That should be the Night Devil right here. I hand the skull, hoping he'd take the bait. You're right, he's the killer. He should do this. Take the butcher's knife with her, reach over and place on. However, the moment he began screaming, he tore it off, but it was too late. His face was burning. What's wrong? Can't handle the heat? Ah! Vinegar and peroxide, each is simply harmless on their own, but together they make a powerful combination. A rather powerful one. He fell on his knees, screaming, grabbing his face, but burning was stopping. As he did, the stagger fell to the floor. Let's see one of the other endings. Well, I poured out. I could only remember. Man, I was hoping that would react to the vinegar. Mouse facing horse alone should be a massive disadvantage. She'll be catch off guard, covering the truth. Doesn't remember use some special trick. Yeah, and... Now's your time. Wait, what? You shouldn't stain your hands. Knife. With all my strength, I stabbed right through. Then Ryza stabbed and he stopped screaming as eyes jolted open. He stared at me, gave me a long, hard stare. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the man's knees fell forward. Horse lay face down on the floor, nothing more than a corpse. I did it. Where the others failed, the quick thinking, sheer luck, I'd managed to kill him. I murdered. I won? Didn't feel like it. The rest of the race is a blur. Sheep helped me break door. Horse had jacked up. The run and hide strategy ended up working pretty well for rooster, monkey, pig, and ox, because they were all fine. Grimly, with so many of us dead, we had the necessary minor trinkets to run together. Even through all that insanity, no one stopped pressing runs. We were all at the same space. Horse ended up one space away from the finish line. He was a hair's breadth from victory, victory that I stabbed out of him. There was no longer any opposition. With just the 6 of us left, we were able to work as a group and escape. We all crossed the finish line together. Our metal collars came loose. We were free. But I knew even then, stepping away from the graveyard of a school, things couldn't be the same. I would be permanently scarred, and the 6 lives would be permanently over. Dog, dragon, snake, tiger, and bunny. In the end, they were all killed for nothing. I could hear the Jade Emperor's laughter. It wasn't a victory, it was a loss. 8 of spades. If nothing is found in the first 3 rounds, but the sheep pad, trinkets, horse will be assigned a role that forces at trinkets and weapons. Horse will be assigned a role that forces him to act. It isn't possible that Horse will accept death without a fight. Horse is a monster who can be beat by any other animal in a fair fight. There is, however, a potential miracle if Horse is a monster who can beat any other animal in a fair fight. However, a potential miracle if Mouse can tire House out and trick him. The possibility is both slim and bloody. Better paths definitely exist. Alright, here we go. Thank you, but settle down, Bunny. If Snake wants this, must agree to it, might as well let it happen. Though I admit I'm curious to Snake's motives. It's not making the safest choice. Well, if you guys go, you're probably right. Sorry for being negative. Fair, but necessary. With that, the plan was settled on. We didn't know when horse would be coming, so we worked fast. Bunny showed me the basics of how to use it. The Snake set up the traps. With everything was ready, we took our station to the upper right entrance and began to look at watch. So what am I on lookout for? Horse. I know that. I mean, is there any tells? Just keep your eyes peeled. I highly doubt he'll be coming in from the entrance. That entrance, but if he does, you got a clear shot of him. He doesn't have one of you. Alright, after that we stood around in silence. Was he there? We just need to do our jobs, and kill if the need came. That was the part I was most nervous of. Even if I was totally justified in murdering, it would make me feel good. At this point I was determined. I had to. Eventually the silence began to wear on me. I tried starting some conversation. Are you nervous? Reasonably. What's gonna happen if he shows up? Well, we'll shoot him. Honestly, I'd be more nervous if he doesn't show up. We do have to input our actions to the race eventually. But if he shoots us first, shouldn't be possible. Then why are you nervous? We're fighting for our lives, fighting to kill. It's natural to be nervous, and nothing is certain. You don't look nervous. No reason to show it. So when Ox told Bunny could trust you, what was that about? You're saying that placated? Most likely, Ox remembered more about me at this point. As a prosecutor of the Morris case, he looked in the backgrounds of most of the relevant actors, including mine. So you know what you're doing? If I didn't, why would I volunteer? Fine enough. I suppose you wish to know why how I operate the sniper rifle? I'm certainly curious. As a matter of fact, I used to be in the military. You? No need to act surprised. Admittedly, it was a while ago. Not for that long, but I did serve. While that life was definitely not for me, it taught me a lot. Not just about guns, of course. To speak of a bigger issue. In fact, I think everyone should spend a few years of life early on in the military. It's a valuable experience. Forgive me if I pass. Unexpected response. This whole endeavor may be a suitable replacement. So that's why you chose sniper. Why did you choose me as your backup? I imagine you prefer if I told you because I truly believe in you and that I wouldn't have anyone else on my back. It'd be nice, but somehow I doubt it. That's actually not far from the truth. I have a reason to strongly distrust the others here. Well, I suppose it didn't have to be you. Rooster, pig, or sheep would have also been suitable replacements, but forgive me if I didn't choose them for other reasons. Reason to distrust the others? Right as I asked when it happened, a machine fell down the upper left entrance. As soon as we realized what witnessed, we saw another figure plummet down behind. I only realized I had been hoarse a few seconds after what on earth? Shit, this could be bad. How did he get that thing over the railing? The common area connected to the upper left entrance had an open ceiling, which second floor walkway that could look down. It appears Horse was taking full advantage of the strange geography. You certainly right in your assessment of Horse's tremendous physical prowess. More interestingly, why did you choose an approach like this? I can't imagine he could have figured out we were waiting to ambush him. That shouldn't be possible. Clearly it is. Why would he jump the second floor? At least he can't move any closer without shooting him. I wouldn't speak so soon. Snake predicted Horse's next move, because sure enough, Horse began to move the vending machine, that is, to slowly push it forward, still staying completely ducked bound behind it, using cover. There's an absurd sight. Still, this approach has flaws. I'm not sure what he hopes to achieve. It's not like, oh no, guys, quickly get out of here. Snake, keep your gun trained on the machine, get ready for pops out. Why? Think about what'll happen if he keeps pushing the vending machine. Right now he's restricted, but if he pops out, he'll likely, before he can do anything. But if he moves the machine far enough, he'll be able to shoot the others out coming behind. Good catch, I'm impressed. Ox seemed to get what I was saying, and he instructed everyone to run over. If Horse didn't try something now, he'd let the group get away. Let the group get away he did. Not only people in the cafeteria were Snake, Horse, and me. Tense standoff, the vending machine getting closer and closer. What are we going to do? At some point we'll have to fight. I'm just waiting for the right time. As strong as he is, pushing that thing's gotta take some effort. If he's currently holding Dragon's gun while pushing, then he's imagine how I must be positioned behind that. Alright, see you later, Kyo. Probably gonna finish after we complete this timeline myself. If that's the case, this should work. But hydrate rest soon. Okay, I guess I've just been really caught up in the story. We're definitely reaching near the end of this story. If that's the case, this should work. What should work? Instead of answering me, Snake started to sprint to the vending machine sniper rifle. He jumped off a misplaced chair, aimed the gun downwards. I see, if you get an angle and get the shot off. As soon as I got this hope, a blur emerged. Horse had swung the sledgehammer, knocking the sniper rifle out of Snake's hands. We're smart. Thought you'd have better planned that. For instance, I realized Snake was in a lot of trouble. I wanted to fire, but Snake was right in front of me. Duck! Snake instantly realized drop. Unfortunately, Horse also got the message and ducked behind the vending machine. Shot twice, but only one bullet connected and only glanced his shoulder. He was injured, but Snake realized the sniper rifle was lying on the floor and grabbed it. But once again, the sledgehammer came up behind the vending machine, and using like a stick, used it to pull back on his cover. Snake stood up flustered. We had to act fast. Hand me the pistol. Trust me. I was hesitant, but Snake knew what he was doing, so I gave him the gun. If I'm successful, let him know what I did. Give me the hero's death. What? Instead of explaining, Snake bent down, forward, going around the vending machine, pistol ready. 2 shots fired nearly the same time. One went straight through Snake's head. His body inertia left his body sliding across the floor. The other came from the pistol and was aimed behind the vending machine. Did it connect? Hate to say, but the excitement that the thought, the sorrow felt for Snake's death. Excitement shattered as Horse stood up, holding an assault rifle. Now had a bullet lodged in front of it. Guess this thing's worthless now. He leant down and grabbed the sniper rifle from behind the vending machine. This will have to do instead. It's as though words made me realize I was weaponless and powerless. Once again, I had no choice but to run away. Tears in my eyes. Horse was unstoppable. He couldn't be beat. No one could face him. We were going to die. Paranoia and desperation rampant in my brain. Eventually, I found the group, explained what happened, not calm things down. We're gonna die. Okay, so yeah, this goes... So it doesn't matter which you choose. All that differs is that Snake tells you a bit more about his personal history. Alright. Interesting, I'm still missing one here. Alright, so one timeline we haven't discovered at all. The timeline here we're almost done with, and once I do that I'll call the stream, and then we have the others, the ones we must do specific things to unlock. Oh, this is the same as before. Oops. Whoops, let me reopen that. Sorry about that, let me reopen it real quick. Yeah, we're missing one of these, I'm not sure which it is. Rock, paper, scissors for it. Rock, paper, scissors, it's only fair, right? Come on. Four-person tournament, let's decide that. I guess it's fair. I'll lose if I must. 3 games later. Oh, damn it. Good luck, Mouse. I guess fair is fair. I'll be back as soon as I can. This one would have to be me. Made my way up the second floor. There I found 2 people. However, telling the group was the first thought. Alright, so this is the same as no matter what. Yeah, so I can't do that. So there's a way to die before then, but I'm not entirely sure how. That's everything. Split up and look. Less. I think I'll search some of the nearby classrooms. I'll join you. Oh, so will I. I'll do what you want. I'm gonna search myself. It's all the same to you guys. I'll also go by myself. I'd rather not be alone now, too. Look, oh, so that's what determines whether Sheep is with us or not. Look, if you want to work as a group, do. If you don't. We're all adults who can make our own decisions. Ox's definitive statements split up the group. Like they said, Rooster Pig searched the new classroom with me. As a group, searching was much faster. Determined a certain room didn't have choice in flat. However, we were searching attention. Animals, attention, jurors. A major trinket has been used. This can't be good. Someone activated the butcher's knife. Corpse, of course. The corpse already slashed by the butcher's knife is slashed again. The movement won't take place. The instant I wish you luck. The butcher, happy hunting. What was that about? It's one thing to play a creepy game with threat of execution, but now all of a sudden there's a hunt? Who would activate such a crazy major trinket? The others are struggling with the news. What the hell? Not me. No, this catch is going a little far. Huh, I'm really gonna die. Like, you should snap out of it. Seriously, I'm sick of this group falling apart the moment things get a little scary. I think we already flushed this fear of death thing in our systems. I can't hear it. To be fair, it's an awful big thing to flush away a single panic session. No, Mouth is right. We shouldn't come to conclusions. Someone activate an eye doesn't mean they're gonna use it. Why else would you activate it? Test it. Whoever knows what's trying to kill us all, so clear the work of that person. We don't know. Pig, did you not listen to the rules? Absolutely gonna try and do that. Maybe not. There's some people willing to sacrifice themselves. Name one other person besides the idiot tiger. Horse? You're joking, remember? Horse, that guy, the person we saw. Horse, the brute, the guy you're talking about. You sacrificed his horse. Yeah, that's right. You don't think so? Please. No offense, guy, but his head's there, just his two response buttons. Those are fine and murder. That seems a little harsh. Alright, guys, shut up. We need to group up and discuss. I'm sure everyone gets the cafeteria. Are you pranking with me? Ashton Kutcher much? Your plan means talking with someone who has the knife. Mouse, I don't know how this talking about is the number 2 thing to occur before a murder. What's number 1? Assault? Actually, I think Rooster's right. If someone's trying to kill us, splitting seems like a bad idea. I get it. Those are probably we need to meet up at the cafeteria. Let's trust them. Big group, a big buffet. Sounds like a potential purloin or a truly confounding plan. Rooster, it sounds like you've had an objection with everything suggested. What do you think we do? Panic. Okay, we're not doing that, so I guess we go with Pig's plan. She's right. Those will know what this means. Save the cafeteria. Fine, but I like my idea better. The regroup, we ran back to the cafeteria. Lucky it wasn't too far away. Seems I was mistaken, thinking others realized the proper course of strategy. Good work, everybody. Wasn't mistaken in thinking others would realize proper course of strategy. Mouse, thank goodness you guys are safe. You guys both thought to meet here and try and group up with everyone else? Well, this is the type of announcement that warrants a group discussion. Ox, you're smart, right? I like to think so, yes. Me too. Think it's possible someone's just seeing what the Major Trinket did? I'm not gonna respond, huh? Okay, it's possible if optimistic. However, if that's the case, there's no need to panic, which is exactly why we should panic if he doesn't plan that. Huh? I believe Ox is attempting to evoke the theory of playing your outs. A term originally used by poker theorists. The general concept is to ignore possibilities which inevitably lead to your loss, since they happen regardless of your input. Instead, pretend only possibilities are the ones where you're in control of your victory and defeat. Stay and strategize against those. I see. If someone's really just testing it out, there'd be no need to panic. They just admit it when asked. So we should pretend they're definitely trying to kill us rather than whether or not that's true, since that's the case, our die is still out of control. A quick learner, I see. Just as the exchange finished, I saw Sheep made her way. She looked petrified. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Thank goodness there are more people here. I was really starting to freak out, wandering the halls alone. Well, don't worry, now we're all here. I'm just really nervous. What if Horse beats in here? Don't worry, you're in a group now. I can guarantee this many people, he probably won't be able to kill us all. Not with this many escape routes. Rooster, not helpful? Why not, develop point? Why would someone do this? We were getting along. She looked like she was on the brink of tears. Luckily, Ox and Pig walked over. It's probably for the best. Being a consoling figure wasn't exactly my greatest strength. Just as was going on, Dragon walked back in the cafeteria with Bunny behind her. So I came here, huh? I guess Bunny's right after all. Dragon, Bunny, you two okay? Look, any of us okay? You got eyes, did you use them? Well, it's not exactly needed. Thanks for asking, Mouse. We're all fine. In fact, you say they're great. Is that, are you doing a tiger pun right now? Or tiger pun? You know what, forget it. And that's you two are safe. So some asshole turned this thing into a hunt all of a sudden? Of course things will go to shit. Don't worry, if it's a fight someone wants, the fight they're gonna get. That's what I'm talking about. I should have just gone around looking for the asshole with the knife and challenged him. As you can see, it was a struggle to get her to agree to come here. Well, I appreciate the effort. We need to talk about this. Just then I noticed Monkey had also made way to the cafeteria. Mouse, are you holding up okay? I know the news is dismaying, but keep a level head. We can get this together, and I'm here for you. It's fine, Monkey. I really am. If you say so. Even when faced with such a scary looming threat, Monkey's first instinct was to check up on me. Oh, bless her. God bless her. Now, the only people missing here were Dog and Horse. We'd hoped the two would make their here, but as time passed, no one joined. A few minutes, we started worrying. Well, that wasn't the concern. We started to worry they couldn't come. What could be happening on the outside? The ease grew, and someone else voiced concerns. I'm bored. Excuse me. Bored. You've just been sitting in this one room and stragglers haven't come. I'm sorry our meeting to a potentially deadly butcher isn't engaging you. Would you prefer something was happening? Maybe just right now I feel like I'm being eaten alive by worry. We should leave the cafeteria and check out what's happening in the rest of school. And why on earth would we leave the safety of a group and weapons? There's a bunch of good reasons. Let's take Dog, for instance. He seemed like a cool guy, yet he might be bleeding to death at the moment. You have absolutely no evidence to support that statement. Well, with a group like this is just what Knife Man wants. He could be planning to drop up an explosive above us. Are you serious right now? How on earth would that get in school? We found a grenade in the gym. Okay, I know you're supposed to be the smart one and everything, but I think I'm actually right here. We're not being crazy right now, right? Look, if you're saying Dog or Horse is trying to kill us all, then it's just as likely they're hiding outside waiting to attack when we wander away from the group. Think the traitors' plan is to get us bored and come to them? They're not an idiot. They can't possibly expect us to be careless enough to wander out and let them kill us. So you're aware how dumb you're sounding. Idiocy and genius are often mistaken. Both fall outside the pattern of normal thinking. That doesn't... You know what? Whatever. Mouse, could you please tell Rooster that we're waiting to get here? It'll surprise you much, but I actually think Rooster might have a point. Of course I have a point. The fact should not be surprising the slightest. And yet it is. Mouse, do you really want to go for the... Two, they might not know what we're seeing in the cafeteria right now. It's not like assumed knowledge or anything. It's worth to go and look for them. I can't convince you otherwise, can I? Doubt it. Fine. In that case, I'm coming with you. I can't exactly trust someone else to proceed. Wow, brave. You two are super stunning. Really, the camera will be loving you. Honestly, Onyx got some real star power. You should work on that future. Hold on, I might be confused here. Am I wrong or sounding like you're actually not going to leave the safe zone? Who, me? Goodness no, that thing's for expendables. Frogs could speak up. Sheep interceded. Apparently she'd been listening. Actually, if we're in much trouble, I'd like to come along as well. Sheep, are you sure? You know it's dangerous. I know, but I want to help. If that's how you feel, I have no place to object. Mouse, bring Sheep along. Of course you can come. The more the merrier. I don't think that saying is apt here. Whatever, my point is I'd be happy to have you help. Thanks, I promise I won't get in the way. And with that, because we're set, people had objections giving out a gun, but we were granted a taser just in case. We left the kid to her, started to move around the school for dog and horse. Based on where the others were searching, we decided to start by looking around the second floor. This is where they likely were before the announcement. We tried looking through, but it came a classroom I had difficulty opening. Is it locked? Can't imagine that would be the case. Let me try. Open door, no avail. Why do you think you can open it when I couldn't? I don't know, I just wanted to try. Angry, Ox started pushing on the door, and my surprise did start to open. It seemed like there was something in the way of the door frame. As I made way in the classroom, it sank when I realized what it was. I had heard a shrill scream, but no sound escaped my mouth. How could it? It was clenched close in order to keep myself from vomiting. The only proper reaction to finding a body. Death is never pleasant. If someone's getting there just... It might be slightly gratifying, I guess, if someone's getting there just desserts, but even then there's bitterness to it. But no, generally death is accompanied by sadness or fear, and I felt both, but not nearly as much as I felt confusion, because the dead body was none other than horses, a seemingly unkillable man. What on earth? No, why did this happen? Seriously, how this happened? I don't know. I can't. It's my fault. Sheep, hey, easy. It's okay. It's not your fault. What do you mean, just like before? Ox, not the time. It's my fault he died, just like that. If I had searched for the horse and stayed with him, he wouldn't have... Sheep, snap out of it. I don't know what last time is, but you certainly can't be expected to watch over everyone at all times. You're not responsible whatsoever. I think I need to sit down for a bit. Mind if I just stay in the corner of the room, not look at the body? Of course. Sheep sickeningly limped over the corner of the room. She didn't look okay. I want to talk with her more, make sure she was alright, but no, it wasn't time for that. Not when someone had just been killed. Looks like he's been shot to death. I guess there are more guns in the building than the ones we found earlier. Or not. Maybe this was one of those guns. Look at the wound. I guess this pistol. With a location like this, yeah, that caused him to bleed out rather quickly through the chest. That's weird, right? The gun was apparently fired and we don't know who did it. The school isn't that big. We should have heard a gunshot. The amount of blood's all suspicious. Don't get me wrong, it's disgusting, but for someone who should have bled to death, there shouldn't be more blood than this. There should have been more blood than this. Maybe this wasn't where he was originally shot. But we didn't find a blood trail, nor any other place with the blood pooled everywhere. Yeah, it is weird. Not even touch the weirdest part, which is, remember how we found the body? It was blocking the door. He completely slumped in front of it. Yeah, that is annoying. A wound like this isn't fatal per se, especially for a man of horse's size, but he shouldn't have been able to move after firing the shot. And completely blocking the only exit of this room. You have his tablet? Maybe we could check his personality. Already checked, couldn't find the tablet. Oh, damn. Damn indeed. You don't think the Jade Emperor did this? That would completely defeat the purpose of his own game. And if we're keeping snakes playing your out's theory, if the Jade Emperor did do this, he'd be fine with killing us at random for no reason, meaning we're all as good as dead anyways. It's probably best to assume that one of us did this, but how? We could go out the windows, but they're blocked off like all the other exits, I'd imagine. We found the door, it was properly slumped against it, so I don't think opening the door a little bit would do it. Like you said, he couldn't move much. It's almost like a locked room mystery you've seen those detective shows. Never thought I'd seen one in real life, though. With this puzzle in mind, I looked around the room. It was for all intents and purposes just a standard classroom. Yet, looking around, a thought crossed my mind. I got it. Oh, do continue. We've got to examine one simple part. Closet. Believe it or not, I'm actually something of a mystery fan. Oh, well, I believe it. There's actually 4 ways to solve when you break it down. However, for something like this, one of those methods is too intricate to reliably pull off in real life. One is objectively against the rules, and one's impossible judging by the crime scene, which leaves one left. The culprit is still inside the room when the seal is broken. Now, that's a definition that actually applies a much broader scope of solutions, but in this case, that could be taken literally. Walked over the closet. Just looking at it, you'd think housed nothing more than a textbook, but this time it could be housing a murder. I opened the doors and someone inside. Crap, more bots. Let me get rid of those. Sorry about that. I was right. Well, half right. It's true that someone was hidden inside. However, I was under the impression they'd be alive. This is... Before us lay the body of Dog. I thought it was suspicious we hadn't found him, but I didn't think he'd end up like this. 2 people had their lives stolen away. I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to enter the school again after this. This is horrible. Terrible, but you might be right in your theory. But Dog's dead. Yeah, but look at that. He gestures the pistol stuffed. So Dog had the pistol of the shot horse. Can't say for sure, but most likely. But then who killed him? I think I have an answer to that as well. You do? Check out Dog's cause of death. That's a golden knife, yes. Stabbed right then. It would kill quickly, sure, but not through the throat. The dog would still have a bit of life, and that knife is rather distinct-looking one, don't you say? You don't think? The closest is right across the door. Judging by the state of the body, I think that's the only answer makes sense. Oh, what are you guys talking about? Horse stabbed Dog who'd been hiding in the closet with the butcher's knife. Horse then put some distance between them since Dog wasn't dying anyway. However, Horse didn't know that Dog had gotten his hands on a pistol. There's dying energy used the pistol to shoot Horse in the chest, killing. It's a bit of a convenient scene, sure, but the evidence adds up. So I guess Horse was the traitor then, I guess. And Dog was our hero, huh? I guess he was. But he ended up dying here. How tragic. He paid for our lives with his. We'll make sure he's honored outside. Indeed, for now we should report back to the group. The trek back to the cafeteria was grim. How could it not be, having already forced down death? When we got back, we explained the situation to the group. That's horrible. Damn, we couldn't save anyone. We were never going to be able to. At least with this, things come to a peaceful end. That's a big takeaway from this? What a freak. Hey, calm down. I think the news just puts us on edge. More importantly, this round's almost over. We should all put our moves again. Oh shoot, you're right. We should get on that pronto. But he was right. We need to operate our tablets, so we split up and use our tablets. I entered near my classroom. However, before I hit the floor because I'd been killed. That's pretty vague, huh? Well, I couldn't be more specific because I died too fast. Maybe I was shot, maybe I was poisoned. Doesn't matter too much, does it? If Mouse doesn't discover the true nature of Horse's fate, the larger group will fall into the false sense of security. If the group thinks everything's fine, the killer will be emboldened to speed up the schedule. If this happens, half-truth is worse than discovering everything. Guy on his back? Why, yes, solve this, but look behind the back of the door, or rather try to look. Alright. Little do you know that it would be a fruitless effort. I believe you'll find the task difficult. After all, our killer used some glue and glued the back of our shirt to the door. That's why they closed. Neat idea, but not correct. Huh, really? Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any glue here. There's not some glue that gets the time? I think you just cut your losses and admit your stumps as me. Darn, I thought I had something here. Well, don't be too upset. Specifics how the body ended up don't actually matter much. Well, the closet. There's something hiding there. She'd be a genius. Alright, so yeah. We have to find the true reason, or else Sheep will point it out, which suggests that Sheep is actually the one behind it. Textbooks? Yeah, look at their place. Someone moved them recently. Well, it's a school mouse. Textbooks here all the time. Let me look through them. And whenever I open it, flipping through, with a bit of persistence, I found one with bloodstained page. Ah, I knew it's used in crime. I admit I'm impressed. Why is there blood all over this thing? Elementary, my dear Oxen. You already mentioned lack of blood here in the hallway, correct? Well, I agree that Horse was not killed in this room. Rather, he was brought here, made to lean against the door, and hide the fact was moved post-mortem. The killer used these textbooks to make you rags. First of all, if not only is Oxen as a pung atrocious, it also doesn't work because Oxen is plural and I am one person. Secondly, you're right about wiping away the blood, but I don't see how this solves the doorway problem. You see, the thing is, I haven't figured out that part yet. Amazing deductions. At least it's something. It was in fact something. I'll grant the floor that much. Anyway, the specifics handed out probably doesn't matter because of the point. Charlie Horse, and he's now dead. Yeah, I don't get any of this. The biggest mystery is who killed him. I don't know if solving the door will help that. Might not be so much a mystery. Right? Well, it's hard to tell with current wounds. Apostle's body's already been stabbed, and if that's the case, surround the culprit, move an extra 3. For now, we should go back to the cafeteria and find out what everyone found. Sheep, are you good to go? I'm ready to leave this place whenever you are. Track back to the cafeteria was grim. However, when we faced death, we got explained. Horse is dead. How horrible. How unfortunate. Wait, does this mean someone's truly trying to hunt us down? Perhaps. Tiger, no one's using any weapons. Crap. Nope, I've been looking at them this whole time. Check to see if any of the weapons have been used. And that means there are more weapons than the ones we just found. Sheesh, how many weapons that kid put in here? We didn't find Dog, did we? I bet he did it. Well, reckless accusations. It's just as likely he is another victim. Another victim? Everyone, calm down. The round's almost over, and I don't know you all, but I haven't put my action. We should all split up and hit run. Bunny's right. Let's all go. Then we can check everyone's movements, and that might help us figure out who has the butcher's knife, if anyone. After that, we can start planning and figure out what our next steps could be. Sound good? Let's go with that. And just like that, we split up. I went down the hallway, and Rooster followed. I entered the hallway classroom and turned on my tablet. There I hit run. There's a difficult call this time around. If we could pull through, the group could use minor trinkets and pull away as a group. After making my move, I returned to the cafeteria. Everyone seemed to be returning about the same time. After a bit, however, I noticed someone was missing. Well, another person was missing. Is Pig back? I don't see her around. How long does it take to press a button? She might just be slow. Does anyone see which room she went in? If all the nearby ones are occupied, she's probably forced to visit one a bit further. How much farther do you need to go? Settle down, all of you. For now, focus on the race results. We can deal with Pig after that. The most important thing is if everyone moves irregularly. If we see that, we can start figuring out what's going on. We're scattered in the cafeteria. However, the true moment, the entire focus shifted. All eyes were glued. How could they not be? It could show if Dog was alive, if he was the one with the butcher's knife, or if someone else had it more. At the point I didn't even know what I was hoping for. Round 4 has ended. Now let's see how the race has progressed. The horse has failed to make a move. The sheep has run. Now round 5 has begun. Do your best, choose wisely. It took a moment to process what that meant. So dogs alive then? We do not know that for sure. Once someone is dead, the others can operate their tablet without cause for concern. If he was killed, the killer could have easily disguised the death that was with this, at least for a turn. Interesting, that's where your mind first jumps. Now the idea might have just input his move before he got killed. After to break from the pattern we previously established, would it not? Earlier, we decided best input move at the end of the round in case something came up. Although since we are seemingly set in our strategy of running until we have needed trinkets, the need for such a routine becomes increasingly unclear. I always gotta have the last word, huh? I was simply answering a question. Guys, sheep from the back of the room. Pig's still missing. Now this is getting ridiculous. You don't think something happened to her, did you? What? No way. Actually, we can't dismiss such a possibility so quickly anymore. Things have become tense and dangerous, but for further discussion, we should look around nearby rooms to find her. Alright, she couldn't have gone that far. Once again, the group sped out. It's starting to feel like every time this happened, one fewer person. Still, Ox was right. Pig's disappearance was cause of concern. I went down the hallway to see if she entered the room. I didn't see her coming down, but I could have missed her. It wasn't long, however, before I heard a scream. I ran back, Tiger Bunny horrified at one of the pillars. What were they looking at? Ran around, thinking to the side. It was Pig's body. I didn't physically black out, but I immediately needed to sit down. A horse's body was one thing. I was able to get through that thanks to the adrenaline, but Pig's body marked that horse was no fluke accident. The killer was among us. A killer wouldn't stop until every single member of the round was dead. There was little much for me to do at the moment. When I recuperated, Ox, Tiger, Bunny, and Sheep and Rooster all gathered. They all donned expressions of shock and horror. You could say they were all genuine. Disastrous, monstrous, soul-crushing. We're both actors and audiences in great tragedy. Sleep peacefully, dear pig, for now the woes of the world worry you not. Hey, could you not mock this woman's death with your bullshit soliloquies? Or even actually sad? Of course my heart aches. Who would not mourn the death of any potential fan? I feel like we're bonded then, even if she wouldn't admit it. I'll gladly give my time to speak with her funeral. I don't know why bother. Why is this happening? Why did someone kill her? It's not much of a mystery. Clearly one of our personalities is determined. This person found the butcher's knife, found out. They killed horse, pig, and they might have killed dog. But why? They didn't use the knife on a horse, so what's the point? Not yet. But remember, the rules didn't specify the person must have been killed with a knife, just the horse must be slashed with it. Our assailant is waiting until they're out of targets, at which point they shall run around, claiming space as rewards. No way! But when was she killed? Before or after the round change? She was killed right in this cafeteria, but we were all working around here. How terrifying. Bunny, you were the one who found her when you were walking back to the cafeteria, right? Yeah. Is it possible you didn't see her when you walked this way? It's only possible she was there when we didn't have to look for her. The pillar blocked my view, and I could have just ignored her and moved forwards. But after I input my move, I walked back the hallway and I didn't see her then. She was still killed sometime after we first returned from inputting our moves before now. It's a shame. You know what, forget this. If we just start tunneling on this, none of us are going to escape in time. Based on my last count, we should have 6 minor trinkets. Horse and pig are dead, and Tiger's already accepted our fate. It's possible Dog's already dead, so we might need as little as 8 minor trinkets before we have enough for everyone. When that happens, we can all stay together as a single group, together with each person making the same choice every time, people making their moves one at a time. There'll be no chance for a killer to make a move, especially with Tiger Guardian's weapons. I feel like we're turning a blind eye to what's happening, but I honestly we should focus on finding minor trinkets. That makes sense. By the way, are missing some people? Oh, Monkey went looking for Pig on the 3rd floor. She said thought Pig might have decided just to flee from the group. Have no fear, I shall inform her of the proceedings. Rooster went to talk to Monkey. Well, the rest of you stay alert. There's likely a killer among us, don't let it get to you. Was Ox just going to ignore? I get his point, we need to find these trinkets, but actually I want to investigate Pig's death. What? I don't like the idea of just ignoring the killer and putting our eggs in the trinket-finding basket. The killer might pull something again, and if they do, it'd be best if we could identify them. Surprisingly, I have an advocate. I agree. Someone just killed horse and pig. It's not right. I don't want to just ignore that. Seems like a waste of time. Maybe more regretful to argue about it. Sheep Mouse, you can continue an investigation duty if you want. Tiger, keep guarding the weapons. The rest of us will look. Does that sound fair? Yes, it does. Great. With that, the rest of the group split up. I just left Sheep and myself staying by the body. Well, I guess that's that. Are you going to start investigating now? I don't know how to, but yeah, I guess I will. Do you mind if I join? I feel like I haven't done anything so far. I want to know kill horse. At least I know that much. Hey, helping's why you're here with me. Why wouldn't I want the extra hands? I just want to know how useful I'm going to be. Don't worry, it's not like you have to be useful to be useful. What? Well, for one, it's always good to have a witness around in case someone tries to off the detective. Here for protection. Oh, well, that's nice. But you know, I could also try to solve things too. Sure. You know I'm older than you, right? Right. Okay, please start your investigation. Great. Now let's begin. It was gonna be pretty, but I need to steal my nerves. I walked over and started looking. I could see she was stabbed in the heart with a knife, so this one was killed by a knife, huh? Do you think it was the butcher's knife? It would appear that way, but if that's the case, we could wait till the end of the round again and we get our answer, but it seems too easy. I don't like the idea of putting things off with the assurance things will be solved if we do nothing and wait too long. Okay. You're right, the killer might kill again while we wait. Gosh, that's a gross thought. Blood's all over. Isn't that itself a big clue? If it was killed with a knife, the killer must have gotten blood on their hands, right? But I don't see anyone with blood on their hands. So either we haven't seen the killer after they've killed, or the killer had a chance to use a restroom. Hey, that's some great thinking, Sheep. There's only 3. We should figure out who would have had a chance to go to any of them and why. How do we do that? After we're done here, we should ask people about their movements. Both when they put their moves and when we split up to look for Pig. Got it, that makes sense. Oh, but there's a lot of blood on Pig. So why hasn't a drop gotten on the floor surrounding her? She was definitely killed by the knife. Was she? Against my knife, I examined closer. Actually turned something useful. Hey, her neck's been bruised. Hey, doesn't that mean she was strangled? Really? Yeah, these are definitely someone's hands. Wow, so she was actually strangled, huh? Probably. If she was already dead, it'd probably be easier for the killer to not spill too much blood on themselves. Though with that, we can see that the splatter on her shirt. It's still impossible for none to have gotten on the killer. Isn't it difficult to strangle someone to death? I know I couldn't do something like that. Me neither. But if you're going to, Pig's probably the easier target. I'd probably think anyone but us two, Monkey and Snake, could have choked her to death. Probably. I think that's all we're going to get from this scene. Well, let's look around the cafeteria more, just in case. I tried to look around the cafeteria to see if I could see anything else. There were various chairs and tables. Tiger was guarding the weapon pile in the corner. There was a television displayed on the opposite side of the room, a kitchen area. The kitchen was super close to the pillar where Pig showed up, a mere couple of steps away. Intrigued, I looked around the place. It was mostly barren, mostly housing things like bags of ice and stacks of plastic bags. Still, it did have a good selection of silverware, including knives. Okay, time to start talking to Tiger. Did you find clues? Yeah. How could you know that? It's a devil's proof. What's that? It means they're going to try and prove a negative, which is pretty much impossible. Now with attitude. It doesn't, okay. Let's start with Tiger. Mouse is being kind of a jerk to Sheep. Hopefully she could provide info on everyone's movements. Hey, Mouse. I'm sorry to investigating. How are things going on that front? They're, coming along. Great, coming along. Step up, getting to your destination. That's true, probably. Tiger, would you mind if I ask you some questions? Where'd you go when you input your advice? Oh, that? I want to stay as close to the weapons as possible, so I was on guard duty, so I used the restroom. The closest one, the cafeteria. That makes sense. Although we probably could just input your move at a separate time when everyone else. Oh, you're right. Man, we're kind of dumb. It's a stressful situation. Everyone's kind of panicking. I've got a feeling a lot of us are about to do things going about things pretty poorly. You do need to clear head and make good decisions. Trust me, if you get too heated, you can really mess things up. So no one else went to that restroom? No, I don't think so. Why won't we look for Pig's body? Where'd you go then? Oh, I didn't leave. I took my guard duty seriously. I stayed by the weapons pile. You were here the whole time, right? Could you tell us where everyone went then? My memory's not that great, plus I wasn't paying much attention. I was focused on guarding, you know? Well, that's annoying. I need another drink. Alright, there we are. That's annoying. Oh, sorry. But you would have seen if someone killed Pig when you were around. Oh, totally. I wasn't blind. I'm just not a genius. If there's anything blatantly suspicious, I would have seen it. Huh. Okay, I think that's it for now. It is, isn't it? Yeah, we'll talk to you later, Tiger. Bye, keep up the good work. At Sheep's clear request, we walked away, and we were far away enough to start questioning her. You know something? Mouse, what Tiger said doesn't make any sense. It doesn't? She's telling the truth. Pig wasn't killed when we left to look for her. However, if Rooster's telling the truth, Pig wasn't killed when he came back. But if both those things are right, it means Pig was killed right when we were all there. We were in the same room as the crime. I doubt that. I'm sure we would have noticed if a murder was happening in the corner. Really silent would make some noise, but you're right. At the very least, we were all accounted for. Almost all of us. What do you mean? We still don't know where Dog is, right? I don't think that means something. Not really, at least not regarding this incident. Oh, okay. Just as we were leaving the conversation, I saw Snake. Yo, Snake, hold up a minute. Here's another good person to interrogate. Do you mind if I ask some questions? For your investigation, yes. I doubt I'll provide much use, but ask away. That's how a guilty person responds, you know. Oh, what a fascinating observation. Surely you can make a claim that someone's interviewed countless innocent and guilty subjects alike, no? Your assumption doesn't come from watching a dozen low-rate crime dramas, does it? Are you gonna cooperate or not? I already said I would. You're the one who has yet to ask me anything. Alright. Do you tell me which room you went to when for your action for the fourth round? I went to the upper right hallway and into the closest room. That is the men's locker room. I then went back down the hallway, and I did not see Pig's body. I suspect you might doubt that claim. Of course I do. In the men's locker room, there's a restroom in there, isn't there? Oh, you're trying to see who visited restrooms, right? Then yes, there was a restroom there. I also feel prudent to inform you that I saw Dragon and put her action in the women's locker room down the hall. And if you're collecting locations, Monkey was in one of the classrooms between us. Providing a lot of information. I just wish to be thorough. Alright, so to think of thoroughness, where'd you look for Pig? I believe I checked some of the rooms down the right hallway. Nothing turned up. I'm pleased with my response. There's not to be happy with it. Do you think I'm gonna... Why, do you think I'm gonna say something like I was murdering Pig? It would have been great. I fear for this investigation. Hey, mind your own business. I would very much like the potential apprehension. I would very much think the potential apprehension of a killer is my business. Though if I may, there's a thought that might help us out some. I didn't ask, but okay. No matter who the killer is, it's an undeniable fact that killing Pig in that way would be a large risk. There's just no way to do that. It didn't require some small leap of faith. Therefore, we must consider why the killer felt the need to take a risk in the first place. They need to kill us all before they can stay alive, right? But they don't need to kill someone in such a heavily crowded area when the group is splitting up. What are you saying? Exactly what I said. I shall continue looking for minor trinkets. They're our lifeline. We should keep interrogating. I know Ox and Bunny are working as a pair on the other side. Got it, thanks. A pleasure. I'm not a fan of that guy. We got some information from him, though. Nothing useful, I'm afraid. You think? Did you hear anything useful? I guess not. Well, if I didn't hear anything useful and you didn't hear anything useful, I'm gonna get on a limb and say it wasn't useful. Mouse, you should really have asked what she thought. We moved to the other side of the school and eventually found Ox and Bunny looking around the art studio. Ox, Bunny, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Interviewing witnesses, huh? Classic investigation, good work. I hope your search has been more fruitful, seeing as you prioritize over trinkets. Oh, come off it, Ox. I was bad at finding trinkets anyways. Besides, if you care about murdered pig, the cop and the prosecutor will be doing the investigation. Agreed. I don't really care about that. I care about finding the minor trinkets. You seem awfully uninterested in this mystery, almost as if you prefer we don't find out. Mouse, are you honestly calling me a suspect? We're all suspect, Ox. I find it funny so opposed to being called one. Of course I don't want to be suspected. Who would? You're just going out asking me about my movements during the suspected time of the crime, right? Fine. When we first split up, I went down the hall. Whatever I said was about to say got cut off by a deafening sound. It was a gunshot if I ever heard one. Hopefully don't let anyone else turn out dead. Ah! A gunshot. From where? I think it came from the third floor? Quickly, we need to know where they come from. Mouse, wait up. I didn't. I rushed forward, determined to locate the source of the ground. I had to come as someone was a recipient of the gun. I had to imagine someone was a recipient of the gun in this case. Depending on where the gun was aimed, the time to find the victim might be the difference between life and death. Up the stairs, up the stairs. I started rushing the floor for any suspicious-looking spots. Eventually, I ran across Monkey. Monkey, do you know anything about the gunshot? I'm sorry. No, I'm just as surprised as you. I think it came from downstairs. Downstairs? Yeah, second or first floor. Second, then. Quickly, let's look. I shall hurry. Ooh. Sheep was the one who said it came from the third floor. Yeah, I think we found the timeline where Sheep is the villain. Monkey, do anything about the shot where it was fired? Oh, I'm surprised at you. It came from downstairs, though. Downstairs? Yeah, second or first floor. Quickly, then. Let's look. I shall hurry. Monkey sprinted ahead of me, surprisingly quick in search of an elusive gunshot. I made my way down the staircase on the second floor. I started spreading out, looking for any sign of trouble. I heard Monkey shouting for me over the crime scene, because of course the crime scene, what else could the sound lead to? There are no fireworks in this building, there's only one option. And sure enough, lying dead on the ground, under the body of Dragon was found. At this point, I didn't feel sorrow or panic. Looking at all these deaths had a numbing effect. All I felt was emptiness, a bitter sting for what might have been. Dragon wasn't the easiest to get along with. Something told me she had a really big heart. Something told me she'd be sorely missed by some. Eventually, Sheep, Bunny, and Ox all made it. Evidently, my sprint had caught them all off guard. None of them were exactly able to keep up. Not again, not another. At the mere sight of the body, Sheep started curling up and turning away. Absent-mindedly, she started wandering down the hallway, unable to take the sight of another corpse. Someone should really have gone after her to make sure she was safe. No one did. Dragon, huh? I thought someone might try and confront the butcher, but to end up like this, it's sobering to see. It's expected to see at this point. How many people is this butcher gonna take from us? Why don't they show their face? Even though I hadn't realized that Monkey had also begun looking well. Apologies, everyone. I very much prefer not to be here, but I keep looking for trinkets. Like that, she went away. Monkey. She was so calm and such and steadfast. Seeing her freak out more than me, it stopped me in my tracks. Was I becoming too numb? No. Focus. Not the time to be focusing. I think I should make sure she doesn't get into trouble. With this crazy killer, probably not safe to go alone like this. I trust you to take care of any detective work? Hold on a minute. You don't seriously expect me to let you go like this, do you? Why not? You don't suspect me, right? We were together since the start of the 5th round. You're right, but relax. I'll be fine. Without further discussion, Bunny walked away, leaving Ox alone with me. This is well truly become a mess at this point. People are all over the place. The deaths are starting to get hard to track. It's not even worth looking over the scene. Why? What, do you think there's anything to be solved at this point? We don't even know if this was the work of one culprit. Everyone's alibis and whereabouts all over the place. There's almost no physical evidence. I just can't see how we're going to find anything to narrow down. We think that we certainly won't. Is that why you don't bother investigating pigs? I believe there's no mystery humans can't solve, they can't bring their mind to it. Aren't you the optimistic one? No, you're just pessimistic. Come on. You want to complain? You have time to examine. Fine. I guess it's worth knowing Dragon's body is the first peculiarity. Her body? I'm no cause of death. We heard a gunshot. Expected someone to be shot. But in this case, this is the victim was stabbed in the neck. I don't know if this is relevant, but judging by the location, the victim's windpipe should have been punctured. I mean, the death should have been near instantaneous. That would definitely get the blood on the perpetrator. You can assume they would have had to wash off. Again, blood comes off as a pretty big clue. The tends to be in crime determination. I still know what to think of the blood of pigs situation of Pig's murder. Someone could wash the blood off themselves. That'd take some time, wouldn't it? I guess the dog did then. He's the only one with no alibi. I'm sure that doesn't sit well with me. It must have been self-deletion. Now you're just being ridiculous. Is it? There's no knife by the scene. Well, where does that leave us? I don't know. We have to figure it out. What a joy. I moved in the cut. Yeah, it was definitely a knife cut. Didn't seem too clean, though. The killer definitely struggled with the slashing motion. Probably made by the butcher's knife, right? Probably. There on the ground, a bullet shot right by Dragon's head, but not through it. Indeed. Perhaps we can take this as some warning shot. Perhaps the killer dragging the ground was holding a gun at her. Dragon made some move, fired right at her head. For some reason, decided to cut things short with a knife. Put it like that, it almost sounds like the killer was interrogating Dragon, trying to get information. But what could that be? Who knows? I pushed the door fully open with a shove and noticed water drip down. Didn't make much sense, but I realized where it came from. Got my tiptoes and put my hand at the top. The top of the door seemed wet. Wet? Yeah, wet. Huh. I have no idea what that could mean. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe. Seeing as water tends to evaporate, I don't think that's the case. How is irrelevant? I know it is, probably. I'm not convinced. Good for you. Any other bright observation you want to dismiss? Are there? Could be nothing, but this isn't arts and crafts, right? Then why is there a bundle of string over there? Where? Right between the tape dispenser and pencil sharpener. Oh, I see it now. I don't know. It could be weird math measurements, maybe some student's project. I think you're reaching for straws now. I guess we're done the investigation. Yeah, everyone's really being dumb with this investigation. Glad I decided to do this one before ending the stream. Agreed. We're done with the investigation. Get out of here. Sitting in a room with a dead person giving me the creeps. Agreed. We can come have a discussion in the hallway. I feel like we don't know anything more than we did starting this. I thought you were supposed to be the optimist. I'm the realist, and I really think we're boned. I have to agree. At this point, it might be just most effective just to find enough trinkets to stay as a group. So that's it. We just give up. It was your suggestion. I know, it's a bad one. We can't give up. The butcher's identity, when we put together all the clues, it's got to give us an answer. Oh, then enlighten me. Who should we be afraid of? Let's look at this logically. Horse was shot at the beginning of the game. Pig was choked to this at some point. We split up for our moves the 4th round. Dragon was stabbed someone after that. You and Bunny have been together ever since the group got together. There's no possible way either of you could kill Dragon. Of course, I'm not the killer. So if we trust Brian, that should be only 12 people in this building. Given all the available suspects, all the clues found, the relevant crime scenes, the alibis of people involved, the motivation behind that piece of evidence, I think only one person fits the butcher's M.O. Sheep? Yeah. Now that I think about it, it's gotta be Sheep. It's unbelievable. Well, I know. I don't know why she'd do it, but she has to be it. Why? I'll explain everything in a minute, but first I want to meet up with Sheep. Let's try and find her, I'll settle everything. Well, if you say so, I trust you. Walked through school looking for Sheep. Eventually, we ran across Monkey, who joined. We accepted. At one point, we confronts the killer. I don't mind extra backup. As like before, I couldn't help but despair. I don't know Sheep, sure, but she seems so meek, so nice. Didn't think she could ever fly. So how then she could go? How could she go on a killing spree? I needed to know. Eventually, I found her curled up in a classroom on the first floor. Mouse, ox, monkey. What are y'all doing here? Sheep. I don't want to waste time or play games. This is a dead serious matter. I don't have time to joke about it. Why'd you kill Dragon? Pig horse? Please tell me. Mouse? What are you talking about? I never could. You're not gonna fool me. I suggest you confess now. Confess to what? Mouse, I don't know what you're talking about. It's gonna have to be like this, is it? Very well, I'll make you confess and I'll make the explanation myself. You make me? You're gonna torture me? Please, I'm innocent, swear. I'm not gonna torture you, Sheep, though this may feel like it if you're unconscious. No, I'm gonna prove why you have to be the killer. Go ahead, I'd love to hear your reasoning. Very well, let's start with the horse's death. Well, I can't prove anything. There's one element we haven't paid attention to. And what would that be? Sheep said in the cafeteria. What did I say? You don't remember? No. You said, I quote, I just killed a horse. I didn't say that. Oh, didn't you? No. Metaphorical sense. I didn't say anything like that. Shot, that was gonna work. Seriously, Mouse. You don't really think it's me, right? I should have been worried, but she was so pitiful. Sad I wasn't thinking that. Could you be able to culprit? Sure, it made sense to me. Was I wrong? Mouse, please think things through. We could be friends. Still be friends, right? Just as I started to respond, she lunged at me and hugged me with one hand. I couldn't see it, but I guess even before it was happening, using me as cover, she shot in succession. I heard 2 shots, 2 bodies on the floor. I couldn't tell what happened, but been pretty. Gotta make sure. I heard Monkey fight back wasn't enough. The sound alone put the image in my head. She put back. Sorry. Don't blame me. Nine of Hearts. If Mouse confronts Sheep, she will try and appeal to Mouse to say it couldn't be her. Mouse need to be ironclad and her will backed up with solid reasoning. She believes that hesitation. What does that have to do with anything? It has a lot to do with things, actually, because when you look at it, not a lot of people could have killed Horse. Tiger was going the weapons, Ox and Snake returned very quickly. Pig and Rooster with me the whole time. Also, Dragon and Bunny arrived together. While that doesn't mean they are necessarily together at all times before that, it makes it less likely the others had the time to kill Horse. You, however, arrived on your own after quite a bit of time. Very suspicious timing. That doesn't prove anything. No, but it's a big indicator. If we have given any moment of thought at the time, we would have concluded the main suspects would have been you, Monkey, and Dog. But fine, you won't take it as evidence, fair enough. Let's move on to Pig's death. People watching the 4th round. You killed Pig when the 4th round results were being displayed, weren't you? What? Everyone scattered around the cafeteria and everyone's eyes were in one place. It would have been easy to slip away. A mouse? I mean, it's possible. Well, that when I was distracted, she might have been able to slip away, but I don't think I was so distracted that a murder happened behind their backs. You killed Pig when everyone went looking for her. What? Well, everyone thought she was already dead. She was in fact just late. You found her, but then you brought her body to that pillar. Mouse, Tiger was in the cafeteria the whole time. She definitely would have seen moved anyway then. while people were inputting their actions. Before we ran, in fact, you already input your action, didn't you? I did? Yes, you did. I thought it was strange how no one I talked to saw where you or Pig went when you input your actions. That's because neither of you actually left the cafeteria, is that right? As everyone walked away, you called her to the kitchen, saying you have something important to say to her. Mouse, her body was found by that pillar. Yeah, there was no blood behind the pillar, despite the knife clearly spilling a lot of blood. She was stabbed in the kitchen. You just wiped away the blood, is that right? As you said, the killer would have gotten a bunch on themselves. You don't have any blood on? I don't have any blood on me. I never would have a chance to clean up the restroom. There wasn't enough time. People were occupying the main ones. I said blood would spill out. I didn't say blood had to get on the killer. What are you talking about? There's actually a way to stab someone to death without getting blood on you. Before luring Pig, you had the necessary tools in your pocket. A kitchen knife, which is the actual murder weapon. A bunch of napkins to wipe away the blood, and a bunch of plastic baggies. Plastic baggies? The same plastic baggies found in the very kitchen. You told Pig to look at something, maybe bend down, then as you quickly stuffed both of your hands, turning the makeshift gloves. From behind, you simply brought the knife around, fatally stabbing her. As she cried out, you moved both your hands over her mouth to silence her. I'm sure a lot of blood on her clothes, but only spilled into your hands, which were being covered by plastic bags. Then you got both plastic bags in your hands and knife with the third plastic bag, quickly wiping away most blood with the napkins. You wiped away enough to hide the crime scene at a glance. You put the bloody napkins in the bag and hid the bag evidence in your pocket. With that taken care of, you promptly exited the kitchen like nothing happened. If you were efficient, the whole thing would take in less than 2 minutes. Mouse, that's ridiculous. I thought you said Pig was strangled. I couldn't do that. No, Sheep, that's what you wanted me to think. In truth, you choked her neck after she was dead, didn't you? Mouth, that's plausible, if incredibly risky, but if I understand correctly, the core of the mystery is how body ended up behind a certain pillar, right? I do not believe this explanation counts for that. I haven't, because Sheep wasn't the one taking risks. You see, we were quite scattered at the cafeteria, and the fourth results would be displayed. Those results drew everyone's attention to one place. Sheep, who had been sitting in the back of the cafeteria, was able to take advantage of this distraction. She quickly and quietly walked over the kitchen, simply dragged Pig's body from behind the kitchen to the pillar. There's no way I could do all that. Oh, but you could. It's possible, I grant you, but also really risky. Why should you go through the trouble? Murder's a risky business, Ox. There's also a chance things could go wrong. Sheep simply realized that if people kept dying, there'd be some who wanted to investigate things. And she also realized that if we stopped for a second to think about Horse's murder, she'd already be under incredibly scrutiny, due to the fact that she was one of the few people without an alibi. And in fact, I'm willing to bet that if we dug deeper into that, there'd have been some more damning evidence that proved it. Our only chance was to get out was to cause a murder so that confusing our attention would be diverted. And a murder this confusing would sow chaos, giving more opportunities to attack us one by one. Ah, so what? Mouse, you've been bullying me this whole time without any evidence. What's your evidence? I'm getting there. Really? So we're getting about Dragon's murder, huh? I can explain that. Because I was with you the whole time. Not entirely true. When Mouse rushed off, we all chased behind her. However, we were far from a unified front. Now that I think about it, I don't think I saw you for a while. Because you have slipped away to commit murder. Maybe not, so I wouldn't have had nearly enough time to wash the blood on myself, alright? Plus, Mouse was a real killer. I just fired a pistol at the dragon. You're half right, Sheep. You wouldn't have had enough time to wash blood off, but that's because you didn't need to. Because you employed a nasty trick for this murder. The truth of the matter is, the gun was made to fire on its own? That's not possible. What you're talking about actually is. In fact, it just requires a very simple tool we found in the cafeteria. A tool I found to see the crime. Mouse, what are you talking about? We didn't find anything to see the crime. We found something surprising, alright? Water. Should say ice. Ice? Ice. The contraption is simple. Using a string we found in the classroom, a tape dispenser, some ice, and a gun, it wouldn't be difficult for the contraption to fire a gun. It would fire on its own volition after a certain period of time. Simply wrap one end in the string of the gun's trigger, then tape the other end to the door frame. Set the gun precariously atop of the door using ice as a platform. If you put it in the right place and as the ice melts, the gun will be liable to fall down, causing the string to pull the trigger and the gun to fire wildly. That sort of thing, there'd be absolutely no control where the gun fired. True, but she probably felt she could work with whatever result. She'd set up Dragon's body in a way where it'd be plausible a shot could have been aimed at her. But then how would she know where Dragon be? She knew because Dragon's already dead. What? Dragon was actually killed as early, should have been killed as early as when we were looking for Pig. Remember, no one saw her since. Imagine Sheep convinced Dragon to go with her. Dragon came across crass, but I think she's the type to protect someone like Sheep. Then when they got in the classroom, she stabbed Dragon from behind with a knife. Hold on a minute, if that happened, blood would be everywhere. Normally, yes. However, the cause of death was this time, a windpipe, and not blood loss, meaning the knife didn't actually need to be removed from the wound right away. Most blood comes out with weapons pulled out, so however blood specks did appear were likely minimal. She dragged Dragon's body inside and prayed that no one would bother checking that room. Then she set up her gun point and left. That's probably around the time I found Dragon's body. No. Quick. Quit it. Given real evidence, Sheep couldn't have been sure the gun would fire, so she had to make sure she'd have an alibi no matter what. She volunteered to help me in the investigation of Pig's death. Then eventually, the gun fired. There was one trick to Sheep's plan. She needed to be first to find the body. That's why she implemented a double layer of subterfuge. But I think the shot came to the third floor. Since we were in a panic, we took the guess as gospel truth and made our way there. Except you didn't. You ran over the gun and postal string away, dragged Dragon to a suitable location where the gun was fired, and pulled the knife out. All in all, if you were efficient about it, the cleanup could be as quick as a minute, even quicker. Good thing you moved fast. I'm guessing you exited down one hallway Monkey was running towards the body of the other. No evidence, no real evidence, it could be anybody. But would anybody stand to gain from such a setup? Seeing as there's no other explanation for why the top door would be wet like that, I'm confident my theory how the gun was fired, and Sheep, you're the only one who benefited from alibi at that time when that shot went off. I guess Ox Bunny and I did as well, but we can't all be the culprit. What about it? Who else could it be? Do you? How do you know the shot was fired or the gun was an alibi? Huh? You can't prove that. I can. In the case of Horse's death, we didn't hear a gunshot. Why? I'm guessing the pistol had a silencer on it. That's the only explanation. In that case, why wasn't it on in this case? I can only imagine it was to make sure people heard the shot. You're not. No proof. No evidence. Oh, you still deny it? What could make you confess? Evidence. Before I could respond, Sheep started to move, pulling something out. This one I was expecting it. I moved gracefully, and as she pulled out the gun, I grabbed the hand and pushed it away. Since I had closed the distance, I used the momentum to knee her in the stomach. She fell to the ground, but that didn't stop her. She reached in pocket to pull out a dagger, but at this point I already grabbed the pistol, which had fallen and aimed it at her. As for evidence, I figure you probably still had the gun on you after you collected it from the scene of Dragon's death. Of course, if you were really smart, you might have just hid it somewhere nearby. If you'd let me search you and I hadn't found this, I probably would have started to question if I was really right. But now, it's over, Sheep, admit it. It's not... Quit looking at me like that. It's not my fault. I want to survive. Please, cut it out. From there, Sheep burst in tears. No one in the room felt any pity. How could we? After all, she killed 4 people in a single day. All we did is wait for her to compose herself, explain herself, talk about why she did what she did. I thought splitting up the trinkets was dangerous. I wanted a better idea. One where there wasn't a chance for things to go wrong. But then I realized we didn't need to look for minor trinkets. We could use the ones we had. If we all used our abilities in the right order, everyone could go to the finish line. No one person would need to get that far out of the group. We could stick together in one room with Tiger as a guard and take turns. But I realized that math didn't quite work. There were too many abilities that didn't move fast enough. Then I remembered Sheep's clothing. We found it, Mouse. What does Sheep's clothing have to do with anything? If we had Horse's ability, things could work out. So I didn't think much, I just acted without consulting the group. I used it and became a copy of Horse. Oh, but then, not only did my action change, so did my personality. I was now a copy of Horse. I had determined personality. What? I realized this in the same room I found the hidden pistol. I was freaking out, but then the announcement played on the pad. A butcher's knife. Was it Horse? I walked in my room and saw Horse standing there. He was holding it. He was looking at me, and I panicked. Before I knew it, I fired. I killed him. I tried to hide it, but Dog came across the scene. There was an argument. Sheep started to mumble. She wasn't meeting any of our eyes. We could finish the story for ourselves, Dog the unseen victim. If I didn't do something, everyone would blame me for those murders. But if I was the only witness, I'm pathetic. Sheep, so really, it's one big accident? Don't give her that much credit. In the end, she chose to put her own life above ours, and so committed murder. It's sad, but it's not an excuse. Then you think she should have simply accepted her fate, accepted death? Not many have that conviction. She did accept death, the deaths of every other person in the school. Don't get me wrong, I can see where she's coming from, but I have trouble sympathizing. I do sympathize, I really do, but Sheep, even in that situation, what you did was wrong. She didn't speak after that, none of us did. She didn't even try to escape, she knew it was pointless. Eventually, Snake wandered in, we explained the situation. He accepted pretty easily. Bunny, too, after some time passed, he found us and joined us in the wait. We input our actions the 5th round, going one at a time. The group was talking about what to do next, but Sheep sat silently, and then seemingly out of nowhere, she began to talk. I didn't used to stay to myself. You wouldn't think it, but I used to be a rebel when I was younger, a real troublemaker, had a number of friends. I thought it was cool how I had a bad reputation in my neighborhood. Mostly, I just wanted to emulate my 2 older sisters. Oh, what are you talking about all of a sudden? I kind of hated them because they were often mean to me, and they often used to blame me for everything. But they were cool, so I wanted to be like them. Then one day my parents left me in charge. They let me look after my younger brother. He was such a good kid, that's why I disliked him. In fact, I hated him, but never wanted. I thought he was smart enough that he didn't need me looking over him. I let him take a bath by himself. Then my older sister scolded. I don't know why, just teased me. They were annoying, got into a heated argument, and I wasn't paying attention. Then I heard a thud. I didn't know what went through Smith's heart brain that made me think running after going out the bathtub was a good idea. I don't know what made him run, I guess I'll never know. I can guess, it was probably because he was still a kid, but I was supposed to look after him and I didn't. It's his fault he ran, it was my fault I didn't watch. My parents' fault for trusting me, it's no one's fault that he slipped and ended up being just the right angle and fall down the stairs, having twisted his neck. Funeral soon after. Sheep. You know the first thing I tried to do? Blame on my older sisters. Well, it's only natural. First thing they did was try to blame it on me, but Mom wasn't hearing any of it. She wasn't hearing anything. She was on set by 2 fronts. One, the grief of losing her only son was back her mind. On the other, she had to deal with a thunderstorm of rumors. Rumors of the accident, how this troubled, disturbed kid was the only one around when the brother she hated slipped to his death. The atmosphere in the neighborhood took a serious turn. At best, I'd let my brother die. At worst, I had made him die. It was horrible. I was in middle school at the time. From there, I turned my behavior around. I became an honor student. The cleanest of clean, determinedly virtuous life. Determined not to give any credence to the rumors which haunted and corrupted my parents. Didn't help much. When the news made its way to school, life became hellish. Kids like to believe more fun versions of stories. It was more fun if I killed him. And the worst bullies are the ones who think their victims deserve it. Come college time, I couldn't move far enough. My whole life, I've been sure to never give people a reason to blame me. My father moved on, but my mother never truly recovered. She doesn't know what to think of it. If I ever gave her a reason to believe, might have, she'd sooner die than believe that. That's my sin, isn't it, Brian? After Mr. Bowen was killed in that awful murder, I was one of the first suspects. Of course I was. After all, I was his secretary. I was there at the time of the murder. I was the one who found the collapsed security guard, the one who called the cops. I was the one with the biggest holes in my alibi, the one with all the keys, the one who knew him best. Eventually, my innocence was proven, but before that, I was deathly afraid I might be labeled a murderer and all this. Even if that rumor got back, so when the cops asked me about Mr. Morris, told me they were looking into the case against him, I threw him as far under the bus as I could. Anything he might have known about, he knew about. Any grudge he might have had against Mr. Bowen, he had it. Any character flaws he might have possessed, he had and more. I believe that was largely my depiction of him which made the cops so sure they had the right man. And that's why you put me through all this, isn't it, Brian? Unexpected voice came across. So you admit you slandered my father. You filed his name and handed the police the news. I didn't lie about a single thing in my testimony about those events, and your father wasn't a perfect angel. I only exaggerated, never created. And Brian, though you hate to admit it, it's clear your father was in fact the person who killed. The evidence is overwhelming, but yes, I admit it. I'm responsible for getting him executed. For that, I'm sorry. I'll never forget October 11th, the day all this started, when you all think about it. So that's October 11th. That's 10/11. None came. Instead, after a time, Sheep made a request. Mouse, can you kill me? What? I want you to kill me right here, right now. Why? I know it's bound to happen. It'll be an execution. The way Brian described it sounds awfully slow. I'm a coward, Mouse. I don't want that. We don't know that for sure. Maybe there's a way for you to live. There isn't. I feel like I've already been controlled by my past life. Now I feel nothing. Just end it. Even if you messed up, you don't deserve to die. Deserve? I'm pretty sure a serial murderer of 4 is worth the death penalty in most states. If this were taken to court, I doubt it. The circumstances are bizarre, but there are plenty of mitigating factors. At the very least, I imagine you get life in prison before a death penalty. I know I'm being selfish, but please, let me go peacefully. One gunshot. I think we'd all use a little forgiveness, right? If she wants to be shot, let her. True, however, this will require some more quandary. Even if she will die anyways, to shoot her would be to kill her yourself. That could be psychologically damaging. Morally, I'd say it's on par with assisted euthanasia. However, I don't think that matters much one way or another, though it may be a cold reading of the situation. I see. Then I'll do it. No one deserves the execution the Jade Emperor is talking about. No, no one's shooting her. I don't care what you speakers say, that's murder. I guess you really hated me in the end. I guess that's fair. Then leave. I didn't dare meet her eyes. I just exited the room. The group followed. No one entered the room with us raced. Sheep stayed there, lying empty. She waited for an inevitable end. Everyone gathered in the cafeteria. Rooster finally found the group. Apparently, he'd been obliviously searching for trinkets and found a few. But that didn't matter anymore. We all used them and moved as a group. At one point, Tiger left. She didn't explain herself, but no one felt like following her. We know why she took her leave. She must have wanted her final moments to herself. We had to respect that. Eventually, all survivors crossed the line together. The Jade Emperor announced our victory. The defeat of Sheep and Tiger. The 2 callers activated the building. It was a very silent experience. I don't know if the cumulative 100 words passed amongst the groups leaving Sheep's room, but at least we were alive, right? That'd account for something. In the end, Escape half survived, but half died for very poor reasons. It felt very empty. I guess that's Jade Emperor's goal. Well, good work, Brian, you dick. 9 of spades. If nothing's found in the first 3 rounds with the Sheep pad, trinkets, and weapons, the horse will be assigned a role. Furthermore, if Sheep does not trust the group, she'll go on her own and come up with a plan. Without telling anyone, she will enact her plan that will lead to her ruin. It's highly unlikely Sheep will be able to win as the traitor. However, she is prone to rash judgments and risky play, very unpredictable. From the start, this line of action is too reliable. Alright, so we're missing one more. Sorry, I don't think you should. Oh, okay if you say so. Really, you're letting go like that? I thought you were gonna get some resistance. I thought things were set. Monkey, you're accusing her? I hate to do it, but she's the only thing that makes sense. The moron? He's clearly a devilish mastermind. I think that's because you don't like him. Hold on, hear me out. We don't know where he was during Dragon's murder. She was with us when the gun rang out. Monkey on the 3rd floor afterwards. He saw a snake on the 1st floor. His location was unknown. He's only able to rescue himself. Okay, that's enough to say for sure he's a killer. We don't know anything about Dog's alibi, right? We just run fast to fool you. That's plus. When could he have killed Horse? That's in a group. No, you're right. Sorry, I guess think with the other evidence. Wasn't adding up. It stood out to me. The water on the door. What could it mean? It couldn't. Then I heard footsteps. I tensed up. Then I relaxed. I wasn't even scared. Oh, it's you. You know, you shouldn't be wandering around the school alone. It's become dangerous. It was at the time I said this, I saw the knife pulled out. Oh, it suddenly clicked with me. I realized what happened. I realized how dumb I'd been. I was frozen and blood flying everywhere. After one who inherited Butcher's knife kills secretly, Mouse will be compelled to solve the murders. However, if she's not able to identify, the Butcher is likely to make her a target sooner than later. Self-help reasoning may be beyond, but let's try to see lies beyond, shall we? Alright, so we're still missing one, and that's from the Horse timeline, so let's try and finish that one up before we go. Yeah, that didn't work. So it looks like this doesn't actually matter. Choice doesn't actually matter. Possible, theoretically speaking. Great, what do we do with the doors? What we have left, I think we can cover the other scouts right here. We have scouts, we have a sniper rifle, and we have a pistol. We should be able to duel pistols. There's only 1 in 4 chance. First of all, scout in charge of sniper should be another myself. Really? You don't see that coming? I reject this assignment. Mouse me. Work fast. Oh, he was coming from the library, so as long as you look over both these doors, you should be able to come in for a seam. Alright. Stuck in silence for a while. What was there to say? We just need to do our jobs and kill if need be. Had to eventually. Are you nervous, Snake? Reasonably. What's gonna happen if he shows up? Well, shoot him. Honestly, I'm more nervous if he doesn't show up. We'll have to finish the race eventually. Shouldn't be. What if he shoots first? Shouldn't be possible. And for our lives. And... Alright, he's saying the same thing as before, but it's not letting me skip because this is technically a new dialogue thing here. Alright, so this. Right, ask the demon fell from above how stupid we were. We didn't even think about the fact he was way on the second floor and looked. We expect Horse to jump like that. Instead, he instantly snapped the... picked him up. An obvious oversight. How sad. Horse stabbed him in the gut with a dagger. Snake! No, I can freak out. This time I wasn't backing down. Or I could even aim. He snatched my arm and picked me up by it. He almost fell for it. Almost. When I came down the right hallway and saw the other doors were blocked off. When I saw it, I thought, why are they protecting these doors? And then I realized they probably were. Sorry, we didn't think this out well enough. Here we are, 8 of diamonds. After the first few deaths, setting up an ambush would be an inevitable next step. However, the positioning is probably thought out. Horse will easily get past and massacre the group. Mouse is smarter than this, right? Oh, and let's input the next one here. Because I want to absolutely do this before I forget. Perhaps I refer to another important date, October 10th. Okay, so it does remind me. The date that Amadeus Bowen was murdered. A second thought, all was when it really started. Right, Brian? As if to answer my question, computer unlocked. Yes. Now, could I use this to contact the authorities? No, it looks like I was disconnected from the internet. Figures. What's the deal with this computer? Why leave it? I found my answer, reasons for jury duty. I opened it and saw 12 PDFs of various names. Jamie Wilbur, Manuel Perez, Davis Caven. Were these everybody here? But wait. I didn't see my own name here. I found my answer in Richard Brill, a judge who passed away just over a week ago. I had read about this passing the other day, and I bet he was the judge who ruled over the case. That would make the most sense, which means, was it possible I was a last-minute replacement, that I wasn't supposed to be here? If that's the case, I don't know if he'd be less or even more angry. So what's the rest of these files? Out of curiosity, I picked one. Davis Craven. I saw pictures, random text, but before I realized what this amounted to. It appeared the loose connection of evidence highlighting the corruption of the prosecutor's office at large, many incidents connected to a specific person, specifically Ox. I could tell based on the picture. Does this mean Ox was a crooked prosecutor? Nothing in the document would be conclusive. But laid out like this made a compelling case. Oh, don't be stupid. Conspiracy theories sound convincing when all the evidence is gathered in one place. I was looking in the work of a literal madman. He couldn't be trusted. None of this could be trusted. I turned off the computer in disgust. Nothing would come from reasoning Brian reasons for kidnapping everyone. Even if they had done things in the past they weren't proud of, they didn't make it. It would be a waste of time if I played to Brian's beat. Hey, Mouse, are you done over there? We should probably get back to cafeteria. Admittedly, Ox startled me a little. I was really zoning out. Yeah, I'm good. Did you find anything? No, I don't think I did. I hinted at most. Ox was mostly dismissing Brian's conspiracy page. I couldn't dismiss what I'd seen. I trusted Ox somewhat when we woke up together. I was thinking he'd actually been involved in something more shady. Thought in some way this whole thing might be justified. This wasn't good enough to follow. Moving on, you shouldn't put your actions this round. Come join us. Alright, I will. That Ox walked out of the room. Once he was gone, I pulled out my tablet and turned it on. There's no need to think about my choice. I wonder. No, that's not true. There wasn't anything to separate me from. No, that wasn't true. My mind raced back the documents. Unlike the others, I wasn't supposed to be here. I was a last-minute replacement. All the others apparently committed grave sins. A small amount glance from Ox's file was enough to see Brian was getting at. These people are all sinners, right? That didn't change anything. Or did it? Had to say something quick. It was an easy decision to make at all, but in the end there was only one thing I could do. We have unlocked the villain path. This will be fine here. Alright, but that's going to have to wait until next time. Till then, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.